Hey everybody, happy Tuesday and welcome to Techstrong TV Live at RSA. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon and I am just thrilled beyond belief to be here in San Francisco to be having the conversations that we're going to be having today with all folks in the IT sector. The energy here is low right now because we're just getting started, but I have a feeling by the end of the day we are all going to be buzzing. We've got a lot of great interviews on tap today and tomorrow and Thursday, so I certainly hope you can stick around for the entirety. We'll also be showing them on demand later on Techstrong TV. But for now, my first interview of the day is with Mr. Jeff Hudson, who is the CEO of Venafi. Jeff, thank you so much for joining me today. I do appreciate it. It's great to see you.
Charlene, it's great seeing you. And you said there's low energy today? There was walking in here, and then I sat down and you started talking, and I go, whoa, where'd all this energy come from first thing in the day?
There we go. That's 2 cups of tea and a scone. So that's what you get, I guess.
2 cups of tea. It's a book, isn't it?
That's right, that's right. Well, listen, you guys are one of our sponsors over at the DevSecOps Days event. So tell me, actually, for those people who don't know Venafi, please tell us a little bit about your company and what you guys do.
Sure. So let me give you a little context. So there's 2 actors on a network, people and machines.
Mm-hmm.
And people identify themselves to machines using usernames and passwords and some biometrics. But then machines have to talk to one another to make all these transactions and great systems work.
Mm-hmm.
They got to talk to one each other, identify to one another. They don't use usernames and passwords, they use machine identities. And we spend about $10 billion a year managing human identities. We're just getting started managing machine identities. The number of machines is going through the roof. That's what DevSecOps is all about. Machines are software. Bad guys steal identities and use them in attacks. And so, you know who Okta is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So think of us as Okta for machine identity.
Okay.
And we created this category called machine identity management. And you know what's really cool? Seriously, we created a category, and that doesn't happen very often.
That's pretty awesome. That's like a whole Wikipedia
in
and of itself.
It is. And so 6 years ago, I met with Gartner, and I said, well, you know, all of our customers are talking about machine identities and machine identity management, and they laughed. And then I went down to the show floor yesterday at RSA and at DevOps.com. There's like 10 or 12 different companies that are saying machine identities.
Yeah.
And so we actually really created the category because it's really, really important. People and machines are the 2 actors. And we have a vision of the world where humans and machines work together to make the human condition better. So we better trust those machines, and it starts with their identity.
Yeah.
That make sense?
It makes total sense. And I've actually had conversations with a number of folks lately about machine identity management. And so obviously you hit something early on, and that's a really, really strong thing to think about, because especially with everything happening over the last 2 or 3 years with the pandemic, you know, we've had a lot of cybersecurity incidents that have cropped up a lot because we haven't had a real kind of handle on machine identity. And to your point earlier, you know, cyber threat actors, they're breaking into the network and they're assuming the identities and they're wreaking havoc. So where do you kind of see the space moving forward? I mean, obviously popularity, it's going to become even more popular, but where do you see, you know, the majority of kind of movement in the space?
So, little factoid, 11 years ago, I joined the company. We were 17 people, we were like 5 customers, and we're doing a tiny amount of revenue. Fast forward today, we've got 600 customers, the world's biggest, most security conscious, digitally transformed customers in the world, 500 people worldwide, 3,200 customers that use our open source project that we'll talk about. And it's been really fun to watch things grow and go and change. But all digital transformation happened in the data center.
Yeah.
Remember? Do you remember? Do you remember servers? You remember what a server was?
I remember servers.
Do you remember
yes.
Linux?
Oh, yes.
And do you remember the monolithic apps that were built on those?
Yes.
That was all digital transformation
Yep.
up until about 5 years ago, and then this thing called the cloud shows up as a platform. And now what's happened is digital transformation is happening at cloud native speeds.
Right.
So all digital transformation now, all the new apps is happening in a modern way on the cloud. And it's really fascinating to watch it because software is eating the world. We used to laugh, right? Remember when Andreessen said that?
Yeah.
And I used to tease him about that a little bit, but it was software was eating the world, but now that was about 1,000 miles an hour. Now it's going at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And so that's a big change. So we kind of created this category in the data center, server, Linux, et cetera. And we are now leading, we lead there, and now we're leading also in cloud native, which is different. It's Kubernetes. It's there. You can't find a server in the cloud. I mean, seriously, right? It starts with Kubernetes, and then Istio and some of the things that do the cross cloud management.
Right.
And that's brand new. And so this is exciting. So this is where it's all going, and this is what we can talk about a little bit, is we passed a milestone yesterday.
Yeah. So let's kind of double back just a second. Do you see the cloud native space actually being kind of usurping, that traditional digital transformation, like to the point where it's completely obliterating the kind of the standard digital transformation? Are we past that point, or are we still going to be doing, or is it going to be kind of?
It's all layers.
Okay,
I mean,
all right.
Seriously, the mainframe is still actually there. And a lot of the very large corporations is still there, and we build wrappers, we put layers on it. And if anybody tells me we're going to lift and shift and we're going to get rid of that, and there's no business case to do it.
Right.
So what you do is you wrap it, you leave it there, and then the new things, they make calls as they need to, but you're not going to go recreate some of this stuff that took years to recreate and get right.
And why would you?
They're right, there's no business value.
Yeah, so. All right, well, let's talk about this this open source project that you guys have.
Right.
Tell me, what's the name of it?
It's called Cert Manager.
Okay.
And we're about 2 million downloads a day now.
That's
Last
amazing.
year we got 500 million downloads in 2021, which was amazing in and of itself.
Right.
And if we think about machines, software, machine identities, TLS certificates, SSH keys, API keys, so we're going down a few levels, those identity types.
Yep.
The one that gets used the most in Kubernetes clusters, and then some of the management capabilities are TLS certificates for getting into, getting out of, and moving across Kubernetes clusters.
Okay.
Cert Manager, we created Cert Manager to solve all the problems related to these kinds of machine identity types, TLS. Because you got to get them, you got to keep them current, you got to know where they are, because if they fail, big systems go down. Like 2 weeks ago in Germany, almost all the payment systems in Germany went down because a TLS certificate expired. And people couldn't buy groceries, they couldn't get gas. I mean, these are systems that we count on.
Yeah.
That these things are important. So we created the open source piece that everybody can download and is downloading and putting into the Kubernetes world. And that's our contribution to get developers to take care of a lot of stuff that they'd have to code themselves otherwise. And then what we do is we come in and hook it up to something that gives the organization visibility, consistency, and control, which you need for high levels of security and high levels of reliability.
And it seems like a technology that is, it's necessary today in this today's cloud native world.
You need it.
Yeah, exactly.
Identity in machines does two things. It gives ability to authenticate and then to authorize. If you're a machine and I'm a machine, then that'd be fun. So, no. So
I don't know.
Right, yeah, it'd be weird.
Yeah.
But there's a way we communicate, and you're going to, first of all, going to want to authenticate me. I recognize that, and I will then authorize this machine to access you or access data. And it turns out in identity's different. And most people say, well, it's just like any resource, but it's not, because it gives access. And so you need to have a life cycle. You need to authenticate, you need to use it for authorization, and then you have to have governance. And so these are all very specific things you have to do around machine identity. So I'm always going to always authenticate you so I know who you are before I give you access or authorize you to access. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I wonder how are the bad guys actually using TLS certificates to kind of break into systems, because it seems like that would be a point for them to be able to do so if they were.
Happens all the time. It's called the man-in-the-middle attack. And so many times the world has been, let me ask you, have you ever gotten a message that said the certificate on this site is expired?
Yes.
Okay, of course you have. And you can click two buttons. One says, get more information, the other one says proceed anyway.
Yeah. I always get more information. I never proceed.
And then you proceed anyway?
No, actually, normally I don't. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yay, I've done something right. It's not even 9 o'clock yet.
You're unique. Most security professionals, when I ask in a big audience, raise your hand if you've ever clicked proceed anyway, click. And one of the reasons is they're in a hurry.
Right, yeah.
So we're trained to say we get a message, and if it's a warning message, says this may be an insecure site, proceed anyway. And so the bad guys count on that kind of behavior. So that's one, humans, right? The other one is machine to machine. If I can get a certificate and I can use it, it's a machine identity, and I can use it to access other machines. A beautiful example everybody remembers, and this really kicked off the success of our companies, was Stuxnet.
Oh yeah, Stuxnet, yeah.
Well, it used a code signing certificate, a machine identity type that it stole to get software to run in a place where it shouldn't have been running. And it happened to be the Iran nuclear processing facility, right? And then it escaped into the wild, but it had this trusted identity on it, so wherever it would land, it would run. And so companies, organizations have to be able to keep track of that stuff, make sure they don't get used.
Yeah.
And so then there's a lot of other attacks, but it's like somebody gets a certificate, somebody gets an SSH key, somebody gets an API key, and all bets are off because you can't tell, are they good or are they bad?
Yeah, it's one of those areas, I think, that when we're talking about machine identities and machines talking to machines, sometimes I feel like we really do still need to have the humans involved, because we're kind of vetting, if you will, because sometimes the machines don't actually recognize if something is off, if that makes sense.
No, it totally makes sense. So humans have a role here. Humans and machines have to work together to improve the human condition. And there are so many times when machines work autonomously. So we'll kick something off, and then we won't come back for 6 months, but those machines will be working away together and doing a lot of stuff. And so you can't just say everything that a machine does, there's a human behind it. That's a fallacy. And machines are becoming smarter and smarter, right? Stipulate that. They're becoming more and more autonomous. We will give them agendas and say, go find this stuff and then do this. And then we'll actually allow it to say, and if you find this, do that. If you find this and this and this, do that. And then it's autonomy. It's they look at a situation, they make an agenda, and then they act on it. Yes, always a human at some point back in the day pushed a button. But then after that, these things work on their own. Ransomware, for example, humans aren't involved with ransomware. Ransomware attacks happen where machines are doing the work. One of the reasons, humans are noisy. When you go and get into a network, there's all kinds of things that go on. But machines, thousands of machines, millions of machines, it's just machine noise, it's noise.
Yeah. Well, I get the feeling we could talk about this all day long, because it really is a fascinating conversation, and there are so many nuances, especially with respect to machines and autonomy. We got a long day ahead of us.
I know we do. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for your service.
Wow.
Because you bring to the world information that's necessary for us to participate in the evolution of what's happening here.
Wow.
And do it mindfully, do it consciously, for God's sake. We just can't say, oh, technology will figure it out, or oh, we don't have to think about that. We have to think about it. The ethics of AI, the ethics of ML. What are machines? What is our relationship to machines? And people are going to laugh at me just like Gartner laughed at me 6 years ago. But this is from our perch, we see it clearly. We all have to be aware of this.
Well, you're very kind to say that, but I do believe it's a very, very important topic. And as we become more comfortable with machines actually running things and becoming more autonomous, I think we need to take a closer eye and really stay on top of it.
To fly our planes, drive our cars.
Yeah.
Decide on our credit, all that autonomously.
Yeah, so Jeff, thank you so much for spending a few minutes with me this morning to have the conversation. It's great to see you.
Thank you, it's great to see you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, we've got another interview coming up in a couple minutes, so please stay tuned. But for now, we're going to take a quick break.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond, CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and MediaOps CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps. ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Techstrong TV live at RSAC. I am Charlene O'Hanlon and I'm here now with Ritesh Agarwal, who is the CEO and co-founder of a company called AirGap. Ritesh, thank you so much for stopping by and saying hello and having the conversation.
Thank you for having me.
How's the show for you so far?
So very exciting.
Yeah.
Like I said before, I'm excited to be out of the house, out of the office, and meet people, see faces. So.
I think we all are. It's been a long time coming, and it's, you can kind of see just the excitement on people's faces, and they get to see people face to face. I spent about 20 minutes with a friend the other night I hadn't seen in about 30 years.
I can imagine.
And the entire time there were people walking up and saying hello, and it was almost like a big reunion.
That's
so
right.
that's kind of the energy here. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. So tell me a little bit about AirGap.
AirGap is an exciting young company. We started about 3 years ago.
Okay.
And we are trying to solve the most fundamental problems that have not been addressed by anybody in the most elegant way possible for the industry. And we've been inspired by lots of technology that already is available but not applied to industry that we are addressing to.
Okay.
So exciting journey for us, solving fundamental issues that customers are facing. We have a bunch of customers that are endorsing the product, and we're looking forward to the future.
Excellent. And you're based here in California? Or?
Yes, our
Okay.
office is in Santa Clara.
Okay.
That's our headquarters. Most of our employees are based out of Santa Clara.
Excellent, excellent. So what problems are you trying to solve exactly?
It's a good question. Let me give you a little bit of a history. Before starting AirGap, I used to be part of a company called Juniper Networks, and I used to run their security business, focusing on large telcos and large enterprises. And what I observed there was there's some fundamental flaws in the network industry that have been started back in 1980s, I would say, since we committed back then, the notion of shared infrastructure or a shared network. And what it does, it creates a challenge of one infected device being able to infect other devices.
Right.
So if you look at any breach, it has a footprint of lateral threat movement. For example, if you go to your home and I walk in and say, give me access to your Wi-Fi, please, I'm your friend, and you'd say, sure. But if I told you that I have ransomware on my laptop, you would be uncomfortable giving me access.
Oh yeah.
And the reason for that is because you worry that my laptop may infect your machines. What I observed also is this is not a problem in the telco world. So as an AT&T subscriber, let's say all of us are AT&T subscribers, and if I told you that my cell phone has ransomware, it shouldn't bother you. It wouldn't bother you. Millions of subscribers on AT&T or Sprint or Vodafone or Deutsche Telekom or Telefonica, they don't worry about lateral threat movement or spread of ransomware. Enterprises do. What is that they're doing differently? What if we could make the same thing available to enterprises? How well it would be secured? That's the genesis of the thought process that started AirGap. That's what AirGap is all about.
That is a fascinating thought.
Yeah.
Because I had never really thought about it that way. I actually kind of cut my teeth in telecom, and then I moved into networking, and I actually covered Juniper Networks
Oh, I see.
a while ago.
I see.
But yeah, nobody ever brought that up. It's like we don't really think about the data breaches and the exfiltration of data over telecom networks.
That's right.
So what is it really that is so different between those networks that it just doesn't happen?
Oh, how much time do we have?
Oh,
'Cause
well,
I could
yeah.
spend the whole day on that one. But let me summarize it for you. First of all, I truly believe that often the best ideas are right in front of you.
Oh, yeah.
Just fail to look at them. I was fortunate enough to sell to telcos in my previous career, to sell to large enterprises and be able to understand not only the outcomes that are different, but also the technology and how they're deployed and how they're consumed. So that gave me the confidence and the knowledge to build what we are building right now. But in terms of differences, to answer your question, I'm going to keep it very simple. When you take yourself an AT&T subscription, for example, when you walk out of that store, you don't turn around and ask the employee, oh, by the way, where is a DHCP server? Where is a DNS server? Where is a firewall? Where is a NAC? Where is IP address management system? And hundreds of other technology that you need to keep the organization functional. You take it for granted that AT&T would provide you that, or any telco would provide you that. You don't wonder ever that if I signed up 2 of my kids or family members, will AT&T be able to scale? you take it for granted. So getting services, you're getting scale. You never worry about mobility. You can travel across the globe, and you know AT&T's got you covered.
Right.
You never worry about pricing. You get $40 a month or $20 a month, whatever your plan is, and you're getting all of that. You're getting mobility, you're getting scale, you're getting services, you're getting reliability, and you're getting pricing that is just cheap. A CIO is spending a lot more than $20 a month, I promise you that.
Yeah.
Are they getting more scale? I don't think so. They have to build their services, so they're not getting services. Are they getting more security? I don't think so. Are they more reliable, like the CIO networks? I don't think so. So there is a fundamental difference between how telcos consume the network versus how the enterprises do. And you would be surprised to hear this. And with your telecom background, you probably are not going to be so surprised. But they buy the same set of router, switch, and firewall that enterprises do. And I can assure you that because I sell it to them. I sold it to them earlier. I also will tell you that telcos for their subscriber network buys $0 in security. Now, many of the telco folks probably would argue with me all day long, but if you compare that with the enterprise spend on security, it's dismal. And that's the reason they're able to give you a $20 per month subscription plan.
Right.
Because if they were to buy all the security that you see in the RSA here, they couldn't afford $20 a month. So, but the innovation that telco has is what drives the security, the scale, and all of the advantages I told you. When I thought about air gap, for any entrepreneur, this is dream come true because you can see an opportunity right in front of you. What if I could make all of the advantages that I described about telco available to enterprise and do it in a way that is 100% SaaS, meaning enterprises do not have to change anything. They don't have to buy a new switch, router, firewall, or security appliance, or anything for that matter. And you would get all of the advantages of telco as a software. And so that's essentially the difference between telcos and enterprises. I'll love to go into more technical details. I'll let you decide how deep do you want me to go.
Well, I mean, we can certainly go a level deeper.
Okay, yeah. So, look, the fundamental flaw that I mentioned earlier is really the notion of shared network.
Okay.
And these are VLANs and these are subnets. And they made sense in 1984. Cisco and Nortel actually came up with it. The idea was to reduce the broadcast domain. And somehow we've stopped innovating on switching. We are building enterprises like we built in 1984, as if nothing has changed. Now, if you roll back the clock, some of us are old enough to kind of at least have some inclination or some knowledge of that, but you would see that there used to be servers that are probably bigger than this desk. There used to be file servers that would be sitting next to you. It made sense for you to have shared network. Cybersecurity was probably not even a notion at the time. The world is completely different, right? We are all connected right now. We have Apple Watches and we have thermostats and all of these Wi-Fi devices. We need to do something new. I think as an industry, we have done a poor job innovating on the switching and the networking side in the last couple of decades. The telco architecture, on the other hand, is purely routed architecture. So, the difference between switching and routing is switching doesn't scale and routing does.
Right.
The whole internet works on routing. It is reliable by definition, it's scalable by definition. We rely on it for mission critical stuff now. If you could snap your finger and magically turn your switch network to routing network, you would get all the benefits. And that magic is what air gap is all about.
Okay.
It's literally a snap of your finger. We give you, in less than an hour, we would convert your enterprise into a routed enterprise. No change in IP addresses, no change in a switch router firewall configuration. It is super easy.
Wow.
It is, some of the investors that we have and some of the advisors we have, they tell us that this is first principle innovation in networking that they have not seen in a long time. So
Yeah,
we're excited about
it's certainly kind of mind-blowing to think about it because, to your point, it's almost, it's right in front of your face.
That's
I mean,
right.
it's like kind of one of those smack my head moments. It's
That's
like,
right.
why didn't I think of this? And
That's
so,
right.
kudos to you for thinking about it.
Thank you
That's
so
that's
much.
really awesome.
Yeah.
So, you guys have a couple like updates to features in your product, right?
Yep.
So that you've announced here at RSA, I should say.
That is
So
right.
Tell me a little bit about that.
So, in addition to providing all of the benefits that I described you at a high level, we have a strong position to prevent enterprises from getting infected with ransomware.
Okay.
One of the biggest problem in the enterprise is lateral threat movement, and ransomware likes to move laterally. So it obviously behooves us to build a solution that not only stops lateral threat movement, but also addresses the ransomware menace that the enterprises are facing at the moment. As a result, we have two key features in ransomware that are very unique and our customers are super excited about. One is appropriately named as ransomware kill switch.
Oh.
And the idea really is, if you as a CIO, for example, of a large organization, pick a name, get infected with ransomware today, you get an alert or somebody from your team comes to you saying, Charlene, we have ransomware in the organization. Often enough, many of the CIO audience or CISO audience that may be on this channel, they would scramble. And I have had conversations with so many of those. They would say we would shut down the network, we'd start yanking the cables. And I said, I'm not sure if you want to do that. What if it's a false alert?
Yeah.
What if you're managing a Google campus? Yanking cables would take months, if not longer, right? And then don't even think about putting them back in. That would take years for you to build it back up. So it's not a feasible approach. A ransomware kill switch provides a surgical way for you to selectively and surgically shut down services that are important to you,
Okay.
that may be participating in ransomware, and so on and so forth, and hence stop the propagation of ransomware.
Very cool.
And then the second feature that we announced to complement ransomware kill switch is the idea of ransomware early detection. A lot of companies are working on ransomware detection. We are taking an approach of very simple thinking of what are the key top 3 or 4 traits of ransomware that are common across majority of them. And then we have built a specific solution that would detect it early, and then in conjunction with ransomware kill switch, which only air gap can offer, prevent the ransomware spread. So it becomes a holistic solution for our customers.
Well, that's great. That is great. So tell me a little bit about your customer profile. Are you working mostly with larger enterprises or medium enterprises, or what does your average customer look like?
I'm going to give you a bad answer, actually.
Okay.
This one. The technology that we have is so exciting that it's applicable to a wide variety of customers. It's very difficult for me to choose which customer to pick because everybody wants a solution like us. So in a set of customers that we have global 500 companies, and we have a small manufacturing shop.
Oh, okay.
And a combination. We have banks, we have healthcare, we have government organizations, and we have construction companies, we have biomedical labs, we have hospitals. They are our customers. These are the companies that are operating mission critical infrastructure that cannot be compromised with ransomware or lateral threat movement. These are forward-looking individuals that are trying to solve the problem. These are the customers that are looking for compliance, that are customers that are looking for cyber insurance. With air gap, it becomes really, really easy to get cyber insurance, and you could possibly save some dollars on cyber insurance as well because we are able to segment every device. So that's, like I said, bad answer because we have customers
not at
across
all.
the board.
Not at all. I love that because it shows that your technology really is applicable to any size organization in any vertical, and it being a SaaS-based application, really, why wouldn't you do something like that and to use that technology? And with the proliferation of ransomware these days, it really does behoove any size organization to have some sort of technology that will help them mitigate any ransomware or even thwart any ransomware attack. So great stuff. I'm very, very impressed by it.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
So do you guys have a booth here at RSA? I know
No.
you're taking part in our DevSecOps days, correct?
That's right.
Yeah, okay. All right,
But
great.
we don't have a booth right now.
Okay.
here.
All right, great,
Yeah.
great. Well, tell me how folks can get in touch with your company if they're interested in learning more.
Absolutely. I'll give my personal email address as well. It's ritesh@airgap.io, RITESH @airgap.io. Our website is airgap.io.
Okay.
You can find more information, download some solution briefs and technical information. But I welcome one-on-ones with customers and prospects, advisors, investors, whoever wants to talk to us. I'm at ritesh@airgap.io.
All right, great. Well, Ritesh, thank you so much for taking a couple minutes talking to me about your technology. It's so great to see you in person at RSA, and I wish you guys the best of luck.
Thank you so much, Charlene. It's been a pleasure being here.
Thank you. All right, everybody, we are chock full of more interviews coming up throughout the day, so I hope you can stick around. We'll be right back after these commercial messages.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, welcome now to our another segment today on Techstrong TV, along with our friends from ServiceNow. In this segment, I'm happy to have joining me my friend Jeff Hausman and Chad Corriveau. If I mispronounced it, I apologize. Chad, correct me.
Corriveau, it was all good, Alan.
Corriveau. Chad Corriveau. Got it. Chad, welcome thank you for joining us. Guys, before we get started, let me just get out of the way titles and so forth. Chad, since I mangled your name, I'm going to let you go first. Why don't you give people your title?
You're all good. I am, so Chad Corriveau, Technical Marketing Manager here at ServiceNow. Been around for about 8 years, so it's a true pleasure, Alan.
Thank you. Pleasure to have you on. Jeff, why don't you tell us a little bit about you?
Absolutely, Alan. So I'm the Senior Vice President of what we call the Operations Management Portfolio, which is really about helping our customers get the best outcome around running and delivering services and there are a variety of different aspects of that. So excited to be here today and share the new news that we just announced.
Absolutely. And for those watching, it came out yesterday. The big announcement from ServiceNow, number of product releases, innovations. But Jeff, you know it better than I. Tell, if you don't mind, share with the audience what do we have?
Sure. The big announcement for us in this arena that we are describing and calling service operations is in helping people digitally transform and be more effective. We're introducing a whole new experience. So, Alan, we're helping our customers bring together what have been disparate, challenging, siloed set of capabilities, solutions, interfaces into something we're calling the Service Operations Workspace.
Very cool. Service Operations Workspace. And, so when we look behind the covers here, you're really kind of breaking down silos internally at ServiceNow based upon how people are working in real life today. These silos are being broken down at their workplace, and ServiceNow is breaking them down in the way the products work together and are organized.
Absolutely, Alan. Yeah. When you think about historically, there's been a lot of situations where the service management team, the operations management teams, they are distinct. They're operating independently. And that has caused some, frustration and challenges over time. If you think about it, when they're running separately, you have different siloed approaches and tools. You're not necessarily scaling and being able to handle the types of requests, understanding what's happening on both sides to be able to either predict problems and prevent them or address them more quickly. And what does that lead to? It leads to frustrated users, whether those are employees or customers. It leads to inconsistency and poor execution that limits productivity and frankly limits efficiency and outcome and the delivery of innovation and running the business that our customers need to focus on.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So let's talk, and Chad, you're going to give us a little demo and show us a little bit here. Mm-hmm. You know what, let's let Jeff, if you don't mind, let's let Chad do that, and then we'll come back and discuss a little bit. Sounds
Absolutely.
Good?
Yeah, sounds
Chad,
beautiful. Yeah.
Why don't you take it away then?
All right, sounds good. So Jeff really teed this up. This is a great story. And Alan, Jeff, I'm really excited to show what is coming out. So Service Operations Workspace, as Jeff mentioned, it's siloed. And what I'd like to do is demo a couple of different personas here, starting off with the service desk. So Jeff mentioned that there's silos, different KPIs, different focuses. And so Service Operations Workspace really just brings this all together. And so we're starting off in this dark view. Why am I starting off in a dark view during the day? Well, it's really to show that Service Operations Workspace is highly configurable for any agent, any team, right? So we can see displays, accessibility, workspaces. That can be all configured to suit the needs of our agent or our team. As I drop into Lakshmi's service desk, right, we're looking at overviews, incidents assigned to her, task SLAs. So everything is specific to her needs. It's configured. And really what Jeff mentioned before, really not wasting any time looking for information. It's all dynamic. And we can see announcements, upcoming events. And this becomes her center of excellence, right? So we can see one thing is on hold. This came in from a virtual agent. What's great, we even have at-a-glance details. So we can see what's on hold, where it came from. But this is where the rubber starts to hit the road for this service desk team. So we can see overviews, right? So the affected CIs, the impacted service. And this is where ServiceNow's special sauce comes in. We are the platform of platforms, in my opinion. And this is what it's showing right here. We see the affected CIs. We see the classes. We see the activity, right? In the details, in the past, our agents and teams would manually be putting this information in here. We can see very clearly this came in from caller Storm. And in our activity stream, we can see that the information came in from a virtual agent. So we have virtual agents on the front end, again, addressing what Jeff said before. We have employees that get frustrated, right? But this automatically gets routed. And now Lakshmi, our agent, can really start digging into this information, like the related records. Why is this important? Well, we can see assignment groups. So again, the platform is providing the information that our team needs. So let's go back to the overviews. Going back to this main page, what I really want to talk about is, Jeff touched on this, is AI service operations. And this is where ServiceNow starts to shine. So we can see the recommendations here. This is asking Lakshmi to propose a major incident, but she's going to dig into this a little more. Even cooler, she's got historical recommendations around what happened in the past around AI and machine learning. Even cooler, agent assist. So this is something that we released a couple of releases ago, being bubbled up into this next experience, this new UI, this new UX, right? Even cooler, now she's not digging across knowledge bases, looking through various incidents, calling that friend, right, that has the tribal knowledge, picking up the phone. Everything is in a single workspace. And then you start bringing in other teams, other service desk agents. So in this case, we can start linking incidents, right? And so going back to Jeff's point, really being proactive in pulling in other service agents, right? So it looks like similar to what's going on. Now we can create this as a parent incident. What happens here is now we're starting to bring in other service desk agents to triage on this specific event. Also, we saw there was an additional customer-facing message going out. So that will go out to the customer saying that we're working on a bigger fix, right? Also, we see that Agent Assist can show outages, articles, right? So again, not looking across knowledge bases, we can go ahead and mark that as helpful. Again, helping the back end, knowledge management strategies, but also attaching this. And now all the teams that have been bubbled up into the same record can start using this temporary workaround. Even cooler, I mentioned the front end agent. So we had a Storm who submitted this, right? And we're looking at MS Teams. So again, ServiceNow is not the only game in town, but we are the platform of platforms. So we really play nice with other third-party collaboration apps. And many of our customers use MS Teams. And so what we see here, Storm is on the mobile app, gets that information. None of that information is deprecated in any way and can start leveraging it. So I mentioned the rubber hitting the road. We can propose this as a major incident, and we're going to rally all the troops, bring them all together. But what's even cooler, what we released as of yesterday, experts on call. So subject matter experts, because we pull that information from the classes, the assignment groups, and we can see Amelia Bryant, our operations team, come to save the day. We can go ahead and contact them and look at, we're pulled into MS Teams. If you notice in MS Teams, all that information has been seamlessly brought in. Now we're breaking that silo. We have our service desk team and Amelia Bryant working together to really start to triage this bigger event. So those silos are being broken down. So this is a good place to jump off into operations management. So we can see Amelia, she's sharing some of the information from her service maps and all that. So guess what? This team was already in front of this event even before the service desk agents were getting that. So that's the predict and prevent part of this, right? Because we have to think about timelines. This is part of the silo issue, right? They're going to be on different timelines. But Service Operations Workspace really brings this together. And look at how beautiful this is for the operations team. Again, specific information to Amelia Bryant. We see alerts assigned to her, assigned team alerts. So all that is being brought in thanks to machine learning and AI. But it gets even better. We have the event management dashboards. We brought this in, very clear, very, very beautiful looking dashboard. We can see what's going on. We can see there's an issue with order status. We can start to filter in on this. We can see at a glance details. And again, Alan, as we look at this, it's specific to the operations team's needs, right? So Jeff mentioned this. They have different KPIs. They have different needs. And so Service Operations Workspace really starts to deliver. Even cooler, filtering by alerts, all that information using AI and machine learning again. But where the rubber starts to hit the road is really the predict and prevent part. HLA, right? Health log analytics, anomaly detection. So this is AI ops in focus. We can see it's already identified the issue. There's a spike in total volume logs. We can see that anomaly. And even cooler, the recommendations to the right are more specific to Amelia's needs, right? So we can see she can look at the insights, get some of that information, and start to leverage the in-app playbooks, right? So what are those playbooks? Well, that becomes the remediation process. So it kicks off this remediation. We can see determining the user impact. We can notify the business. And again, we're not swivel chairing. We're not going to different consoles. Everything is being done here, and it's being hit by those other teams. So remediation's a process. She expanded that disk space. Everything looks good. Everything is green. So this part of the operations is successful, but we still needed to clean up what happened on the service desk. So again, Amelia, and these timelines would shift, but Amelia and Lakshmi would be working on this. They get that information. They share the information. We see they close down the MS Teams video chat. All that information is captured, but again, the platform provides, we see all that information has been captured in the activity stream. Why is this important? Future fixes, audibility, anything around this particular event. So we can go ahead and close this out. ITOM was already working on a bigger fix. We can post those comments, gets disseminated to the various teams. We go ahead and resolve that. This resolution process for the service desk team ends up kicking off a different set of events, right? So the workaround was provided. ITOM team was already working on a bigger event, and look at in a Now mobile app that you've seen in the past, Storm gets that notification. You've been resolved. And that is Service Operations Workspace in a nutshell. It's beautiful.
Wow.
And I think, Alan, if I may, what you just saw, what Chad just showed is the power of how you can bring things together. I mean, we are with service operations, we're changing the level, if you will, of capabilities. We've always had a common platform that helps us to facilitate cross workflow operations, et cetera. Now we're helping our customers further accelerate digital transformation. We're helping them focus on their business, delivering more services and capabilities and innovation, doing it more efficiently with high resiliency and experience. We have, as you know, we have thousands of customers who get tremendous reduction in time to find root cause or resolve an issue and ideally prevent problems. Organizations who, when they're running and managing service desks, they're able to drive dramatic improvement in the workload to actually deliver those services, right? And drive better satisfaction scores for their employees and their customers who are on these platforms. It really is it is game changing for us. And I think the other thing I'd say is we're really trying to help with service operations generate great experiences, great innovation, and do so in a way that we're also generating savings that allow our customers to plow that back into what I'll call innovation dollars. Ultimately, CIOs are looking to be an accelerant and drive the business, and that's what this is all about.
I mean, I'm looking at this, though, thinking to myself, this looks 7 generations in. You know what I mean? For a product where you just started breaking down these silos, did a damn good job of busting those silos. I mean, it is thought out, not to the next step, but to 4 steps further down the road. And that is, that's maturity. You don't usually see this early on in a product cycle. On my watch anyway. But so congratulations, man. This is a killer. This is a real kind. These are the kinds of things where people are like, man, I want that. Sign me up. Let's talk about that though, Jeff. For people who want it, how do they get it?
Oh, look, it's available now. We are excited, and we already have a number of customers that have been working through this. To your point on this, looks like it's got a lot of thought behind it. We've been partnering with customers for years and years, and are always taking their feedback on how we can help make things better for them now and anticipate where they're going. But absolutely, reach out to your favorite rep from us or any of us within the organization. We'd be happy to make sure that our customers are taking advantage of this. The big thing, Alan, now is just making sure that people are leveraging it and going and getting the value, realizing the promise.
Absolutely. Hey, we're over time. I unfortunately need to pop off. For people who want to go dig in more, they like what they saw from Chad, the demo, where can they go within ServiceNow to get this, to take not just to get it, but to take a better look, a deeper look?
Yeah, if you come to any of the ServiceNow pages, you look for service operations. We have a wealth of assets, including demonstrations such as Chad described, more materials if you're interested. So absolutely, should be very straightforward to find all of this information.
Guys, great job, man. Not only the two of you on today's show, thank you for that, but a great job to the whole ServiceNow team on this product. This looks like a real winner. Thanks for coming on. Chad, thank you for the demo. Jeff, always a pleasure. I hope to see you soon. And we're going to take a break here on Techstrong. We'll be back in a moment.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Techstrong TV. I've got some big product announcements coming to you today from our friends at ServiceNow. I want to introduce you to Marcus Torres and Tom Freeman of ServiceNow. Marcus, Tom, welcome to Techstrong.
Hi, great to be here, Alan.
Great to have you both on. Tom, you are the Senior Technical Product Marketing Manager for the App Engine workflows. And we're going to have you doing a demo, hopefully, in just a little bit. But before we do that, I wanted to give Marcus a chance, kind of introduce himself, and kind of lay the table for what you're going to be sharing with our audience. So, Marcus, if you don't mind, why don't you take it away?
Sure, thanks, Alan. So I'm GM and Vice President of App Engine, which is ServiceNow's amazing low-code application development platform, which we've been a leader within the market for quite a few years now. And actually just recently, we had the honor of being recognized as customer choice for one of the best low-code application development platform. And what we're here and what we're really talking about is our launch of App Engine Management Center. Now, what that really is about is helping solve one of the biggest challenges with low-code and citizen developer programs today for larger organizations. What's happening is they are empowering all of their organization to really innovate using low-code within their department, within their enterprise. But what they want is they don't want some of the pain points of the past to happen for today and for the future. And what some of those pain points have been is, I don't know what's happening with all of these innovations across the enterprise. And so they're really looking at a way to manage, view, and essentially govern these low-code citizen developer programs end to end. Think of it almost like citizen DevOps, right? In a typical DevOps software development lifecycle, we manage every aspect of that lifecycle when developing software. Well, with low code and citizen developer programs, you have a lot of people innovating on their own who have no idea, nor necessarily should they, have to understand what is happening across sort of all of these different life cycles of software development. So here at ServiceNow, what we've done is we've essentially baked that into our platform, our low-code platform, and then we've put the centralized App Engine Management Center as a way to really manage it end-to-end, to some degree invisible to the citizen developer, but absolutely aligned to the business and their typical software development lifecycle.
Excellent. Love it, love it. So Marcus, is it too early to let Tom loose on us here? Can we let Tom show some of the folks what we're
Sure.
doing, what we're talking about?
No, nobody wants to hear me talk. So let's have Tom.
Oh no, I'm sure there's some family members and friends who want to hear from you.
No. I think a picture says 1,000 words, and in this case, a demo even more. So Tom, take it away, and we can come back with any questions.
All right, gentlemen. Absolutely. Sounds good. So thank you much, Marcus. Appreciate it. Teeing it up perfectly. And a real huge congratulations for the release of this product. It's been really, really stellar to work with. So for this demo, let's put ourselves in the shoes of a marketing director who manages large marketing events. This individual had a flash of inspiration about how they can revolutionize the way they do work, but they're not yet a citizen developer, not yet a low coder. So to get started, they're going to dive into their company's newly established citizen development program and take advantage of one of ServiceNow's new innovations, which is this app intake form. So our low-code developer in the making here, Carla Humble, only has to outline a couple of key fields here to start thinking like a low coder. So she can actually walk through some of the things that a more experienced citizen developer might consider as they begin their development process, such as, does my app require access to sensitive data? Will I need information from other departments, and so on? So it really structures the way new users get access to low-code tools, but it also massively simplifies the life of administrators. So you can see, as Marcus mentioned right there, that's all she has to do. It's all kind of on rails for her. But as we switch over to App Engine Management Center, you can now see this new admin perspective. This gives our admins everything they need to manage and govern low-code application development at scale, including the ability to handle app intake requests like we just saw, collaboration requests for either applications that are in progress or already in production, handle deployment requests of new applications, or even those that need a revision, and then manage a flexible deployment pipeline. So let's take a look at the first component here, which is that app intake portion. And what you'll see here is our admins have access to all the details stemming from that app intake form we just saw. This is great because it gives admins an opportunity to interact with these citizen developers before they start developing. So if they want to maybe suggest one of our cool templates, or they want to connect a low coder together with maybe a pro developer because the project sounds really compelling, they can do so here. But regardless of the case, once they vet this citizen developer, they can go ahead and press approve, and it's going to trigger an automatic workflow that will give that individual access to our low-code tools and send them a handy little email. So that email is going to be the start of their journey. And from there, they can hop right into our flagship low-code development environment, App Engine Studio. So you saw this, I think it was like a year ago, Alan. This gives our low-code developers an opportunity to manage every aspect of their low-code project, stemming from or going from the data model to the end user experience, spanning logic and automation, even incorporating our automation engine portfolio. But what's awesome about this tool is it gives them an opportunity to collaborate with others as well. So let's say Carla's not quite comfortable with some of the more complex integrations she needs her app to perform. She can go ahead and just outline an individual that she's heard of or that she has already connected with, outline the kind of permission she wants them to have to her application, and send them a collaboration invite. Maybe she wants a visual designer to help her create a really compelling mobile application. She can go ahead and provide them the appropriate permissions there as well. And these folks will have access to just the aspect of the app that they're there to address. With that, she's ready to submit. She's just, all she has to do is press the submit button. And as Marcus said as well, they don't have to worry about the complicated DevOps practices behind the scenes, but they do get visibility into the journey that their application is going to take on its way to production. So a really simple way to give them just enough information to keep them in the loop, keep them knowing what's going on, but all they have to do is provide some release notes. So we scroll down here, just enter a couple of release notes. And with that, our citizen developer, Carla Humble, can wipe her hands and say, all right, cool. It's in the hands of the admins now. So what this does is creates a deployment request. So if we go ahead and come back over to App Engine Management Center, we can address both that deployment request and those collaboration requests that she just created as well. If I hop right in here, you're going to see we have two new deployment requests for this application, two new collaboration requests. And this gives our admins, once again, an ability to prevent sprawl, prevent access to complex apps for folks that may not necessarily need access, You can see in the collaboration request, we have the permissions that are going to be granted along with the person that's coming in. So very, very easy way to facilitate collaboration in a citizen development program. And then if we go to the really cool part, the deployment request, we have a fully integrated CI/CD process in a fashion that makes it super streamlined for admins. So we have all the details of the application. They can perform all the vetting and validation they need. When they're ready to push it to test, all they need to do is press approve. This is automatically going to transition all of the content of that application into the test instance. And what's more is that this integrates tightly with our automated test framework and instance scan. So as soon as this is completed in terms of migration and validation in the test instance, all the details from those scans are going to be available for full traceability to our admins. Scroll back up here, when they're ready to push it to stage, it's the exact same process. They go through an approval and vetting process here. They can even collaborate with other admins if they want to evaluate particular aspects of the app. And when it's ready, all they need to do is press approve to transition it to the next instance. So we can go ahead and approve it one more time. And this will take us all the way from development to production with just a couple of clicks. So really, really fantastic way to streamline the management of applications. We have a couple of areas where you can get access to all the details. So this is there to provide full logs and traceability. And what's more is that we have a flexible pipeline configuration that allows this to work with any company right out of the box. So if it's just a dev and a prod instance in your company, it can work with you right out of the gate. If you have a more complicated setup of maybe 5 instances or maybe multiple deployment pipelines, it's going to work with you as well. And it can grow with you as you scale your citizen development program. So as you can see, App Engine Management Center provides a streamlined way for admins to manage every aspect of low-code app development and truly govern citizen development at scale. So with that, Marcus and Alan, back to you.
Yeah, good stuff, Tom. That was a great demo.
Yeah, much obliged. Thank you.
Hope our folks at home were able to see that well. So Marcus, let me come back to you. Look, the last 2.5 years with COVID, we've seen sort of rapid, no pun intended, rapid development of the whole low-code, no-code space, right? It's exploding, right? Everyone's talking about low-code, no-code. I want to talk to you about the market and the term citizen developer. I got my head handed, maybe it was another part of my body handed to me. I was on a panel, I guess a couple months ago now, and I was, talking about the term citizen developer using low-code, no-code tools. And this person, it was a woman, this person got rather upset with me because she said that, real low-code, no-code tools are meant to make the life of a developer easier. Citizen developers are not really developers. And in spite of advances that we see like you showed us here, Tom, citizen developers are basically, playing with toys, is in essence what she said. And that low-code, no-code was really about making tools for developers. And this whole citizen developer thing is a red herring that we're all going to come to regret. Now, I look at what you're doing here. This is a beautiful interface. You don't have to be a code jockey to develop stuff using this, right? It's not a toy. You could, you get deployment in it. Marcus, I'm going to ask you to pick up the shield for the citizen developer community and set us straight.
Yeah, so Alan, first, the thing I would say is the artists of this century are digital artists and they are developers. And the reality is everybody can be an innovator, everybody can be a creator, but there is an extreme amount of skill when you are, a full-fledged pro developer, when your job is to come in and put your art into work with, applications or software that's helping the lives of your coworkers or your people or this planet. You are that artist of the 21st century. And that is our mission here at ServiceNow and App Engine. We want to enable developers of all skill sets to be able to innovate. And guess what? Pro developers use our low and no code tools. They're like, hey, I don't want to instantiate a database and start writing a bunch of SQL to create a table and set up a notification and write a notification server and service. They just simply use declarative tools to get a bunch of that very, very easily. And guess what? We have applications, critical business critical applications that run hundreds of billions of dollars of essentially claims for one customer of ours, Fortune 10 company, and it was built using App Engine and no low-code tools, right? The reality, though, is during COVID, especially during COVID, that's been this big adrenaline shot in everyone's arm, is people, all of us were at home. And we were empowered to solve our own problems because we didn't have somebody to go to. We couldn't sit in a room and figure it out and whiteboard and so forth. So we were empowered to make that change ourselves. And what organizations have seen is incredible value from using no low-code tools and putting it in the hands of the person who is closest to the problem. And who is that? That's the line of business who understands their process, their workflow, their pain points, their bottlenecks better than anyone. And so they've been able to, become a little bit of an artist themselves. Is it in the same way? Are they, writing the same sort of, complexity as a real developer? No. But development, including citizen development, is a team sport. And it's actually the initiatives of low code and citizen development that's bringing these silos together and breaking down those walls, because what they're doing? They're phoning a friend. They're like, I don't know how to integrate to that critical ERP system that I have zero access to. Help me out, developer. And guess what the developer does? They come in, they use App Engine and Integration Hub, and they say, hey, I'm going to create a reusable connector that connect to the data you have access to. And you can use that for not only this application, but other use cases for yourself. And now what we have is an up-leveling of knowledge and skill set across the organization. And now everyone's a little bit of an artist. And I'll tell you, as someone who can't draw stick figures, and my kids will attest to it, this is how we actually innovate together. And that's actually what's so critical about having something like App Engine Management Center. Because when you're trying to do this at scale, if you're a centralized app dev team or IT, all of a sudden everyone's coming to you with this innovation. They're saying, hey, here you go. They're like, whoa, wait, hold on. Because if you're new to software, you don't realize the biggest cost of software is maintaining it. It's not necessarily building it. And so with App Engine Management Center, now the organization can have the guardrails and the governance and the insight, not all the way through that value chain, right? All the way from concept of this application idea to delivery, to maintenance, to support and seeing what's usage and what's happening in that application, all in one place. Now they can have what they need to say, hey, guess what? No, you don't have access to our financial data in our ERP or SAP system. Oh yeah, you want a quick connector to do Teams, or you want to fit into certain security patterns, because we've seen some low-code platforms allow for sensitive corporate information and get out in the wild. That is really where App Engine Management Center sits. Allows everyone to still be empowered, allows everyone to innovate together, by the way, again, team sport, and do that with transparency, do that with collaboration, do that with visibility, and do it with governance that allows that innovation to really be scaled. Because we know what happens the first time somebody drives off a cliff. All of a sudden, nobody else can drive anymore. And that is exactly what our mission is, to, again, empower developers of all skill sets to innovate on ServiceNow.
Love it. Great defense, Marcus. Great points. Hey, we're running low on time. Release is out. It was released yesterday. Where can people go get information and dive in deeper?
Well, we always point our developer community, whether you're no code all the way to pro code, to developer.servicenow.com. We have a lot of great material on App Engine Management Center, on App Engine, training, of course, videos. Our release notes are always a great and fun place to look. And one other thing I'll just throw out right here is, Alan, what you saw today is the productization of that citizen DevOps at scale. We know that when you're running these initiatives, you also need best practices and change management and culture change really within the organization. Guess what? We also release that too with what we call the Citizen Developer COE, which helps anyone really establish a citizen developer program at scale. So that's a great microsite that we've created. You can get to it from developer.servicenow.com or from our release notes. And it's a great place to bring the best practices of citizen development with a platform and a productization that helps you do that at scale with App Engine and App Engine Management Center.
Very cool. Guys, Marcus, Tom, thank you both for coming on here and introducing us to this great new release today. Best of luck and success with it. Come back and keep us posted, okay?
Sounds good. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you much, Alan.
All righty, Marcus Torres, Tom Freeman from ServiceNow. On the App Engine workflows, citizen developers, go check it out. That's at developer.servicenow.com, right? No S.
That's right.
Developer.servicenow.com. We're going to take a break here on Techstrong. We'll be back in just a moment.
And we are back at Techstrong TV live at RSAC. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon. Thank you very much for being a part of my day today. We're having so many great conversations here, and I'm about to have another great one with Asaf Kohan, who is the co-founder at a company called Centra. Asaf, thank you so much for stopping by and saying hello and having the conversation with me. Do appreciate it.
Pleasure to be here, Charlene. Thank you.
Excellent. So you are a brand new company. Centra is a brand new company. You guys are based in Tel Aviv, correct?
That's correct.
Excellent. So tell me a little bit about Centra, what it does, how you founded the company, and just any background you want to share.
Super, thanks, Charlene. So Centra is a relatively young company. We're just under a year on the road.
Very young.
Based upon my previous experience, I was head of Unit 8200 in the Israeli Defense Forces. I came to a few fundamental kind of understandings about what's beneath the surface of the world, how messy it is. And Centra's main mission is to deal with data. We have an extremely data-centric approach. And we really believe that after we studied it, most organizations don't really understand where the data is. Mm-hmm. They don't understand where their valuable and sensitive data is. And another premise that Centra is founded upon is that every organization will be breached and penetrated. So it's not a matter of if you're going to be breached, you have to pre-position yourself and assume that you're going to be breached. So the combination of 100% being breached and knowing where your data and pre-positioning yourself, this is kind of the key foundational layer to Centra.
Right, so is it safe to say you are bringing a level of visibility to the data, or is it more about understanding where the gaps are in your security posture?
So the first is correct.
Okay.
Centra is basically and fundamentally about discovering and understanding data, classifying data, and being able to put light on data that organizations don't know they have. Oh. We call it shadow data. Ah. Again, this is something I'm deeply and profoundly, I believe in, that most organizations have data that they don't even have a clue that they have. And this part of Centra of understanding and revealing the data would be the first layer of Centra's promise and offering.
Okay. So it's, the idea of data security, or just the topic of data security, it's such a vast topic. We've been talking about data security for a very, very long time, but obviously, especially over the last couple of years, it has become much more important, and companies are paying a lot more attention to the security, not only of their networks, but also of the data and the way that it travels. Have you seen a shift in kind of maybe the messaging around data security as we've kind of lived through the last couple of years and moving forward?
Yeah. I think the major paradigm shift is to do with the movement to the cloud environment.
Sure.
And the collision between cloud technology, cybersecurity, and data is a new space. With a new paradigm. So if it would be the on-prem era, it was relatively, I would say, simple to understand where your data is. It was physically locked in a data center with a key. There was a door to the data center. Right. In the cloud, there's no a perimeter. There's actually no perimeter. And you really don't understand where your data is. And the amount of data which you produce, the amount of data which you consume in the cloud, the amount of data which moves in the cloud, makes it incredibly hard to track and to control data. And Centra's mission is to basically enable organizations to regain control over this part.
It seems like such a fundamental thing for organizations to do, but obviously, because of all of the issues that we have seen in the cybersecurity and the data security space, it doesn't seem to be an easy task. So what do you think, this seems like a problem that we should have solved by now, especially with so many organizations moving to the cloud. So why do you think it has taken so long?
Fundamentally, I believe that most of the security establishment focused on what I would call defending the network, putting barracks and lures and trying to pull the perimeter paradigm from the on-prem era to the cloud. Dealing with data wasn't perceived as their job. It was perceived as others people's jobs.
Other person's
data
problems,
engineers,
right?
yeah, data engineers and so forth. It wasn't perceived as the key part of the security stack.
Mm-hmm.
I think it starts from that part of feeling responsibility for data and understanding that the main mission of security teams is at the end of the day to understand and protect the data. It's all about, when there's a breach, it's not the network which is flowing out. It's
Right.
data which is flowing
Exactly.
out. So I think this is a fundamental problem. It wasn't perceived as a key responsibility of security teams, and there was someone else who could be kind of responsible for that.
Yeah.
And that's changing.
Yeah, and that's actually a very, very good point, because I think when we get kind of an understanding, if you will, within the entire security community of what they're really supposed to be protecting, I think we will see a lot more movement in the data security space and a much more embracing of these different technologies to secure data security. But I still feel like we might be early days as far
Very
as
much so. Very much so. I again, profoundly believe that there's a convergence between three different parts of which were siloed in enterprises. The traditional security, which was basically meant to prevent from others getting in and from information leaking out or from stuff going out. The compliance part, taking care of customers' data, which every organization is interested in it, and some are fined if they don't do it.
Right.
And the other part is the ability to do digital transformation. So consume data and create revenue from data. And these three parts are aligning and kind of getting much more interacted together. And it's creating an environment whereby security teams are not longer just responsible for risk reduction. They have a responsibility to enable organizations who are data-driven to move much faster in order to create more revenue. And they will be accountable for that, and they will be judged on that. And part of it, you can't do it without understanding anything about your data.
That's true, and for so many years, the security of a company was relegated to one department. Now it seems like, well, not seems like it is, it's everybody's responsibility. So, we talk about the shared responsibility model with cloud services providers, but I really think that mindset should also be within an organization. The fact that everybody has a role to play in securing the data, in ensuring that, they alert the right people if they notice something is off, and so much more. So do you think that we're kind of maybe approaching security I don't want to say incorrectly, but maybe we need to rethink the way that we do approach security in organizations to create a much more security-minded organization as a whole?
Yeah, at the end of the day, because it's all about the data, and the data will be the major source of revenue for organizations. Mark Andreessen a decade ago spoke about the fact that software is eating the world.
Right.
Today it's data and cloud which are eating the world. And in this sense, you have to have a very broad sense of accountability to having a data hygienic environment, responsibility for protecting data. So it's DevOps, it's the business side, it's the compliance side, it's the security. In this sense, it's, again, at the end of the day, you have to have people who are accountable and responsible. These will be the security compliance teams, but it has to be shared responsibility, and they can't do it by themselves. And what Centra basically does, it creates a platform which spills light on the data assets of every organization that everyone can see. And once you see it, you can build a model of shared responsibility.
Yeah. If you don't know it's there, how can you protect
That's
it, right?
correct.
Yeah.
That's correct,
So,
Charlene. That's correct.
So Centra is part of our DevSecOps days at RSA.
So we're currently, as I said, relatively young. We came to see RSA, so we don't have a booth yet. Next year we're going to conquer RSA.
Excellent.
But we came to see, we came to network, we came to meet potential customers. We're doing really good here. And for me, it's also on a personal kind of level, it's liberating after 2.5 years of COVID to kind of engage in such a vibrant, energetic environment. I think you feel the same, no?
I do. I feel just there's an energy here that we've all been waiting for this for a very long time, and it's nice to see people, from the neck down, because we've been living in a Zoom world for the last 2.5 years, so it's very it's just a lot of fun to actually get.
So I have to remind myself I have to dress properly.
I know, put
beneath
on a pair
my
of
shirt.
pants.
So yeah, but it's great, and again, I'm enjoying myself. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself here.
Excellent. Is this your first RSA?
Yeah, it's my first RSA. As I said, I was head of Unit 8200. I was sending people to RSA, but I can participate, and I'm sure it's going to be first of many more RSAs. So
I certainly hope so. Asaf, thank you so much for having the conversation with me about your company. I wish you guys the best of luck, and we'll see you back here next year.
Thank you, Charlene. It's been a pleasure to be here, and all the best.
Excellent.
Great.
All right. So guys, stick around because we've got lots more interviews happening today throughout the day. But for now, we're just going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, I wanted to interject from our regular schedule today to show you a little conversation I recently had with my friend Aaron Cow. Aaron is the VP over at Pulumi. And if you guys are, I think most of you are familiar with Pulumi, but if you're not, you really should be. We've been following Joe Duffy and the Pulumi team for years now. And, they've really become sort of a standard in the arena that they play in. Aaron will tell us more about it. They had their in their annual conference last week, virtual, and I was unable to attend, unfortunately, but I've asked Aaron to come on here and kind of share with us some of the highlights and news that came out of that event. And look, the beauty of virtual events, it's available on demand. You're going to be able to go check it out. But let's first welcome Aaron and find out what's going on. Aaron, how are you, man? Thanks for joining us.
Hey, no problem, Alan. Thank you for having me.
Yep. Aaron, as I mentioned, we've followed Pulumi, and it's, it's a great success story. But not everyone out here may be familiar with Pulumi. So why don't we, if you don't mind, let's start there. Let's give people a little level set of who Pulumi is.
Yeah, Pulumi is a universal infrastructure as code platform. It allows people to provision, manage infrastructure with modern programming languages. So everything from Python, TypeScript, .NET, Golang, and just this past conference, we announced the ability to use Java and YAML.
That's great. That's really nice. And those are obviously two big communities of programmers right there, right? That work in Java and YAML. Everything is YAML today. So that was announced at the show this year?
Yeah, that was announced. So, during the show, we talked a lot about what we call universal infrastructure as code. So here at Pulumi, what we want to do is we want to be able to support every cloud. So most applications are spanning many different sort of SaaS services, different cloud providers. We want to support all of that. We want to be able to support every language. So we want to meet developers where they are. So different developers use different stacks. And as companies grow, they acquire other companies. So we want to be able to support the entire company, whatever language preference or whatever need they have. Then we want to be able to support every builder. So everyone from like the infrastructure experts on one end to application developers that may not be infrastructure experts. We want to support that entire spectrum. And then architectures have evolved quite a bit. We have containers, Kubernetes, serverless, hybrid architectures. We want to support all of that. And then finally, every format, no matter what IAC system you may have used before, we want to be able to support the ability for that to interoperate with Pulumi. Really exciting. And just added new support to that. With Java and YAML to really sort of build out that story.
Excellent. So, Aaron, I'm trying to think. Was this the third year you guys have done this conference virtually?
No, this is the second year. It's the second annual Pulumi Up. Yeah.
Yep. Share with our audience maybe a little bit of a sense of I know it was a pretty popular event. What kind of registration or attendance? Because one of the nice things about these virtual events is you could even see the live chat that's going on there. You could kind of get a sense of what people are thinking and saying. And it's usually a pretty nicely attended event.
There were a lot of people that had attended the event. We had thousands of registrants, and the chat was very lively. Just a lot of people with great excitement about this space, about using Pulumi and asking just deep technical architectural questions, and just really understood the message that Joe was trying to deliver. So I thought it was a very exciting conference. It was my second one, and I enjoyed it.
Excellent. So, Aaron, look, we're going to give people the URL. They go over and check this out on demand. But let's kind of try to key them in a little bit. What sessions do you think they should really key in on if they go over to watch it on demand?
I definitely think should watch the keynote, Joe's keynote. So Joe really walks us through sort of like the history and sort of the motivations of sort of modern cloud and why you need infrastructure as code and why you need a system like Pulumi. And then Luke Hoban, our CTO, dives into sort of the actual launches. So he does a Java and YAML demo. Then we also launched CDK on Pulumi, so a demo of that, and then our new AWS X our packages. So I think that is a great session to attend. There's another one from a customer, Thomas at Elkjop, where he dives into his usage of Pulumi's automation API. They essentially built a self-service infrastructure portal within their company for developers to be able to self-provision infrastructure. It's very sleek, very sophisticated. I think that's great. Then we also have our engineers that actually built the Java and YAML support. They're actually, they did demos that went into a lot more depth than what Luke went into. So I think those are very worth checking out. Then lastly, we had a panel with Kellyanne Fitzpatrick moderating. There was a few different customer or not customers, a few different just experts in the industry. We had Brian Getz, Java architect at Oracle, Elad Ben Israel, who essentially he was the creator of the CDK. Chris Nova from Twilio, then Catherine Morgan from Kong. They all spoke in it, and roughly the panel. What we're trying to really understand is, you know, how does infrastructure fit into a developer's workflow today? What are some common abstractions? What are the systems they put in place to do automation at scale? So I think that one's a very worthwhile session to attend.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
You should mention the moderator is from Red Monk, right?
That's right, Kellyanne.
Yep, Kellyanne's from Red Monk, and some of those other people is from some leading kind of players in this space. So it sounds like an excellent one. Hey, Aaron, you know what we didn't tell people, though? For people who want to go check this out on demand, where can they go?
Hey, Dave, just go to the Pulumi.com website. There's links everywhere there, or if not, Pulumi.com/Pulumi-up. Or you can visit our Pulumi TV channel on YouTube, or just follow us on Twitter. There's just going to be recaps and posts and a lot of great blog posts covering everything that happened that was launched yesterday.
You know what? For those who maybe are spelling challenged, spell Pulumi for them.
Pulumi, Pulumi.
Excellent, man. Hey, Aaron, I appreciate you coming on and kind of giving us a quick recap like this. Hey, for our audience, if you're interested in Pulumi, infrastructure as code, you probably heard of it. If you're not really familiar with it, you've at least heard of it. Go check it out. I think there's some great content there. You know, you need to stay on top of if you want to be on top of your game. Aaron, best of luck with Pulumi. Hope to see you guys soon, whether it's at KubeCon or some events coming up in person, where we'll be in person again. Best of luck to you. Regards to Joe and the rest of the Pulumi team. Thanks for coming on today, man.
Thanks, Alan.
Appreciate it. Aaron Cow, VP Marketing at Pulumi here on Techstrong. We'll take a break. We're going to have another guest for you in a moment.
CISO Talk. To hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond. CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and Media Ops CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps. ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
All right, we are back. Techstrong TV live at RSA Conference here in San Francisco. I'm so very excited to be here. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm very excited about my next interview. I got 3 guys here who are going to blow your socks off with their technology. We've got Aaron Reinhardt, who is the CTO and co-founder at Verica, and Casey Rosenthal, who's the CEO and co-founder at Verica, and Tony De La Fuente, who is the lead at Prowler Pro, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you're in Spain.
I'm based in Spain, yep.
And these guys are in Austin, right?
Yeah.
I'm DC.
You're DC.
Yeah.
You're Austin.
I'm on the coast of Maine.
Maine.
Yeah, sorry. We're a remote
You're
first
an Austin company.
So, yeah.
Okay, now you've completely confused me. But thank you guys for all converging on San Francisco and having the conversation with me. It's so great to see you all. And I'm so excited to be really seeing everybody in person. I hope you guys are also. So.
Oh, yeah.
And so are we kicking this off by singing happy birthday to
No,
you?
please don't.
No,
I already said no happy birthday.
Okay. All right.
So,
You don't want to hear me
no.
sing.
So let's get caught up. I mean, Verica's been around for a couple of years now. Definitely a company to watch when it launched, and you guys have been doing some really exciting things, but maybe not everybody knows about Verica. So who wants to give us an update on what you guys are, what you're doing?
Sure, we're a continuous verification company, so that's part of the evolution that we see in DevOps from CI to CD to now CV.
Yeah.
So deliver features fast, get those in front of customers quickly, and CV is don't break things while you're moving quickly. We've had a bunch of success over the past couple years, culminating in a pretty large deal with Dish Wireless that we're allowed to talk about, fortunately, thanks to them. Dish expects to be the largest customer on AWS by the end of the year, launching the 4th wireless carrier, cellular wireless carrier in the US.
Wow.
And they chose Verica as their continuous verification solution. So we're pretty stoked about that. So we've got a module that verifies Kubernetes and a module that focuses on Kafka. And those are key parts of Dish's tech stack. And we've brought on a 3rd module, an AWS security module in the form of Prowler, an open source tool written by this guy here. So do you want to tell them about Prowler?
Yeah, sure. So when we met 2 years ago, probably, more or less, and I was writing Prowler. Prowler is a tool for AWS security. And the main goal is that I wanted to make it very easy to run by not only by security practitioners, but also by developers. And to give you, it gives you insights very easy to know what you have to fix and what you have to keep going. So the idea behind Prowler Pro is to take the best of Prowler, but giving the customers all the facilities and all the experience for a company.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to take care of the installation, or a very easy installation. You have reports, you have alerts, and everything that it can be expected by an enterprise-grade product. So that is what we are doing with Prowler Pro.
Okay.
So one of the main components of Prowler Pro is Prowler. Mm-hmm. So we are, of course, supporting the open source version and evolving the open source version. We are releasing a new version soon with a lot of new changes that the community are expecting. So that is the good point. So we are taking advantage of everything that we are doing for the community and the community for us, and also building the product on top of that. On top of that.
Very cool, very cool. So how's the show for you guys so far? I mean, have you seen many, I hate the fact that I said 2 years ago at the last RSA, or maybe it was 3 years ago. No, it was 2 years. What's changed? I mean, COVID notwithstanding, how far has the technology progressed, and how much have you seen in the way of different approaches to technologies, or just advances in technologies? What's different for you guys?
You're looking at me for that answer? I guess I'm the nerd. We're all nerds, actually.
You have more RSA experience.
I have more RSA experience. Yeah. Okay, well,
I'm first-timer.
There's some new tech out there that's kind of exciting. Obviously, I think what we do is exciting. But there's a good practical engineering kind of solutions I've seen, kind of like the WireGuard protocol. Mm-hmm. That has driven a lot of like the zero trust, a real technology into that space. So it's exciting. But I think the pandemic was also particularly successful for a lot of startups in the tech space because they got to focus,
Yeah.
right? And less time flying around. So, no, I'm glad to be back here at RSA. I spend a lot of time at RSA. These guys know, just being with friends, right? Been seeing them all the time. So,
Yeah, I've one of the things that I've kind of come to realize is a lot of the technologies that were created right around the beginning of the pandemic to kind of help us get through the pandemic is here to stay, and we've got, we're now using technology that was developed for the pandemic, in the way of facial recognition. I mean, obviously that wasn't developed for the pandemic, but it really became widespread use during the pandemic. A lot of that stuff is sticking around, and I wonder if that kind of signals a new wave of security and security technologies that maybe before would have had kind of a slower role, if you will, in adoption. So is that something you guys are saying?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it'll. I think time will tell if that stuff sticks around or not. But what we're excited about, in particular, seeing here, are other software companies like us that have a developer-first, practitioner-first approach to their tooling.
Yeah.
That we can also kind of serve the executive layer and give them holistic pictures of security. But really, historically, I think security software has kind of trailed a bit in other infrastructure type software in terms of being practitioner-led.
Right.
And that's the change that we're starting to see that kind of gets me jazzed.
Yeah, well, I think that's actually a very, very good point because security, the entire mindset of security these days seems to have really evolved from, these point solutions, protecting the perimeter, to really understanding that security should come like right at the beginning of any application development process, infrastructure process. And it is very, very heartening to see that a lot of organizations are really taking that approach and making it from the developer perspective and the practitioner perspective, and you can see it in a lot of the technologies that we're seeing on the show floor now and up at the DevSecOps days. Do you think that that's a trend that's going to continue?
I think shift left is interesting, and it's important up to a point. But really, we've got to dissolve the wall between security and engineering completely, and that just means like continuous security verification, right? Like that, it's got to be part of the process, not just at the beginning, but throughout maintenance and operations, because that's where most of the incidents are going to happen, right? It's not the day the software is launched; it's going to be at some point while it's being operated. So getting in early, sure, great. But what's the story for that to continue throughout the life cycle of the application?
Yeah, there's also shift left, shift right. The post-deployed world. We build all these things, right? But do they actually work, right? We need to. That's what really kind of where we're coming from. Is need to continuously verify that, the things we built. We're not attacking them. We're not trying to pen test them. We're trying to verify what we built actually works the way we think it does. In our experience in kind of pioneering the chaos engineering space, Casey at Netflix, me at United Health Group, we saw that it's actually not the case most of the time. Our technologies almost never really work the way we built them.
So do you think that we keep hearing a lot about the software supply chain and the security issues that we've been seeing over the last couple of years? Do you think that that's going to change as these mindsets regarding shifting left and shifting right? Do you think that that's going to have an impact on the software, the supply chain of the software?
I don't know. I mean, that could go either way.
Right.
I mean, really, it depends. I mean, it depends on how much is built in house, how much is purchased externally, and this movement in the past maybe 5 years towards infrastructure, large-scale infrastructure being supported almost entirely by SaaS products. That has huge impact on software security provenance and data provenance and all of those things. So I think that's up in the air where value is even going to be delivered from, within your own VPC or via service from external partners.
Yeah, what is clear is that the attack surface now is bigger than before.
Yeah.
A lot of companies are moving to the cloud, and that is a reality. So actually we have seen also an increase of the usage of tools, security tools for the cloud, like Prowler. That is because all the companies are worried about that. So they need to see what is their attack surface, what are they exposing to the internet, not only through real things like a server exposed to the internet, but also through IAM, identity and access management, APIs, and all that stuff. So yeah, that is probably the more important point over the last 2 years. We have seen also, I don't know, but we have doubled the users of Prowler in the last 2 years because the companies are moving there and they need tools to fix their security issues and the exposure.
Yeah. It's the shift to the cloud. I mean, that dramatic shift to the cloud.
Yep.
The beginning of the pandemic certainly changed. I think it changed a lot of mindsets about security in general because all of a sudden it really was part of the conversation, and so the question has kind of become, who should be leading that conversation about security in an organization these days? Do you guys ever see? I mean,
developers.
Awesome! I love that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'm the more pure security person, I guess, like developers.
Well, the point.
So it's always been an engineering problem. It's always been a facet, security is not there by default. It must be manifested by human beings, right? Like we have to create it, and the human beings creating it are the engineers.
Great point.
Yeah.
Great
So
point.
before the cloud, we had engineers or network engineers to control the firewalls and all that stuff. Now, to control a firewall, you have to control an API. So yeah, it's kind of a mix, right, between network engineer with engineering or developing background. So yeah, we are shifting that way.
So I get what you guys are saying. It's engineers are really, they've got to be driving that conversation. Shouldn't it have always been that way though? Or has that just kind of become the way that it has to happen now?
You want to get philosophical for a
Yeah,
second?
well, I know.
So we inherited bureaucracy from the Industrial Revolution. So it's the way corporations are built is the people at the top make the decisions,
Sure.
and other people just do the work. So this is more like knowledge work, the way software engineering should be, right? The people doing the work should be making the decisions about how the work is done, because they have the most context about the problem that they're trying to solve. So yeah, people higher up in the hierarchy at organizations now should be getting advice from the people actually solving the problems.
We've always had kind of a separate security organization within the organization, a security department. Do you guys see that going away? Or do you think that we're always going to have the security guys?
I have an opinion on that. I was once asked this. It was I was the chief security architect at United Healthcare, but I was up on a stage and somebody asked this question. It was like a 3-minute pause. I was like, that's a really good question. Was the creation of the CISO role and the organization that followed on from that the right move, right? Like we need accountability for these security problems, right? We create a person and a role. That role, the people actually in the security organization, predominantly, not all the time, but can't actually do anything to affect the security. They tell an engineer, they run a scan, use a tool to get a result. They say, hey, engineer, you need to fix this. And the engineer says, no, it's already fixed. What do you mean? No, the tool says this, but the engineer says, no, that tool is not actually correct. Look at the code. And the security person can't actually read the code. But we're seeing that change though. Like what Casey said, like Tony said, we're practitioner. We're seeing more software competency come into the security space, which as a software engineer, you can go from idea to product on your own because you write the code, right? So you kind of can understand how the sausage is made, per se. So.
Right.
What I think about that is, in terms of security, so sometimes we build security tools or security solutions for security people, and that is totally wrong, in my opinion. So we have to build security for non-security people. So look at this event. This is a security event for security people. I think it makes no sense. I mean, I don't want to blame RSA, but what I mean is we have to build security by default stuff.
Yeah.
Not just, hey, let's do security stuff for security people because we are smart and we like to pretend smart. No, we have to pretend to make things secure out of the box. But I mean, it's probably that is to ask too much, but
But do you think that that is changing as well? I mean, when you think about all of the companies that are here now that are looking at security more from that practitioner perspective, we do have the DevSecOps days, and there are conversations happening about making security everybody's responsibility. So when you kind of change the mindset, obviously the technology changes along with it, and the approach to security changes. So, it's...
Well, yeah.
I understand what you're saying about RSA being a security conference for security professionals, but if we're all in charge of security, if it's everybody's responsibility?
Yeah, it should be, but also it should be, so the vendors and providers, they should provide more secure stuff.
Yeah.
So if you, for example, if your solution shouldn't be exposed to the internet, why you are exposing it to the internet out of the box?
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't be that way. So it's everybody's responsibility, of course, but there are some that have some more responsibility probably.
Yeah.
And the industry has to go that way, because the alternative is that governments are going to come in and regulate, and none of us want that. So
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you. That's good stuff.
And there's a level of candor too that really needs to happen. Is that we're not very good at this engineering thing. The world is not. We're pretty solid. No, but software's hard. Engineering, building things is hard, right? When you talk about the pandemic, brought on a new dependency, a renewed and stronger dependency on these technologies. But we're seeing more outages and more breaches than we've ever seen, and that stick's going up.
Yeah.
Right. Why is that? Like Tony talked about the speed, scale, and complexity. So what we really need to do as an industry, right, is level set, right? Software engineers are no better. The security engineers, we're both not very good at what we do. We need to work better together. Right? That's why I think the DevSecOps movement has really done a lot to bring those two parties to the table.
Certainly helps to raise awareness of what, how these teams should be working together. So definitely. So what's next for you guys?
Prowler Pro, we're going to double down on that and invest a lot of resources in making Prowler Pro not only financial success for Verica, but the community aspect for Prowler has pretty much been carried on Tony's shoulders up to this point. So we're going to help put some muscle into that to really expand the community and get some community support.
Yeah, actually currently we have 235 checks, and we want to expand the number of checks for AWS for up to 300 or more in the next months. So we are working on that. We are working also on fixes and in new features for Prowler and Prowler Pro, new dashboards for Prowler Pro. And also the next version is going to support other languages to create a new standard to create checks, and eventually more providers, more than AWS.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I wish you guys the best of luck. It's always a pleasure catching up with the folks from Verica, Casey and Aaron and Tony. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Great
and
show
happy
so
birthday.
far. Well, thank you. Thank you. All right, everybody. We have got lots more coming up here on Techstrong TV Live at RSA, so please do stick around. We'll be right back after these commercial messages. All right, welcome back to Techstrong TV live at RSA Conference. We are having so many great conversations today, and I have another one coming up. I'm sure you're going to get a lot out of this one. I have Taylor Smith, who is, I just got the updated title, Head of Product Marketing over at Palo Alto Networks. Taylor, thank you so much for swinging by and saying hello.
Yeah, great to meet you. Great to say hi.
Excellent, excellent. So it's great to be back in person,
Absolutely.
Live in person. And Palo Alto Networks, you guys have had a lot going on over the last, I would say the last couple of years, but a couple things happening lately. That what have you guys got going on? Tell me about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I work with the Prisma Cloud team, which is our cloud native security protection group.
Right.
And we've had a couple launches recently. One big one around supply chain security. So for cloud native applications, we now have a nice visualization for all the different components that make up your cloud native applications.
Okay.
From the infrastructure as code to the package dependencies, and it's all visualized and laid out along with the actual posture of your repos. And so we're now looking at securing the repos themselves as well as your CI/CD pipelines, looking for code injections and potential things like that.
I would imagine that's very well received in the market right now, especially given all of the news headlines that we've heard about software supply chain security and just the so many things that have been happening with the software supply chain that it's really kind of. I'm actually really surprised at how many incidents have been kind of attributed back to the supply chain security. So certainly the right time to have this technology. So what are you hearing in the marketplace with respect to software supply chain security? I mean, like I said before, we keep getting the headlines, but it doesn't really seem like there's a lot happening in the space with regards to actually mitigating this issue. So, where's the disconnect these days?
Yeah, sure. So we're starting to see a lot more demand for that. So I think the whole Log4Shell thing that came out, that was a really good impetus to really accelerate this. And also there were attacks like CodeCov and SolarWinds. And these attacks have forced, even the White House has come out with a mandate for making sure you have secure software supply chains. And so a lot of this is making people realize, yes, securing the components at both at build and runtime is important, but also all the pieces in between need to be secure, and having the right inputs that are fully secure before they become deployed at all, that's as critical as securing the runtime environment, making sure everything is secure and the posture is good up front.
You mentioned the White House and the executive order, and we've been hearing things over the years from the government saying want to be tougher on cybercrime and making sure our nation's infrastructure is protected. Do you think that there's enough actually being done, though, but from both a public and a private sector perspective to really do say not only say what you do and do what you say, and because I feel like we hear a lot about it, but we don't actually see sometimes what should be going on.
Yeah, it's a good point. So when we talk to customers, oftentimes what we hear is we just need visibility right now. We're not ready yet to start implementing the security of this. We really just need to know what assets we have and what posture they have so we can start to tackle them and get our hands around them. And I think, public sector, private sector, it's all the same. They're all kind of going through this step towards this, and software supply chain's the same thing. Analysts are saying that close to 50% of companies out there will experience a software supply chain attack. And part of that is just because they're not there. A lot of the tools, it's kind of like the cloud. The cloud providers provide a lot of the tools to secure your environment for you. It's all about using them and leveraging them. And a lot of people aren't. So they're not using the tools that are there and available for them to secure the environments they have. That's true of our supply chains as well. So our repos and everything. There's a lot of supply chain security you can implement just by turning on knobs.
Huh.
People are just not turning them on.
Is it because they don't know about it, or is it because they're too busy, or what's the reason why they're not utilizing these technologies?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think it comes down to the second, more they're too busy. You look at the priorities, especially the security organizations out there. They're understaffed. Some estimates say 1 million people, shortage. It's really hard for them. And then getting their hands around runtime security has really been the approach that a lot of them have taken. And that's the starting point. But then they don't realize that securing this earlier on would resolve a lot of the issues they have in runtime, more of them than if they started with runtime. And so, it's one of those games of whack-a-mole. They just keep going at it over here and finding things and trying to resolve things over here, and they haven't really shifted left and started securing the left side. They haven't taken the time to ensure the posture of their supply chain. I think that's the issue.
I think a couple of years ago, I probably would have said hubris plays a big role in it also, but I don't think that's the case anymore.
I don't think so.
I think we've gotten to the point where everybody recognizes that it's just a matter of time before their organization is going to get disrupted by a cyber attack in some way, shape, or form, whether it's software supply chain attack or ransomware or something else. But I wonder if there still is kind of this attitude, if you will, especially with smaller organizations, that I'm really not that important. Why would anybody want to try and ransomware me? But I mean, do you think that attitude is still prevalent, or do you think it's starting to change also, especially with the like I said, the smaller companies that really, like the flower shop down the street?
Sure. Yeah, it's a good question. So I think the mindset shift I've seen is that you're absolutely right. There's more recognition that, hey, I know I have issues. It's just everyone. It goes back to that old saying of, I need to push new feature and I need to worry about that. I need to get everything done. That's my priority number one. I'll worry about security later.
Yeah.
And so to get these people, especially the flower shop, they just want to continue to innovate on making sure their website's up, making sure they can transact, making sure that they can run their day-to-day shop. But really what they don't realize is because a security event may happen only once, but it's such a big event, a black swan event, that it could really impact them forever. There's a level of they underestimate the impact that'll have, because it's not a day-to-day in their face. Like, you have a security breach today, you have a security breach today.
Sure. And they also don't have a security person or an engineer behind them saying, hey, you probably want to lock that down a little bit more. Yeah. So it's not top of mind for them. So. Yeah, so I feel like we, as an industry, really need to start kind of banging the drum a little bit more about the fact that security. We do talk about it a lot. Security is everybody's responsibility, but when we're talking about like the flower shop, and everybody, we're in such a connected world that the flower shop, something happening there could actually impact a very large, say, utility company or something, because it's kind of that 6 degrees of separation idea where everybody's kind of connected and it, can kind of flow through and impact. So do you think that there's an understanding with kind of the everyday, the smaller guys, if you will, that don't really consider security as on a day-to-day basis? Do you think that they recognize that, they understand it, or do you think that we need to kind of up the education of what security really is?
Yeah, it's I think there is definitely a need for the everyday person who, especially during the pandemic, they jumped online as fast as they could and they didn't realize all the implications that it could have.
Yeah.
There's definitely a need for educating everyone. And, Andy Jassy has that famous saying where he said, security is everybody's job, security is job zero. And that mindset really doesn't need to be at the Amazon scale. It should be everywhere. But it's kind of our job as security practitioners and vendors and even consultants to these people to make it as easy and intuitive as possible. So it's much less friction, because today you need to know security. You need to be smart on security to do this. That's not the flower shop's job day to day.
Yeah. But I feel like there's got to be some sort of security element for every business, every person, and it shouldn't be, just like, like AV.
Yeah.
we are so beyond AV these days. We need to as like I said, as an industry, I think we need to equip everybody with a better quality of security, and a lot of that does come from educating them exactly what they need to do and how they need to protect themselves so that they can protect that major utility or whatever other organization they may be connected with. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see, so.
Well, and another one that we see that's very related to that, the flower shop and the utility example, is the small person who's just spun up that open source project, and that open source project's used by a bigger open source project that's used by a bigger open source project. Right. And that chaining of dependencies, you don't realize that the vulnerability might be 3 chains down or 5 chains down, and the impact of them just saying, this isn't my day job. I don't know, I'm not paid to do this open source project, I'm done. And we've even seen it as bad as them handing over the keys to that open source project to a bad actor and selling it. And then it gets poisoned here and it impacts all the way up and all the projects that depend on 5 links up the chain. And that is another issue that we're dealing with now, is really how do you make sure that you have any vulnerability found is throughout the entire dependency chain, and making sure you're secure even if there's a vulnerability found 5 levels deep.
So prevention, we kind of need to change our mindset, right? So we're not being so reactive when it comes to security. So what is Palo Alto Networks doing to kind of help kind of change that mindset from being reactive to proactive?
Yeah. So a lot of what we're talking about is getting into what we were talking about. This relates heavily to the supply chain, making sure the inputs you have into your applications are secure before they're ever deployed into production. Really making sure you have all the prevention in place once you are in production. So you have that threat detection in place, which is great, but that's a really retrospective look. You've already been popped at that point. So it's really making sure you have the controls in place to block an incoming attack, making sure that web traffic is filtered, making sure your vulnerabilities are pre-secured, they're patched ahead of time. And doing that, the best way to do that is throughout the entire development lifecycle. So if you're waiting for production to patch your container images, you're waiting too long.
Right.
And then also, if you're leaving that container open to just, L3 protections, you're not securing the traffic coming in, the L7 layer traffic. You don't have the protections in place that would be more proactive than rather than reactive to a security incident.
Okay. All right. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Taylor, thank you so much for having the conversation with me, for stopping by. It's a great show. I'm sure you guys are having a good time, and
definitely
the energy is certainly ramping up, and I think we're going to see that throughout the rest of the week. So today's the first official day, so it's always great to have the conversations and just I feed off that energy.
Glad to be back in person.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks again for stopping by.
Thank you.
All right, we have lots more conversations coming up here on Techstrong TV live at RSA Conference, so please do stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to Techstrong TV Live at RSA Conference here in San Francisco. So very excited to be back in person, and we are filling up this hall, and there's a lot of people here, and I'm having so many great conversations. And with me now is Nikhil Gupta, who is the CEO and co-founder over at Armor Code. Nikhil, thank you so much for joining me today. I do appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right. So we actually just talked not too long ago about an event that we hosted for you guys, a virtual event called AppSecCon. What a great event that was. You guys brought together some of the best folks in the application security space for the event, and by all points it was a success. So lots of great conversations happening there. But I want to kind of hear from you what you guys are seeing in the application security space. But before we do that, I don't know if you want to let us know all about Armor Code for those people who might not be familiar with you.
Sure. So for those who doesn't know Armor Code is building the AppSecOps platform of choice. While application development has transformed a lot from monolithic to microservices, waterfall to agile, and plethora of use of open source, application security has been painful and not scalable. So, for every application, you need at least over a dozen tools, SCS, ASP, like whole bunch of the tools, and you generate a lot of false positive. Number two, these tools outputs are not talking to each other. You put it into Excel sheets, so you're living in Excel hell. And we have like application security, operations, and engineering team. These are three opposite organizations with oppositely aligned interest. And last but not the least, there's one AppSec engineer to 100 developers, so that makes it even more difficult. So basically, Armor Code AppSecOps platform provides four things. One is the application security posture management. It gives you a complete 360-degree view of your applications, your security posture and all. Second thing is the universal vulnerability management, because you don't need a vulnerability management and a DevSecOps platform. So while you are getting information for our AppSecs, you can also get it from the infrastructure and you can prioritize them. Third thing is the DevSecOps automation and orchestration, because everybody wants to do it. When you're releasing once a day or several times a day, you need automation. And last but not the least, when the software is changing so fast, you need to have continuous compliance. So Armor Code AppSecOps platform gives a complete solution for all these needs.
That's great. So do you guys have any announcements here at the show?
Absolutely. So we actually very recently did, and I'll briefly talk about the AppSecCon conference.
Sure.
And thanks for helping us with that. That was the world's largest digital application security conference. In the very first conference, we have more than 2,200 registrations. And for those who arranges these registrations, how difficult it is to attract people, and we got a 4.7 out of 5 rating. And we had some very good key speakers like Phil Venables, Bashar, and a lot of those people showed up. And in fact, we were offering CPE credits, so a lot of people benefited from that.
Oh, great.
So that conference was great. At the same time, we also announced our application security survey, State of AppSec survey results. And the number one challenge why application security is not being done is because of the challenge of hiring people. And so as a result, we are constantly listening to our customers and the industries. So number one announcement is a no-code automation. So for instance, like SolarWinds happened in December 2020. So Log4j happened in December 2021. And it's a matter of time, and people are expecting what will come next. It's not if, it's what will come in 2022. So you need to automate that. So AppSecOps platform, we have no-code automation. You can entire runbook to simplify that operations. Number two, here we have customers have been complaining there's a lots of data, but there's no visibility. So we are announcing that we have touched 110 plus integrations. So those of you who don't know, like normal companies will take 2 or 3 integrations in like a quarter or so. We have done 110 plus integrations. So not only we are covering application security tools integrations, cloud security, posture management configurations, and container configurations. And then the third thing, which is very painful for the customers, is there's a friction between the developer and the security people. And as a result, we have launched a knowledge-based product, basically, which is a key capabilities where the developers don't have to go and search about it on the internet and get some spurious codes over there. They can leverage from what their past predecessors have done. So these are the 3 key announcements, and we are super excited about that.
Yeah, wow, that's really beneficial on so many levels. What you guys are adding to the platform, and especially with visibility is a huge issue these days. So the fact that you guys are addressing that as well is very, very, very cool, I think. So so let's talk a little bit about this AppSecCon event. As part of that, you guys introduced us to the Purple Book community. So tell me a little bit about Purple Book and what it aims to do.
Yeah, so Purple Book community is a security of the security people by the security people. So a couple of years ago when I was starting Armor Code, one thing which I realized that application security, product security or software security, it's bigger than any individual company, right? So it's bigger than Armor Code and all, and it needs a community to solve this problem. It's not an individual problem. So we brought a bunch of security leaders like Sean and others who are from various Fortune 50, Fortune 500 companies, and it's like an area where people come in, they talk twice a month, and in fact, we are launching 10 new chapters of Purple Book community.
Really?
So
Wow.
so exactly. So we started with the local Bay Area chapter, and in fact, we are kind of going to go international. We are looking to open in India, Australia, New Zealand, Europe, Middle East. So that you can see that how much excitement is there and how much value people are deriving. So it was started as a community of just 30 people. We launched the book, Purple Book, which actually just got released also at AppSecCon. And so it's an open source book. People can go and learn the contents and everything else. So first things first is people need to educate themselves, and application security is so new that you cannot go to a university and kind of learn it over there.
Right.
So the best people are to teach are also the security leaders. So that's where the few of us got together and we are sharing that content. And that's what people are really liking it. Part of that offshoot was an application security conference, AppSecCon, because people realized that, hey, there is no, like, of course we have a RSA, but it's RSA for security for everything, but there was no focus conference, if you will, for application security. So that is what we kind of got together with that. And so in Purple Book, again, so it's now become a movement because we have thousands of people up showing for the AppSecCon. And now we are getting inbound from all over the world, literally all over the world. People we want to bring this community to our local thing so that other people can benefit.
That's great. That's great. Love to hear groundswell opportunities like that, and just raising the collective profile of application security is certainly something that the Purple Book community is very much doing. And I expect great things from the Purple Book community moving forward. And Armor Code as kind of the steward of that, you guys are doing great things as well. Great news on the new features that you guys have announced here at RSA. So many good things happening with you. So what's next for Armor Code?
So Armor Code, we had a big vision when we started. We have a solid-based platform as we speak. And now the platform is ready and we are just constantly listening to customers are adding. We had a phenomenal year of sales. So we had our first year of sales end of March. And we kind of quote unquote, we are here to set records. We set a record, we create a very good revenue over there. We signed one Big Four as a customer who's offering MSSP services on top of our platform. And now it's just growth, right? So all I say is build and sell, if you will, when it comes to the company, right? Build the product and sell the product, and of course, give back through the community.
Great. Well, Nikhil, thank you so much for stopping by, telling us what's going on with Armor Code, and it's great to see you in person, live and in person.
Absolutely. I'm so glad, and thanks for having me again.
Great. Yes, absolutely. All right.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we've got lots more Techstrong TV interviews coming on up here at RSA Conference live in San Francisco. So please do stay tuned. We'll be right back after these commercial messages. Hey, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Techstrong Women. I am Charlene O'Hanlon, a host, along with Tracy Bannon, who is my co-host. And in every episode of Techstrong Women, we have some amazing guests who help us collectively elevate the conversation around gender equity and parity by celebrating the successes of these wonderful people in IT. So today we have two very, very exceptional guests. The first one is Kristen Gary, who's a product manager over at Ignite Group. And then we have Hannah Feldman Hunt, who is the Chief Product and Innovation Officer over at Army Software Factory. I do want to point out that two of the reasons why we are having Hannah and Kristen on today's show is it is Women's History Month, and we've got to do that. I mean, we've got to really double
down
this. And that's exactly. And then also Hannah and Kristen represent a younger generation of IT leaders. And there are, when we're talking about diversity and equity, it's well beyond gender diversity and equity. It also is generational. So we are very, very excited about having this conversation that we're going to have with Kristen and Hannah. Tracy, I want to turn it over to you. If you have a couple intro words you want to say, and then we'll just get the conversation going.
Sure, you bet. So, hey, everybody, it's Trace Bannon. I always like to ride side saddle with Charlene for our recordings with everyone. And it is all about diversity. It is all about lifting up real technologists and making sure that we're highlighting amazing things that are happening with amazing people. So I had the luxury of meeting Hannah and working with her and being introduced to Kristen, and realized that generational aspect, there are probably some good things for us to learn. So I'm going to start with Kristen. I think Hannah may have a tech problem that's going to cause her a quick reboot and she'll be back. But I'm going to start with Kristen and say, hey, we know that you're a product owner with Appian. Talk a little bit, or with focusing on Appian with Ignite. Talk a little bit about, what you're doing with low code, no code, and some of the challenges you're facing.
Yeah. So I didn't come from a traditional computer science background. So low code was super appealing to me. So I got started on Appian a while ago and I really liked it. And it's been kind of the gateway to learn a lot of other stuff, since I can kind of set up connections and learn tools kind of gradually as we connect them into Appian. But it allows for really quick projects, which I'm super into. I like fast moving things. We're able to put something in front of people really quickly, which is I really like that. And we can get people working with us. It's a lot easier to get them giving good feedback and being more collaborative when we can get something into action sooner and put it in front of them and get some real pointed feedback. So far, I really like it. That's kind of how I got into it. I see myself sticking here. I like the low code. I like the automation. And even being here a few years, I feel like there's still so much that I can kind of do with it and learn. So I don't feel like it's limiting by any means. So I really like the low code area of things.
It's really a growth area across, whether it's commercial or the government, where I tend to hang my hat a lot. But I'm finding that in some places there's a little bit of tissue rejection. Like there'll be some parts where of the organization say, "Oh, we need this right now. We need it. Almost. Here's my credit card. Shadow IT. I'm going with it." And there are other parts, especially the more traditional parts of IT, that say, "Wait a minute. We don't need another tool. We don't need another thing like this. Whoa back, stop. I don't want you here." What are you seeing, first of all, and how are you addressing that? I'd love to know.
Yeah, so we're definitely seeing both of those things. I think on the front of people having more pushback about why do we have to use another tool, I think a lot of times like a short timeline almost translates a little bit to lower quality, which isn't the case, or maybe a point solution, which also isn't necessarily the case. So I think education on that side of things is most important for us. Again, if we can get something in front of them quickly to actually even just explain the power of low code before we're even into the solution discussions, it's really helpful on that front. And then on the other side of things, we definitely have folks who are kind of like, oh, low code, that means you can build it in 2 days. So there's the other side of the spectrum where we're like trying to level set without constantly managing expectations and keeping people excited and hopeful and like trusting of these low code platforms, but still trying to make sure things are quality and they're done safe and they're done in like a stable, methodical way.
And there's got to be some sort of, I'm sorry, Tracy.
No, go ahead.
Dive right in. But, that one thing that we have heard a lot about low code and no code is you actually don't divorce yourself from the developers when you are working with low code and no code. It is as much about involving them in the process. You're just basically taking away some of the I don't want to call it scut work, but some of the more general, parts of the development, right?
All right. You're abstracting away the things that can be repeated. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, thank you for putting
allowing
it
there to be a
DevOps
little bit
terms.
more security that's built in underneath and some more purpose-built aspects to it. And Kristen brings up a really good point that just because it's slow, it's faster, doesn't mean it's less quality. It means it's different. And there's still an SDLC. So yes, we can do it quickly, but we still have to vet it in order to get it out into wherever we're going to be hosting this or making it available from our productions, So yeah, those are great messages, Kristen, really great messages. And Hannah, I see everything. Oh, your tech is back up and online. Right. As another amazing, incredible woman who's working in technology, you are someone that I interact with from a business perspective with some of our work with the Army. And I would love for you to talk about the work that you're doing with Create and the software factories.
Yeah, absolutely. So similar to Kristen, I don't have a traditional tech background. I actually wanted to be a diplomat. My degrees are in international affairs with a focus on global governance and like international diplomacy. So very different pivot into where I am in the tech sector now. And it really just came from like a desire to learn and like better understand how the government works and what we can do to make it more efficient. I always wanted to work in the government. Like that was something that I was really passionate about, but then finding this like space to actually build software has been really, really cool. And so I kind of fell into this role very interestingly. I was an Air Force civilian in an acquisition organization and serving in that program manager type of capacity, got really interested in how we're building software. And so when I was looking to transition to a different role, the Army Software Factory came up. I got connected with somebody, and I was employee number 3, kind of at the ground level. And I really enjoy what I do. In my role, I'm the chief of product, so I oversee all of our application teams. What's really cool about the Software Factory is that we are a soldier-led development shop. So all of our teams have soldiers from across the Army that are building and delivering capabilities for the force. And at the same time of that, I also, in conjunction with the Army CIO, co-lead the Army's DevSecOps environment that's known as Create, which is basically the platform layer that sits atop our cloud environment. And so being able to have that full spectrum of capability, the DevSec and Ops in one organization is really like how software should be built. And it's super cool to be a part of that and be able to see soldiers across all facets of the organization be able to learn and better understand how to build software, utilizing modern technologies and approaches and processes, and then actually deliver capabilities. So I'm kind of like, it's just really wonderful to see. We started out with 10 people. Our organization has expanded to about 150 people. And so just in the past year and a half. So it's been pretty cool.
That's amazing. I'm thrilled to hear, because you think about the government sometimes, and certainly no offense, but the government has a reputation of not being the most efficient and responsive and agile. So hearing that you have 150 folks in your organization, soldiers and I guess civilians as well, but who are actually making DevSecOps work effectively, that to me is an amazing story. It's really, really heartening to hear. So congratulations on that. That is some great stuff there.
I want to ask a question of Hannah, though, that ties it into what Kristen was talking about. Transformation is tough. I always use lowercase t. Helping people to build new muscle memory. It's tough, right? It doesn't matter if you've practiced it a certain way, even if it's only been practiced that way for a year. Doing something new is a little bit tough. Hannah, when you are working to onboard a new program, a new product, what are some of the challenges that you're running into with people either believing or disbelieving in what you're selling?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's super funny to kind of see it. A lot of organizations are very excited that we have soldiers building software. It took actually the first batch of our first cohort, the concept was very foreign to them. And they're like, oh, I can't trust soldiers to build software. Obviously, I need to outsource it to a contractor. And there are times and places for that, especially big weapon systems that have a lot of complexity to them. But for what we're building, soldiers have the most context because they've been doing this job their entire career. And so we often don't see nowadays see a lot of skepticism about soldier-led software development. We often see more skepticism about like cloud native software development and DevSecOps because it's not manual anymore. It's not something that I can go and do a checkbox and say, yes, you did all the things. It's much more automated and like ephemeral, and like things are changing constantly in an environment. You're never just at a steady, like there's no state where you could just take a snapshot and say that's the way it is. You're constantly building and tearing down VMs and pods and like whatever the case may be. So it's a very uncomfortable experience in the Army to move to this like DevSecOps model. And that's typically where I spend most of my time. Soldiers building software is no longer like, bad juju. People are seeing the results and seeing the software we're building.
I think they're still nervous, but no bad juju. I like that. I like that term. Hey, I want to pivot just a little bit because you said something and I wrote it down. Yes, on my handy index card, that one of the types of things that you studied as an undergrad was international diplomacy and the governance aspect. Got to tell you, that actually seems like the best career for you. I'd really like to hear both of you. Hannah, first, if you could talk just a little bit about that. And then Kristen, I want to hear about your non-traditional education, how you got where you are from that. So Hannah?
Yeah, it's actually really funny. So my master's thesis was around like global terror, like Islamic terrorism and like cross-cultural communications. Wow. And like sometimes it really feels like that with the department.
Do we need to beep that out at all? Is that we can leave that in there? Okay.
Yeah, this is Hannah's personal view on the matter. Okay. But it is. It's like there's adversarial relationships and how do you build across like understanding the other person's culture, and in the DoD sense, it's like traditional legacy with like modern capabilities. And how do you like come that together and be empathetic and understanding, but also realizing like we need to change those things. And so I actually was joking with a coworker recently. She's like, yeah, like actually your degree was really beneficial to what you're doing currently, even if it wasn't actually building software. And I actually think, the more and more I think about it, I think it's true. I'm a big fan of the book Range, which talks about having a broader depth or length of like capabilities versus being specialized in one particular area and having it make you more successful as a person and in your career. And I think that's like spot on for me, especially with like my non-traditional background.
Yeah. So, Krista, I'm going to turn this over to you. You talked about having an interesting career path. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah. So I started studying engineering science and mechanics, and it's not a super common major. So what that is, it's kind of the underlying mechanics of all engineering. So I learned about the mechanics between chemical bonds, but also mechanics in a bridge. So it's kind of all over the place. It's very kind of rudimentary across the board. I didn't know what I wanted to do, so it was a really great place for me to kind of start. And then along with that, I was really into biomedical engineering. So I did that too. They didn't have a major at Tech where I went to school, so that kind of went in as a minor. But it worked really well because it's a lot of just kind of systems engineering and figuring out how a lot of different parts are kind of working together. So my goal early on was to make prosthetics. I think that's still just the most interesting thing ever. But the classic engineering route, I think like kind of right out of school, my options were a little bit slower pace of building, of developing whatever it was going to be. And so I started looking into technology, and I loved just the software aspect of it and the creativity aspect of it. I like the user interface aspects of things. And so that's a piece that I really didn't get to stretch much in the mechanical engineering realm of things. So that was probably my biggest push coming in, but it's kind of shifted now that I'm more appreciative of the types of teams I get to work on and kind of the speed of projects. So that's kind of how I got into it. Maybe at some point I still make it over to prosthetics. I think I'm gaining a lot of kind of good user perspective type of conversation facilitating things that would be really helpful to build a great prosthetic for somebody. But anyway, that's how I ended up here. And I came in actually wanting to just do graphic design. And I was really lucky that my bosses were kind of like, let's try something a little bit deeper than that. So they sent me to training. And I've just really liked Appian ever since. And that's where I've been.
That's great.
So a chunk there that might be relevant to Hannah and the rest of the group. So between college and the tech transfer or transfer to tech, I worked in chemical demilitarization, where we were destroying old chemical warfare, which super interesting, but it was more so kind of at an operations stage. So not a lot of innovation and kind of new ideas, things like that. So that's why I ended up looking elsewhere and getting into tech.
But you did get to experience then, I call it the command and control structure. Like it's very, in some parts of the military, and Hannah is doing a great job busting this down, very flat organization. There's a lot of hierarchy and there's a lot of yes sirs and yes ma'ams up and down the chain. And that it's different the first time you experience it. So
yeah, well, being a military brat, I can tell you that's certainly.
That.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
I did not.
I went. Yeah, I could tell you stories, but I won't. Not in this. Not in this episode. Maybe another one. We'll talk about the military, Techstrong women. But one thing that really does, kind of perk my ears up when I'm hearing both of your educational background and how you got into the spaces. Hannah, yours is perfect for, your international relations. You're very diplomatic, so you're a great communicator. I keep thinking of the term, we don't negotiate with terrorists. Perfect. That's perfect for what you're doing. And then Kristen, you are more engineering in your focus and your base. So going into something like the development with Appian has been, I imagine that's been kind of I won't say it's been an easy transition for you, but it seems to be a very natural place for you to be. And I think what it underscores is the fact that we tend to move into that particular road, but we find our place, we find our niche, and whether it is in low code development or in the whole any place in the military that has some sort of a communication component, I can see Hannah actually working in any of those realms. But because Tracy, you've got kind of a non-traditional background also. So, and now you're doing DevSecOps. And so I have a journalism background. So here I am doing this, but I never really did anything around tech with the exception of reporting on it. And so, this has become kind of the natural niche for me. But I wondered, did you guys ever really think that when you started down the path that you did, that this is where you would be today?
No, I was trying to go as far away from computer science, I think, when I graduated school as I could. I think I got unlucky with some professors and I didn't see really the possibilities of just kind of getting into computer science. So that was more so on my own. I feel like though, as I am here and even I've been here for a few years, just in the tech realm, that there is still people do really like to talk about whether you came from tech or whether you didn't come from tech. And I feel like that is frustrating because it's like, when does that end? When does that 4-year credential kind of end for everybody? And we're back on a similar playing field. So I kind of came from tech, so it's stayed in the same realm, but there is still a distinction to some folks of like that transition there.
I call that educational diversity. And I've run into that even still. Like, your undergrad was what? And I think you guys know that I just recently finished my master's in software engineering, although I've been creating software for a couple of decades. I won't cite the number of decades, but probably old enough to be your mama. And I run into that. It's amazing that we are trying to stovepipe folks based on education. Now, there's absolutely an amazing reason to have folks with different four-year degrees in the research areas and in these advanced areas. But every developer doesn't need a four-year degree in comp sci, trust me. And Hannah, this is someplace where you've spent a lot of time in helping, to change the lexicon, change this for folks. You want to talk a little bit about kind of any hurdles you've run into in talking about education or the skill sets that people need?
Yeah, that's a great question. Something I'm super passionate about too. You're right. Like, especially the way that government hiring is structured for civilians, you typically have to have a degree to be considered an engineer. They call it a positive degree in whatever engineering discipline it is. Even if you are a software engineer and you've been one for 10, 15 years, you still can't call yourself an engineer. So on paper, I am a IT specialist. That is my occupational series because I don't have a degree in engineering. I have liberal arts degree, and it's something that's been very frustrating for me, on the civilian side. But on the military side, it's been kind of fascinating to see, especially the diverse set of soldiers that we have in our organization from an MOS perspective, or what their job series are. We have medics that are platform engineers. We have maintenance technicians that are software developers. And then you have the traditional kind of roles like the signal officers or the cyber officers that do have a background in software development. But more often than not, we're getting a large swath of the population that don't have any formal background, formal career in software development, yet did it as a side gig, or were really passionate about it and learned how to build software themselves. And it really goes to show that it doesn't matter what your educational qualifications are, or your credentials, or your certifications. Anybody can do this. There's still a strong impetus within the department that if you don't have your Sec Plus or your Linux Plus, you're not allowed to touch particular systems. And I think it's just old school thinking. There's a level of education we provide up front as part of the software factory. It's about 6 months of we call it technology accelerator, where they are getting a level of practical proficiency in software development, product management, platform engineering, and UX design. And that is it's almost like a general assembly type of course. So they're learning, and then they can go and implement that by building software. It's not like these soldiers aren't vetted already. All of them have clearances. They're obviously in the Army. So it's something I'm very passionate about, is that as we continue to transform who can build software in the department, that we're more inclusive to that, not just people who have the positive degree in whatever engineering discipline.
So do you think that your background has also kind of helped you along in making the argument, if you will, to maybe other organizations or other departments that might not really see the value in having such a diverse group of folks actually doing the work?
I would hope so. I don't know necessarily, but I think having a non-traditional background and being able to demonstrate a level of expertise in software development. Obviously, I'm not a coder, but I guess from a business perspective, kind of understanding what's valuable and what's not, and really being actively engaged in our DevSecOps environment in particular. I think demonstrates a level of credibility that you don't need to have a degree necessarily. There's so much that's available on the internet, to get upskilled. And then I'm surrounded by really smart people that help me become better every day. So you're never if there are people in an organization that assume they have all the talent they need, that organization is going to fail. And so I'm always looking for people who are smarter than me, that can help explain things to me. And I can then in turn, help make better business decisions for the organization, or better user decisions for the organization. And that's something that I really care about, because again, I'm not, strongly technical. I can't code, but I can certainly talk the talk and understand the environments and try to do better.
I'm going to say that Kristen would probably tell you that, Hannah, you can code. I can show you how. Come on over to my world.
Come to the dark side. No,
come to the low code side. We'll be doing some amazing things over there.
Well, Kristen, I would like to kind of find out, you did mention the education aspect and the fact that you don't have a technical background per se, or an engineer background. So there is that maybe inherent bias that you've come up against within the organization as to, what your level of expertise or what your level of proficiency will be based on your background. Do you think that that's a pervasive thing? Or, is that something that, we're seeing? Well, it's something that I've seen in the past. People just automatically write you off if you don't have the right degree or whatever. But, are there other challenges that you guys have, Kristen, we'll start with you, but you guys have come across in your job as kind of a non-traditional, not linear, if you will, somebody who's come up in a way that's, not kind of ticking all the boxes, if you will. And even with respect to, your age, or, you're working with your, in different cultures that maybe you hadn't in the past, what I'm interested in finding out what you guys have, challenges that you guys have come up against in your, as you've risen through the ranks in your career.
Yeah.
Kristen, why don't we start with you? Yeah.
Sure. So I think, even I did even come from a technical background, and I still get questioned all the time because it's not computer science. People are very specific about computer science versus the rest of the world. So that's frustrating. It's definitely kind of still something I deal with. It's mostly something I deal with peers. It's not usually something and maybe I've got great managers and bosses who aren't going to question that stuff, but generally it is more, I know just over the years, even not like recently, just since I've been in kind of engineering and tech. And then Hannah hit on a good point that was kind of like made me think of some things about that. You've got a great community that you can kind of go to them, they're smart, and you can rely on them. That's the area where I feel like this distinction between CS and tech plays the biggest role, because I'll try to have these conversations that are very transparent, and I've got my whole guard down, because as long as I've been around, that's like the best way I can gain some credibility, is just being transparent. And I've kind of been eaten up the past few years because maybe they assume since I'm not CS, it's not a good question, or I haven't done my homework there, but I don't always feel that like I can be so transparent and let my guard down and like really try to dig in and start learning from my peers, because there is that like silly distinction between the two that creates like more barriers than I think it should.
So my question to you is, so how have you been dealing with that then? Because you're not the only one, and there are others who can learn from you. How do you deal with that kind of ism or that kind of bias, educational or not? How do you navigate that? Because you want to be able to just go and have the conversation. You want to be able to go and say, hey, I opened this up. I was taking a look at this. I haven't worked with this particular XYZ. What do you think, Joe? What do you think, Mary? What do you think, Rajiv? Tell me. How are you managing that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think early on, I kind of had to make a decision whether I was going to shape myself a little bit differently so I could come off a little bit more like assertive and somebody I might not truly be, or I could stick to my guns and kind of say, this is how I like to work. I like to make an environment that's productive for this kind of work. And I also saw that like other people were having the same issues. So I didn't really want to just bend myself so that I could like hold my own in these conversations and maybe be a little bit more, putting on a front that maybe I know more than I do so that I can be part of the conversation. And I didn't really want to do that. So I have just tried to gain trust. I just knew it would take a long time. And I've just determined that that's the that's how I've been successful in the past. And whether I'm going through a hiccup now or it's like getting some other folks on board, I've just decided that that's where I'm going to stay. And I definitely needed to have some help to tell me that like that was okay. And just because they're doing it and maybe their moves feel a little bit more powerful, it doesn't mean like I have to shift to them. So I think just generally trying to stick to the way that I want to lead and like be on a team has been
one word. Authentic. Thank you.
Yep. That is the word for Techstrong women. Authentic.
Yes,
it is. It drives everything. So what about you, Hannah? Have you experienced these issues as well? And how have you dealt with them?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more on what Kristen said. I certainly really empathize. I've had a ton of imposter syndrome moving into this role when I initially started because I didn't know anything, or it's not true, but I felt like I was really behind the curve on understanding how things should be and what we can do. And I had, again, a lot of coaching and mentoring and support, which is very helpful to see that I am competent. Like I don't need to think that I'm not. And I came from a culture that was very much not psychologically safe. So it was not, you couldn't ask questions, you couldn't show a level of vulnerability. And so here, what I've learned and what I've noticed is that if I'm vulnerable, if I'm asking questions, if I'm expressing like I'm struggling or I'm overwhelmed, as a leader, that then like opens up the ability for the organization to feel comfortable saying those things. Because if a leader's doing it, that means, okay, well, then I can mirror that behavior. And that can sometimes, not always be great when you're like maybe a little too vulnerable. But I tend to try to default to that way. I'm a very like honest person on how I'm doing, and it's served me well for the most part. I still think sometimes like a level of I could be have a little bit better level of maturity and realize some things I should say or some things I shouldn't say, or who do I say those to the right audiences? And I question myself all the time on like if I'm communicating effectively. But I also just like want to be to your point, like my authentic self, and like that's who I am as a person. I'm a pretty vulnerable person, and that seems to have worked out pretty well. And at the end of the day,
well, if nothing else, you can sleep better at night. I think if you live your life in the most authentic way possible, sometimes you're going to piss some people off, but other times you're going to make some people happy. So it's a balance. But one thing that has kind of cropped up in what both of you guys are saying is kind of finding your way and being able to do that and recognizing that that is the way that you want to go. Have either of you worked with mentors in the past, or is mentoring something that your organization offers? And is that something that you've ever even considered?
Yeah, so we have a built-in mentoring program. So we're all kind of paired up with somebody who's a little bit older who has gone through it recently. Mm-hmm. But I think probably my most mentorship comes from the day-to-day meetings that I have with people who are just a little bit more senior, who I'm working more closely with. We have a pretty small company, so I get to work really closely with our CTO, Jason, which is awesome. I get to learn a lot from him, and I get to work with our CEO, Armand, a lot. So it's very short path between our teams of developers and kind of our leaders, which has been really great for me.
Yeah, and I rely a lot on mentors and like coaching and pairing. I'm a big like pairing together and solving problems. I've had a few mentors throughout my career in the department, and I've cherished them a lot. And I'm not like a formal mentee right now. But when I was chief of staff at Castle before coming here, I was very much the belly button of like, oh, I'm struggling. Let me go talk to Hannah about it. And I really enjoyed that. And that's what chief of staff does in essence. So like, it felt good that was it. And I think I get that sometimes here too, which is really nice. But
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Techstrong TV Live at RSA Conference here in San Francisco. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I am thrilled to be back here at this show live and in person. I can tell from a lot of conversations I'm having that a lot of other people are thrilled to be back in person as well. I have a conversation coming up now with Lou Crocker, who is the Director of Customer Engineering, is that correct, over at Digital AI?
Sales engineering,
Sales
customer
engineering,
yep,
okay, all right.
pre-sales and that type of thing.
Excellent,
Yep, absolutely,
excellent.
yep.
Digital AI.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about your company.
So Digital AI actually is an amalgamation of 5 companies that was brought together about a little over 2 years ago, with the intent of really bringing to the market something known as value stream management, which is one of those acronyms that everybody talks about.
I know the value stream management.
Absolutely, and so we have agile planning, release and deploy, testing, and AI analytics, along with our security offering. The idea being really to overall answer the question to CEOs, CISOs, and all those people in the C-suite, what return is our investment bringing to us? It's been said, as I know you're aware, that every organization these days is a software company. Right. It doesn't matter what your actual business, what your actual value proposition is, every organization is a software company. So you are, whether you're a retail store, whether you're something in security, whether you're something in development, no matter what you are a software development company. So how do you respond to the needs of the market, the needs of your customers, with new features and functions, etc.? How do you measure that? How do you know if where you're placing your resources, that is to say, money and time and development resources, that type of thing, into delivering, like what you're delivering, what's the feedback? In essence, am I making more than I'm spending? Really, at the end of the day, that's the question that we're answering. Am I making more than I'm spending? And so the idea being that we brought together the agile planning aspect of it, which then flows into the release and deploy aspect of it. And then you have the testing, security, and then the analytics. The idea being to sort of create a symbiotic loop, if you will, for the development of software, the instrumentation of new features and functions. Of course, as you do that, as customer experience has become, I would say, more important than security. Over the years, a decade ago or 15 years ago, you had what I refer to as request response experiences in a browser. That is to say that each experience on a browser page was a single view of an application, and there was not a lot of logic that was resident, because this is pre-mobile devices, of course. There was not a lot of logic that was resident in those applications in the browser. Of course, the problem is that was a very flat customer experience. Yeah. It really was not something that was extremely dynamic or responsive, and then and so that became important. And then on top of that, you have the proliferation of all these mobile devices where the customer experience is like, I have to have it like that, right? And so as that happened, more and more of the logic needed to be resident on the actual device that was in the customer's hands, whether that be a browser or a mobile device. And as that happened, more of the IP, more of the, for example, one of the biggest threats that we're seeing today is with the proliferation of of all the different mobile platforms, is threat actors are actually taking these applications, which do what your organization, they make the money for your organization, right, whether it's a retail site or whatever it is, and they put more and more of the logic, more and more of the IP there. So these apps actually, as I say, we are in an increasingly API-centric world, right? Microservices and those types of things. So as the applications have to interact with more of these back-end services, they require more API keys, they require more information about how to legally, if you will, penetrate the perimeter security. So what the threat actors are doing is they're just taking apart these applications, they're looking inside, they're finding endpoints, they're finding API keys, they're finding all kinds of different things. And so while you cannot not have perimeter security and behavioral modeling and those types of things, it's quite simply not enough anymore. And so what happens is you need to, in conjunction with that, instrument these applications with security techniques that will, for example, make sure that the app integrity is solid. Make sure that, for example, the environmental controls in the application, is it running on a rooted or jailbroken device, for example? Make sure that all those things can't be bypassed so that the threat actors are unable to legally penetrate the perimeter.
All right. So I find it kind of fascinating when we're talking about, you mentioned value stream management, and we're talking about, assigning value to security. And to me, that seems like a very difficult thing to do because, as we all know, if you don't have a data breach or some sort of security breach, that doesn't necessarily mean that your security technology investment is worth it, it's really bringing that value to the organization.
Right.
So how do you measure security from a value stream management perspective?
Well, I had two comments really. The first one is, the old insurance analogy, right? I mean, you pay for insurance, so you hope you never have to use it and that type of thing. And so that is there. But again, how do you know if you don't have a major accident with, if you don't run your, Mercedes into a Porsche, how do you know, if is my insurance enough? You don't,
right.
You don't know unless you actually do it, and you hope you never do it. The other thing that we're doing that is actually more prescriptive is we're plugging into the analytics engine a monitoring. We have an entire monitoring toolkit, if you will, that will actually live in real time feed to a back-end server the health of the application.
Okay.
And that is to say that if you have an application that sells clothes, for example, whatever, there's different places. There's the payment module, and there's the module that retrieves the type of clothes. There's the module that takes care of your account. They knows who you are, and all these types of different PII, if you will. And so those all get instrumented with protections, and then they also get instrumented with the ability to tell a remote server, are we healthy? Are we under attack? Are we not under attack? And it's actually very, very valuable to know, what is the first thing the threat actors are trying to do? Are they going, straight for the login bypass? Are they really trying to just penetrate to where, the financial payment system is? And so that actually, and in addition, it actually allows you to react to what you see. And so what we have noticed is that as we engage with new prospects, we actually, during we call it a technical evaluation, when we're engaging with a new prospect, we actually do this very thing. We instrument with this type of AI, and you'd be shocked that they say, "Wow, we didn't know that was happening. We didn't know that this was happening," and it really is able to demonstrate that value. Additionally, it also is able to, quite unintentionally, perhaps, let the organizations know what parts of the application are being used.
Okay.
I mean, if you actually, if you have an organization, we get together as a development team, we think, we get feedback from the market, we think that the customers want the app to do this.
Yeah.
Then you can actually figure out, are the customers actually using that? Because not only does our tool tell you when the threat actors are attacking, it will tell you when they're not. So, but in telling you when they're not, it also tells you that the customers are using that. So there's a couple of different ways that we approach that.
That's great. That's great. And it's certainly a different way of approaching security.
Yes.
and putting that value to the security.
Absolutely.
So
yeah,
that's good stuff. So what are you guys seeing in kind of that whole DevSecOps space right now? Do you are you seeing that there are more organizations that are adopting DevSecOps and those principles behind application in development in their application development, or do you think that organizations are still kind of taking a kind of a piecemeal approach, if you will?
We're seeing that. I think the short answer to the question is we're in the stage where I think that more are realizing they need to adopt it. I think we've seen a little bit of, I don't know if it's resistance or just complacency in terms of Because so many people have their CI/CD pipelines or dev pipelines already in place, already there. And there's a cost. I mean, there is a cost, whether that a combination of financial and well, it's all financial at the end of the day, but in terms of dev time, to integrate new tool sets. As more of the and this is where I think that the United States is a little bit behind. Because of the governmental regulations that have lagged a little bit behind, for example, Europe with GDPR, and they have to actually have, like by law, they have to have these things, and a law will really quickly force you to adopt something, even if you don't want to, right? And so I think that we're seeing a little bit of that, but we're also seeing that the value of I really think that the insight that we are able to provide is starting to outweigh the cost of actually adoption, which of course is always the fight when you're talking with the C-levels and what's the cost, what's the value, that type of thing. And so I think that we're starting to see that the insight that we can provide is actually outweighing or value, making the value stronger than what the cost to adopt. So I think that people are doing that.
Do you think there's the reticence on behalf of the developers, those who are actually using the tool chain currently to learn a new technology, to kind of interrupt the flow, if you will, of their current tool chain, to add security into that process? Do you think that it's they just don't want to have to deal with it, or do you think it's more like maybe a lack of understanding, if you will, about the once they see what something like that can do for them, then they're more apt to embrace the sec part of DevSecOps?
Well, I think I think probably there are as many different views on that as there are developers, but I think that in general, if I were to generalize, I would say that at the development level, and I am a developer, so I know the developers want to develop, right? They just want to, they don't really necessarily want anything that helps them do that. They want to do, and given the, certainly in the last 2 years, the proliferation of the need for pushing more experiences out there, because people are no longer coming into brick and mortar, right? So everything's online. And so there's in all fairness to all developers, there is a lot of pressure to get that feature function out the door. And it's more than the fact that they just don't see value in it. It is that they've got so much to do that even if they want to do that, how do you do that? How does a program manager get the time to implement that? So we have actually developed a number of ways that make it relatively, our tools are relatively seamless to the actual development process, which is very beneficial. And we've, we've released over the last 6 months some tools, a different tier of our product that's actually one step down from what we know as the premium product, which is completely configurable, to what we know as the pro product, which actually does some sort of best practices analysis of your application and that type of thing. So, and then it instruments the security based on that, so that the developers really don't have to change in any way what they're doing.
Okay.
And we've always done that, but we're doing it to a much greater degree right now, as we're seeing part of the reticence is just time.
Yeah. It's a recurring conversation that I'm having. Time is the big roadblock these days. The big bottleneck is we just don't have enough time to do everything we need to do. So how can we get beyond that? Because obviously, we keep hearing the stats that there aren't enough security people. There'll never really be enough people to fill all of the security positions that are open. Same thing within the developer ranks. We're experiencing a huge dearth of qualified people in these spaces. Automation is helping a little bit, but obviously it is not the panacea, because we're still experiencing a lot of these issues. So what do you think is going to be the answer to this?
Well, I think and it's probably not a very satisfying answer, but the answer really is value. When the value exceeds the value of something else in the value chain, it gets attention. Really, what it is. We would all love to say that we are getting, that we're getting more developers, we're graduating more developers from college, which is not true. We are, we're seeing, more people take up this or security or this type of thing, and while there are fantastic programs out there are fantastic, as you said, there are not enough. There just are not enough. And so what I think, really the answer is, as the value increases, whether that be through legislation, which we've seen in certain places, or whether that be through incidents, which we've seen in other places, or whether, quite frankly, if we make it easy enough, which we're trying to do, then that can sort of balance out the value argument and say, we see the value, this, that, and the other, then we can then, but if it's easy enough to adopt, then, which we're trying to make that, then I think it becomes a really viable conversation.
All right. So what's next for you guys?
What's next for us? Well, we have recently adopted a sort of a 6-month type of platform, overall platform launch. We just went through one in April, known as the Ascension launch, which was essentially, early on we're really bringing in and truing up the releases, the major releases of all the individual pieces of the value stream. As we go forward, we have another one in October.
Okay.
And as we go forward, what we're really looking to do is to increase the integration, particularly with those analytics I was discussing, and not only from a security perspective, but also from, as I was mentioning, the development insights perspective, and really potentially feeding all that information back around into and sort of, if you can picture a loop, really, back around into the Agile side, so that for example, software defects can, if they're identified, can automatically be reported. We can automatically create features, stories that can then be pushed into the teams and then can be developed. So that's really what we're trying to do. We're trying to overall, attain the true meaning of value stream management, which, which is it's kind of a North Star. It's kind of it's the goal that we're trying to go for. It's ambitious. And it does take time. I think we're getting there. We know where we're going. It's just a question of, what's the next thing that we can do? And I think we've identified that, and we're working toward that next platform launch. And so some exciting things I think are coming.
All right, great. Well, Lou, thank you so much for taking the time, having the conversation with me. Always a pleasure.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Great. All right, everybody, we have got some lots more conversations, great conversations coming up. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back in just a few minutes. All right, we are back, Techstrong TV live at our SA conference here in San Francisco. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, having such a great time, having great conversations with all manner of folks today. And my next interview here is with Kieran Camedy, who is the CEO of Deep Factor. It's Kieran, right?
Kieran.
Kieran,
if you can trill the R, you get bonus points.
Okay,
Yeah.
Kieran. No, I
Yes,
can't do
there
that. Well, welcome. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you for having me.
How's the show for you so far?
It's been great. I mean, we just got started today.
Yeah.
Meeting with a bunch of people, customers, prospects, whatnot.
Excellent. Excellent. So Deep Factor plays into what space in security?
We are a developer security company.
Okay.
So we empower engineering teams to create secure and compliant software by default.
Okay.
So you don't get hacked later on.
That's always a very important thing.
Yeah.
So how is that different from DevSecOps?
So DevSecOps is the initiative
Okay.
that everybody wants to get behind.
Uh-huh.
So if you are the head of engineering, you want to incorporate security into your DevOps practices, therefore helping catch the risks, et cetera, that show up in your applications as your developers are building them.
Okay.
Developer security is the best way to achieve DevSecOps.
Got it.
So there's a couple different ways. You can, for example, oral hygiene example with my daughter.
Mhm.
Like, I can go check if my daughter has brushed her teeth every night, or I can teach her how to brush properly so that she can do it herself, and I can rest assured that she's doing it right.
Mm-hmm.
Developer security is the latter.
Okay.
So if your engineers are automatically creating a secure secure code by default,
Mhm.
and you as a head of Eng can rest assured that you've created a security culture with the right tooling, with the right education, with the right practices, you've achieved developer security, and therefore you've achieved DevSecOps.
All right. All right. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. It's, you know, I one of the reasons why I like that so much is because we keep, it seems like DevSecOps has always been kind of this push-pull, you know, that it's so important. Everybody recognizes the importance of it, but nobody actually really wants to go out and implement it and, you know,
Yeah.
do what's necessary. So it sounds like you guys are really handing them the tools to say, you know, go forth and make secure code.
Yeah, yeah. And we focus primarily on the modern application development. So if
Okay.
you're creating Docker or Kubernetes type applications, then the older generation or the first generation of AppSec tooling doesn't cut it anymore.
Okay.
You need to rethink how you're creating and identifying all of the areas of security.
Mhm.
At the same time, not bogging your developers down with a ton of meaningless alerts and noise.
Yeah.
And educate the developers at the same time with contextual, like just-in-time learning around what it is that they did that could affect them from a security perspective. So you combine all of them together and you create a cutting-edge developer security platform for the modern cloud-native world.
Okay. So developer security, I mean, it sounds great on the surface, and I totally could get behind it, but
Yeah.
I wonder if, you know, if there's still kind of a misperception, if you will, of what developer security is versus, say, DevSecOps. And so do you think as kind of the confusion is cleared around that distinction, that we'll be seeing more organizations work with more of that developer security mindset rather than we've got to build more secure code, which to me kind of actually sounds like they're still kind of bolting on security
Right.
rather than starting from the ground up.
Yeah. No, I mean, at the end of the day, most heads of engineering are quite clear with respect to what they want. I mean, they don't want to wake up, realizing that they just got breached.
Mm-hmm.
So the intent of identifying security risks during the course of development and testing is there, and everybody acknowledges it. It's picking the right way to go about accomplishing it. And I think so far, we've gone about it with the perspective of, let's take the tools that I have
Mhm.
that my AppSec team is using and make sure that I put them as, gates for my developers during their development.
Okay.
And that leaves a few things wanting from doing it the right way. Like, I don't want to go, if I'm the head of Eng, I don't want to wake up every day thinking, am I going to get breached today? And, that's a bad way to kind of wake up. But if I wake up thinking, I've trained my developers enough to, and I've given them the right tools, I've given them the right culture, so that they will automatically create secure software. Then I can wake up with a bit more peace of mind, still achieve the same vision. Right? Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. So where do you see the space going? I mean, what kind of trends are you seeing in the space right now?
It is, we're sitting, I believe, at the intersection of a few very, very interesting trends. Number one is the number of developers that we have is skyrocketing.
Yeah.
Right. Today, the number is like 26 million developers by 2021. That number is supposed to get to 45 million by 2030. So just to put that in perspective, as an industry, we're adding almost as many developers in this decade as we have added in the last 4 decades put together.
Wow.
Right? So that's an explosion of people writing code. Now, the second interesting trend that is happening is these people are creating a lot more cloud-native code, Docker, Kubernetes, serverless, than ever before. And Gartner predicts that 95% of new application development by 2025 is going to be cloud-native. So lots of developers writing lots of cloud-native code, and thanks to DevOps pushing releases at a very rapid pace. Those are the 3 trends that we see, and what that means is your security risks are also being pushed to production at a very rapid pace. Therefore, developer security, as a means to achieve DevSecOps or satisfy your shift left kind of initiatives, is the right way, is the right time to implement it as well.
And are you seeing organizations ken to the idea that that this is really the way that they need to move forward?
Yeah.
It's like, I feel like they understand, but sometimes either through lack of education or just thinking it's just going to be too hard, they decide that, well, we'll make it somebody else's problem, or we'll do it next week after we push this release out or something like that. It's just like, it always seems to be like, pretty low on the priority list until there's a major data breach or something happens.
Yeah, that typically happens because most engineering teams are usually busy building features. Right. So, they want to focus on delivering their releases and whatnot. However, anytime there's an important forcing function, the pandemic was a great forcing function because suddenly everybody started depending more and more on their software than before. So you had to make sure that your software was robust and secure. And we're seeing an acceleration in adoption of your security within your dev teams. There's still plenty of room for growth, plenty of room for embracing new tooling and just embracing the process of shipping secure code. And we still, even today, see some silos between engineering teams and application security teams, but we are seeing the change as well. I mean, those functions are merging in a way to matrix the organization to kind of achieve these initiatives.
I feel like the pace of innovation isn't slowing at all, especially as we're kind of waning down the pandemic, and we've adopted this digital transformation speed that I don't see slowing down anytime soon. So, it makes sense to have security really be, an essential part of the entire developer mindset.
Yeah.
So, where do we go from here?
I think it really depends on the adoption of tools like this. But beyond tooling, I think it's really the adoption and coming to realization from engineering leaders and AppSec leaders that this is a problem that needs to be solved, and the best way to solve this problem is not to be reactive about it, but to be very proactive about it. Okay. So instead of just talking about shift left and taking tooling that was designed for the right or tooling that was designed for the AppSec teams and putting them in your CI/CD pipelines, take a start left. Give your developers the culture of being able to identify their risks. And one interesting thing that we see is organizations that are successful at this actually don't just give their developers the right tools, but they give the QA teams, which is often a neglected persona when it comes to security, the right tools. Because QA teams have been relegated to find functional risks and issues in your product. I click this button, it doesn't work. Or performance issues and things like that. But QA teams aren't equipped to report security issues with applications as part of their normal testing process.
Right, yeah.
So that, to me, is an important cultural element that is changing. So starting left, giving your QA teams the right tools, and creating an education, a culture of security education where just-in-time education is encouraged as opposed to sending your engineers to 2-day training courses. Those are good, but those are not going to solve your problems, because it's far more useful for you to tell your developer that the thing that they did yesterday could cause a security risk, and here's the stack trace, and here's why, as opposed to sending them to a 2-day security training course, which is not going to be as contextual.
Right, exactly, yeah. I agree. Good stuff. So what's next for you guys?
We raised a Series A last year from Insight. So we've been growing our team. Thank you. We've been growing our team quite a bit. And there's plenty of room for growth. And honestly, what we've done is taken a clean slate reimagination of, if I have to do DevSecOps in the right way, with developer security mindset, then what is it that we need to build? And we've taken an approach where the product is designed for Kubernetes first mindset, container first mindset, application aware insights. Like, we go deep into the application. We don't just tell you, here's the problem. We tell you, here's the problem, here's the offending line of code, and here's a library that has a CVE that was actually used and loaded by your application, and here's the details. Most importantly, what we're seeing is people want a unified solution for developer security. They don't want to buy 5 different tools. As the market begins to slow down a little bit, we're beginning to see that already with job cuts and budget cuts and whatnot. People want a consolidated kind of simple solution that saves money, as well as saves the hassle of putting together a bunch of different tools. So we've taken the approach of an integrated, simple solution that gives you all of the risks that matter to you, or most of it, in a single pane of glass. Whether it's application risks or container risks, or your dependencies or your web API risks, in a simple solution, single pane of glass, integrated with your day-to-day kind of functions. At the same time, give them flexibility to integrate with other tools like Synopsys. We just announced a partnership with Synopsys Black Duck recently. So lots of work ahead for us to reimagine the space, and lots of innovation to do. So,
well, it's definitely a greenfield opportunity, and you guys are right there, and good stuff. Thank you, Kieran, so much for kind of walking me through developer security versus DevSecOps, what that means for the market. Good stuff all the way around. Really do appreciate your being here today.
Thank you for having me.
All right. All right, everybody, we've got lots more conversations coming, so I hope you'll stick around, but we will be right back after these commercial messages.
Awesome.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, welcome to Techstrong TV. Our guest for this segment is Nick Rendell. Nick is with our friends at CloudBees. Hey Nick, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Hey Alan, thanks for having me.
No, that's our pleasure to have you on. Hey Nick, you know, look, as I said, our friends at CloudBees, we've been covering CloudBees since the day I started DevOps.com. In March 2014 was when we first went live. Of course, CloudBees today isn't exactly what it was in March of 2014. But nevertheless, I think our audience is pretty familiar with them. But why don't, just for keep me happy, give people a little background these days on CloudBees.
Yeah, absolutely. For anyone that's been in the DevOps space for any period of time, I think you probably know CloudBees, at least to some extent. But yeah, you know, it started as kind of the shop that built on top of Enterprise Jenkins and has really expanded into the broader software delivery sphere. So everything from Enterprise CI, CD, the analytics and orchestration on top of that, and, you know, in new spaces like feature flagging and progressive delivery, as well as compliance, which is coming down the pipe as well.
Excellent. And then while we're on the subject, maybe a little bit of your own background and what you do at CloudBees, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been on the feature flagging product team for about 2.5 years now in a product marketing role. So I sit with the product team and learn from them as much as I can and figure out how we should be taking new products to market and, you know, what are kind of the opportunities for us to get further into the market with new app dev managers, developers, all that sort of thing.
Absolutely. Hey, you know, we're going to get on. We have some news we want to discuss with you. But before we do, let me take advantage of having you on here. One of the questions I got recently on a webinar we were doing, or a roundtable, a live roundtable, was how do you define the difference between A/B testing and feature flag testing?
Yeah,
how would you define that, Nick?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, Alan. It's actually a very common question because some people think that those terms are synonymous. And it's like, well, we already do A/B testing to some extent. Why do we need to do feature flagging? And the quick answer is feature flagging is a method of enabling you to do better A/B testing, right? So this allows you to decouple the process of release and deploy. So it allows you to deploy a new feature into production, but then it allows you to test that at your leisure with who wants to see it. So you determine who gets to see that at the time of release. So what that does is instead of having, you know, a big bang release, so to speak, of everyone seeing a new feature at once, it allows you to turn it on slowly and gradually, which enables A/B testing to some extent. And it's a much deeper level of A/B testing than perhaps, you know, the on-screen feature testing that you might see with a website. You know, should that button be blue or red? You know, there's really no underlying technology beneath that. That's just on-page A/B testing. You know, to really test features, like deep feature level testing, how does it perform technically? How does it impact the rest of your tech stack? You know, feature flags enable you to have that much more robust type of testing.
Very cool. Very cool. And I hope the audience appreciates that. All right, let's jump in though, Nick. You know, CloudBees recently announced some news. And, well, I'm going to let you tell the audience if it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So a few weeks ago, we released our Feature Management Community Edition, which is a much more expanded version of our feature flagging tool. So what we realized is, you know, despite the prevalence of feature flags has grown a lot in the last decade, even more so in the last 5 years for enterprise companies, the adoption, you know, large companies are potentially still hesitant to really incorporate them fully into their, you know, their software delivery release process. And there's a lot of reasons for that. It might be, you know, nervousness about technical debt, nervousness about the governance, and, you know, the fact that a developer could potentially change a feature in production without oversight, right? And these concerns, you know, with the technologies available today to manage feature flags are largely gone. But we really want to get, you know, our tool in the hands of as many developers as possible to show that really just showed the power and the energy and what you can do with an enterprise feature flag management solution. So with kind of that kind of mindset in mind, and the fact that CloudBees really wants to focus on progressive delivery and feature flagging as part of a more integrated software delivery process, we made the decision to release CloudBees Community. So this allows not just one developer to maybe try out the solution. It allows entire development teams to get on the tool all at once. So up to 15 developers, many end users for them as well, and there's no kind of limitation from freemium anymore. It's entire teams all at once.
Excellent, man. Look. Certainly, I've been in software and technology for 30 plus years. We've never seen this golden age, if you will, of free software, whether it's open source or just free as in beer, free as in freedom, kind of open source. And the idea is that people who use software, whether you're a developer or an ops person or a security person or what have you, you could get your hands on software instantly. Right? You don't have to go wait for some CDs to come or floppy disk.
Yep.
Shows you how old I am. And you don't have to whip out your credit card necessarily. And you can really start checking out software and seeing if it's what you needed to, it does what you need it to do, immediately. And within a really short time, right? You can decide, hey, this is something I want to use. Now my question is, can I get away with just using the free version, or do I need some of these premium kind of features and supports and stuff that a commercial version comes with, right? And that's the decision to make, not should I use the software or not. And that's like a very big difference, right? Should I use the software, or should I use the free version or paid version of the software? And I think, looking back in hindsight, that's probably the biggest innovation, over the last 10 years, right? Is the discussion for the most part has changed. Should I use the software or not, or do I use the free or paid version of or commercial version of the software? And that's phenomenal, right? I mean, in a large degree, it's what drove CloudBees, as you mentioned right in the beginning. Right, there are a lot of people using Jenkins, and probably 90+% of those who use Jenkins, the free version was enough for them, right? But there was some percentage that really needed those enterprise features, those commercial features, and that's what the whole CloudBees business was based on for a long time. And it's not just CloudBees; it's our whole industry today. Right, is based on that. So I don't know if people listening out here, watching out here, recognize what a great time it is to be in this business, to be a consumer of software tools like this, because you have so much choice and it's instantly available to you without cost in many, for the most part. So that's great stuff. So this is available now, Nick?
Yep, it is available now on cloudbees.com. And as you said, this is the golden age of software where, marketing is less important, right? You want to get to that aha moment with the software as quickly as possible. Sign up for an account, you're feature flagging within minutes. And then, you decide, is there value to your business or not? Do you want to scale it up from there? I mean, we're guessing you are going to want to scale it up from there. And that's why we're comfortable giving away, such a good entry level seat, because we know you're going to like it. We know it's going to help your business move faster, reduce risk, be able to A/B test, as we talked about. And we're willing to make that bet.
That's exactly it. And even more than marketing, I'll tell you who it really displaces is sales, right? Many of the companies I helped co-found over the years, we would hire sales teams, right? Enterprise salespeople, inside salespeople, whose job it was, smile and dial, shake hands, take people out, and try to convince them why they should try this software and do, the whole the POC. Right, proof of concept, and a trial period, and then send them a bill for big money. That's just not the way it's done today, right? We don't need those salespeople trying to convince people. The software has to convince them themselves. And but again, it's a golden age. I think it's a great time to do it. Nick, what about like updates to this free version, to the community version?
Yeah, so we really, as we've said, I mean, it's really open with pretty much our entire feature stack today, and that wasn't an accident to do that. So we're going to keep it open for, really indefinitely with that level around, what features do we have? It even integrates with the rest of the CloudBees platform today. If you are a current CloudBees customer, you can see how it integrates with our current CD pipelines. We do have an integration with Jenkins already as well, being, as we naturally would, Alan.
Yeah, that was probably one of the first ones in there. Yep. Good for you.
Hey, you know what? I don't know. Did we tell people where to go that they can go get their hands on this?
Yeah, you can visit cloudbees.com and go to the feature management page. And there's many buttons there that you can get to the community edition. So if you can't find it, give me a call and we'll figure it out from there.
I think if they can't find the software, we got bigger problems.
Bigger problems, exactly.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, I want to thank you for coming on and telling us all about this great new option from CloudBees. Gives everyone a chance out here to go check it out, use feature flags, and see how it helps you in your software development and deployment, customer satisfaction. I mean, the feature flags is just a great tool to use to improve your software. Nick, keep up the great work. Say hello to all our friends in CloudBees and come join us. Come visit us again soon here.
Will do. Thanks, Alan. Bye-bye.
All right, Nick Randall, CloudBees. Feature flag, new edition, free for you guys to go check out. Do check it out. You can get to it off cloudbees.com. We're going to take a break here on Techstrong TV. We'll be right back in a moment.
All right, we are back here at Techstrong TV Live here at RSA Conference in San Francisco. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I am just astounded at the energy here at the conference and the quality of the vendors and the technologies and the conversations that I'm having. I'm very, very excited to have this next conversation with Rami Sass, who is the CEO of Mend, which formerly known as WhiteSource. So Rami, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
So tell me, what's going on with you guys?
So quite a lot, actually.
Yeah.
We have many things going on. We are in the process of sort of repositioning the company completely. We've been leading the what's called SCA market, software composition analysis market, for many years, but we've now expanded beyond that to also cover static application security testing. So we can now cover your full application stack, right? So we can scan both open source and proprietary code for your application and give you the full layout of what's going on, where your vulnerabilities are, and also help you fix them. And so towards that end, we've also went through the process of rebranding and renaming the company into this new sort of Mend identity that we're very happy with, and it's practically being launched here at RSA.
That's great. Yeah, so you guys just announced it last week, right?
Right, yes.
Yeah,
so it went public last week, and we're now sort of celebrating this new name.
Excellent, excellent. Well, congratulations on the rebranding and moving into that the static application analysis.
Static application security testing
Thank
space,
you.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't know where my brain went there, but just kind of ran a blank on SAS.
It's too many acronyms.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So how's the show for you so far, then?
Very busy.
Yeah?
Yeah, so it's really good to get back into it, right, after a long, dry period. Shows and events like this have always been a very important activity for us as a company, and we're super excited going back to it. We're meeting all these great people out here and reconnecting.
Yeah. So very important. I think so many of us, myself included, I wasn't sure this was ever going to happen again because of everything that happened over the past couple of years. I wasn't sure if people were going to be excited to come back and do a live conference, or even if they just wanted to, get away from their computer screens and actually, I don't know, put on pants and
I think
come
most
outside.
people do. I think, yeah. People have had enough of sitting at home.
Yeah. I mean, it's great to reconnect with everybody and have these conversations. So tell me a little bit about why you guys decided to take the direction of the company that you have decided to.
Sure. So look, the way we see it, the application security space is broken. And for many, many years, I don't know, 17, 18 years, it's always been around detection, finding vulnerabilities. It has to do with the history of how this market came about, which is very much compliance driven. Right? So all these years ago, you had to be able to demonstrate that you are doing something to scan your application towards some audit or a customer or partner, but there was no real motivation to reduce the risk or the attack surface of your application. So you basically had to tick a box. And when you do that, you mostly care about finding the vulnerabilities, right? So you want good reporting, in-depth analysis, broad coverage, and that's what all the vendors were competing on. But the reality is that just finding vulnerabilities is not very useful on its own, right? If you don't fix them, then you really didn't do anything. You've invested all this time, money, effort, and resources, but you didn't really gain any risk reduction. And so what we're seeing now over the last couple of years is a change in mindset where you see a huge spike in application layer attacks. So organizations are becoming a lot more sensitive to what their actual exposures are and how much risk they are carrying. And so fixing the vulnerabilities becomes what really drives value, right? And so we've took it upon ourselves to automate the action of fixing those vulnerabilities across your entire application. So we've done that for the last 4 years with open source, and we've now started doing that for proprietary code. So we basically close the loop for you, right? So your engineers don't need to worry about it. We will fix the vulnerabilities for them. And that will really reduce the risk and reduce the attack surface of your applications, and with no manual labor involved. And we're so bought into this concept that we named the company Ment, right? That's kind of to reflect where we're going with our technology and products.
Well, that's great that you guys have been able to really kind of do, the entire, both the open source and the proprietary. Obviously, so many organizations are relying on open source code and open source components to, but even within that, there's still open sources in the proprietary code as well, right? So
right.
You've got to be able to protect both elements there. So
the entire application, right?
Great.
You can't leave part of it exposed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's obviously it's a great thing when you can pretty much cover all of your bases, if you will. So,
right.
Are you? Is the company looking to kind of move beyond, what you're doing now with the open source and the proprietary? Are you looking to expand beyond that?
Yes. So we've also now recently announced a new offering around supply chain security.
Okay.
It's still in the same neighborhood, right? So we're still doing security for your applications as they are being developed. It's part of the shift left motion. So trying to find vulnerabilities as early in the development life cycle as possible. A supply chain security is becoming bigger and bigger topic now. It's a big shift from what we've seen in the last 10 years. So since forever, open source vulnerabilities have always been accidental. Right? So you've had developers contribute code to open source projects. Some of them would have bugs, right? They didn't mean to,
right.
But it happens, they're human. And some of those bugs could have been exploited for security hacks. What we're seeing in the last maybe 18 months is a new kind of vulnerability, something that's malicious, it's intentional. So individuals, groups, sometimes even governments would go about and intentionally inject vulnerabilities into open source dependencies, and then kind of sit back and wait for people to step on those landmines. And those require different kind of protection and different way to identify them.
Right.
So we've introduced mend defend capability to help you cover your supply chain for these kinds of malicious attacks fully automatically, right? So that's something that we're also announcing at RSA right now.
Well, that's exciting, and that's definitely a very hot area. I've had a couple conversations with folks today about supply chain security, so I know it is definitely on a lot of people's minds.
Right.
And they're looking for ways to help improve their process and do it in a way that's not going to interrupt the rest of their application development, their entire motion around applications and security and the whole process. So
yeah, automation is a big part of it, right? You want to take as much away from the developers as you can, right? They are not security experts. They are there to develop software, to bring more business value to their employers, to their customers.
Yeah.
And then we can do the security side for them, right? We are the security experts. We can automate that for the developers so they have more free time to do what they really came to do.
That's great. So where do you see the space, especially as it pertains to software supply chain security, where do you see the space evolving? Do you think that organizations, just kind of by nature, because they've been hearing so much about software supply chain issues and just the vulnerabilities, do you think that they're becoming a lot more aware of a lot of the issues that are plaguing organizations, and because of that they're taking steps sooner to lock down those supply chains and to mitigate the issues that with vulnerabilities?
Yes, so yes, there is a lot more awareness today, and there's a lot more discussion around that topic. But I think also many organizations feel it happening in their own backyard, right? So there's a surprising amount of real supply chain attacks going on at any given point in time.
Yeah.
I think we have many customers who've experienced this kind of attack firsthand.
Okay.
So I think it's not just hype. It's something that hackers and attackers are very actively looking to exploit day in, day out. And that's what really drives companies to better protect themselves.
Yeah, it's kind of terrifying actually if you think about it, because we hear about the big ones, the ones that impact the federal government,
right,
and the all of the companies that are being serviced by SolarWinds and the headline grabbing ones. But the fact that this is happening on a regular cadence with smaller companies or at a smaller, lower level, I guess, if you is really I wonder if there's a level of awareness with everybody to understand that this is not just a once in a while headline grabbing event. This is something that's happening daily.
So again, anyone we talk to is very well aware of this situation, right? So I think there was a big increase in awareness in the last 12 months. Like maybe last year, people still didn't know exactly what to think about it. But now, practically everyone we talk to already understands the risk, knows about it, maybe hasn't implemented something yet, but knows they need to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think we've sort of crossed the chasm in terms of having people be aware of the problem.
Well, that's good. I mean, it obviously, why wouldn't it be good? But it's good for you guys because you're in that space now, and it's good for, I think, the security industry as a whole, because obviously if we can get groundswell awareness and understanding that this is an issue that needs to be solved soon, I think we will see more movement faster to do that.
Right.
And then, even moving forward with new threats and new vulnerabilities, what are you guys seeing, maybe what's kind of the whispers in the hallway, if you will, as far as some of the ways in which threat actors are getting into networks and breaching the organizations, because we hear a lot about a lot of the same types of attacks over and over again, but I haven't really heard of anything that's kind of coming up on the horizon lately. So you guys have any?
So we are seeing a big shift actually away from the network layer.
Mm-hmm.
So I think network protection services, tools have gotten very good, right? There's all these great vendors here at the conference, that they are blocking the network very effectively. And so you see more and more attackers sort of try and find the next weakest link in the chain, which is the application layer. So I think it correlates with everything we've been talking about. We're seeing a lot more attacks through the applications, right? Trying to find exploits in the way that organizations develop their applications, trying to find the holes in the wall and trying to reach in and steal information or cause some damage. So yeah, that's something it's not that new, but it's on a very dramatic rise in the last couple of years.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. You kind of see, first they go for the network, and then they go for the applications, and who knows what's next. I know that API security is also something that a lot of organizations are starting to, really have to deal with on a regular basis as well.
Yeah, sure. It's another aspect of application security, right?
Yeah.
APIs are part of your application, and they are sort of the doorway in and out, and so it's a convenient way for people to breach.
Yeah. Well, maybe this time next year we'll be talking more about, the importance of API security and other forms of security as part of the application security conversation.
I'm sure we will. The market is always expanding.
Yeah. So, well, Rami, congratulations on the rebranding, the repositioning of the company, the new offerings. And wish you guys the best success moving forward.
Thank you so much.
Great, and thank you for coming on and having the conversation with me.
Again, thank you for having me. It was great.
Great. All right, everybody, stick around. We've got a couple more conversations to finalize the day, plus a couple panel discussions coming up. I'm looking forward to those. But we're going to be back right after these commercial messages.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond, CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and MediaOps CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps. ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond, CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and Media Ops CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps.
All right, welcome back to Techstrong TV live at RSA Conference here in San Francisco. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I've been having so many great conversations today. I wish you were here to hear these conversations, but I'm glad you're tuning in to see them virtually. We have another great conversation coming up. This one is with Loris Dejiani. I got it.
Very good.
So excited. Loris is the CTO and co-founder over at Sysdig, and you guys are firmly in the cloud-native Kubernetes containers space, correct?
Correct. So Sysdig offers a full feature security platform, which is essentially the leading platform for security for modern applications that run in the cloud. In particular, we focus on cloud infrastructure security, container and Kubernetes security, and everything that has to do with the life cycle and securing the life cycle of modern applications that are running on the cloud.
Excellent, excellent. And I've been having so many conversations with folks about cloud native technologies. And it's really fascinating to me because the collective cloud native community, seem to be focusing a lot on the application development, not so much on the application security of cloud native applications. So where do you see the space right now?
I think it's changing. It's changing quickly. Talking about cloud native, I was at KubeCon in Valencia a couple of weeks ago, not too long ago, and it was interesting for me to notice how even in a conference that is typically, DevOps oriented, there were a lot of conversations about security. There was a lot of interest. I think it's like phases, right? Initially, you need to figure out your stack, so you care more about, which technology do I pick? How do I get my team out to speed with this technology? How do I get the right resources lined up and so on? And then, when people start actually using this and maybe using it in production, it's like, oh, okay, my sensitive data is relying on this. My applications and the health of these applications and the security of the applications relies on this. So there's a second way when people sort of, realize how important this is and they start making true investment. And that's what I'm seeing is happening around this phase.
Well, that's good. I mean, that to me, that shows that there's a real maturation happening. The market is maturing. The whole cloud native community is really coming into its own, if you will, and recognizing that it's not just about the units, if you will, the containers or Kubernetes or service mesh or all of the different cloud native technologies. We really have to look at it holistically, and security needs to be a larger part of that conversation. So, and as part of that, I imagine you guys are talking a little bit more, maybe hopefully, about API security as part of that as well. So, I mean, where do you kind of see that coming into the conversation?
Yeah, API security, and I mean, it's really like, a chain that is made of many rings, right? Sure. And you need to make sure if only one of these rings is weak, then your whole posture is weak. So, really, especially in the cloud, because very often, at least for what I'm exposed to, Sysdig tends to talk to users, both open source and commercial users. They tend to be typically either at the beginning or in the middle of a digital transformation. And the transformation is the transformation to the cloud, right? Using cloud native technologies is essentially a tool to transition applications that were living in the data center traditionally, and now they're living in the cloud. And there are many aspects to that. There's API security. there's shiftless security and like code security and container image security. There's vulnerability management. There's runtime security, which is very important. There's security postures. There's forensics, and what's interesting is that the transition to the cloud is radical enough that all of this changes in a quite dramatic way, in a way that not only typically what you are doing in the past doesn't work anymore because the paradigm is so different, but also that if you approach this too much vertically, then you are not really covered. So for sure, API security and many other things are sort of, converging, and we're seeing even just in terms of community, the cloud native foundation, becoming a little bit like the certifier for what the proper stack should be for this.
And it's amazing to me to see how attitudes are changing toward cloud native technologies. And I think when we first started talking about containers, everybody thought, well, they've got to be secure because they're stateless. Why wouldn't they be secure?
Nothing is happening inside them.
And that has been the biggest fallacy. We've all learned that is so incorrect. That and I think a lot of companies maybe learned a hard lesson that way. But we are, the more we understand the technology and the way that the components all work together, I think the better we understand that security really does need to be a very large part of the conversation. And as I said before, kind of a holistic part of the conversation.
Yeah, and one thing that you are exactly right. At the beginning it was like, okay, containers isolate the different components of the application. So, now everything is secure and everything is immutable. I don't need security anymore. In practice, security actually risk, because security is about reducing risk. You cannot remove risk, right? You only reduce it. And risk largely is determined by complexity, right? So what happens with modern cloud-based orchestrated infrastructures is that yes, the single components are more secure, and I strongly believe that these modern infrastructures in the end are more secure than the traditional ones. But they also had a large degree of complexity, just because our infrastructures now are distributed, are multi-service, are based on CI/CD pipelines, because today we want to release every day, not twice a year.
Right.
And this adds a bunch of moving parts. This adds complexity, and this adds much more places where the human factor can cause issues from the point of view of, leaking credentials, of forgetting an S3 bucket open, of misconfiguring access to your Kubernetes cluster, this kind of stuff. So we're getting more and more powerful in the way we deliver applications, but we're also getting more complex, and that means we need to be more careful about security, because there's more chances to do something wrong that could be very damaging for us.
Absolutely. So where do you see the space heading then?
First of all, again, my personal perspective and the perspective of SysDig is the perspective of somebody that is really essentially working on a daily basis with companies that are at the bleeding edge of this. So what I see is definitely an explosion, an acceleration. There's an acceleration in general toward everything that is cloud, which was driven in the last couple of years by macro dynamics like the pandemic and so on, where more and more essentially, software in any industry, any vertical, is your primary element of competition, and more being essentially up to date and modern in the way you deliver software, and therefore you interact with your user and your customers is more and more important. This has brought to essentially an explosion, not only in essentially transition to moving to the cloud, because the cloud gives you more elasticity to be able to deal with these new challenges in the global market, but it also gives you, the ability to adopt an infrastructure that is well architected at the fundamental level by the cloud providers. Now, this is more and more driven by modern technologies like Kubernetes is really becoming I call it the operating system of the cloud, right?
Yeah.
Because the same way Linux was scheduling processing on a single machine, Kubernetes schedules services on a distributed infrastructure.
Right.
So more and more adoption of modern technologies, and talking about security because we are at RSA, more and more awareness of having to approach from the security point of view in the correct way the problem of modern security. And this is evolving on a daily basis, essentially. Service meshes, agentless, everything that has to do with runtime security and real-time security in cloud. These are all areas that are essentially we are discovering and evolving now as we're speaking.
Are those the conversations that you're having with your customers? What seems to be kind of their biggest pain points when it comes to security and
Very much so. In a general way, when transition to the cloud, in many cases, is just okay. First of all, we need to start from the basis.
Yeah.
We need to get visibility on what is running, which teams, which people, which resources, and so on, which services we're using from the cloud providers. Many organizations are still struggling at this level, especially with something like cloud that very often grows bottom up, in an organization. It's like, okay, it's great that teams are embracing this, that we are more agile, that we can deliver our software faster, but we don't even know, do we have something running in Europe, in AWS, or I don't know, in South America, in Azure, this kind of stuff. And then, of course, so gaining visibility is currently step number one and priority number one. And then it's like, okay, there's two things that at that point I see people want to do. One is make sure that the software delivery pipeline is secured, and that means the so-called shift left security, right? So go more and more toward the code. For example, a new trend that I'm seeing that is very, very top of mind for CISOs right now is infrastructure as code security, right? Because every infrastructure in the cloud is declared as a piece of software in a declarative way. It's on GitHub. It's JSON, it's YAML, it's Python, and so on. So there's really a chance to go and treat, essentially, your infrastructure and the way your infrastructure is declared as a piece of code that can be secured with shift-left paradigms. You can help customers. For example, we have a product that is able to scan infrastructures. First of all, find them, on GitHub or GitLab and so on, scan them, and open pull requests automatically to increase compliance or remove risk and this kind of stuff. The other side is that is symmetric is, okay, now that my stuff, I protect it while I build it, essentially. What happens when it runs?
Right.
And, everybody talks about shift-left security. Not many people talk about shift-right security. But that's equally important, because in complex environments, when something changes, when somebody's able to get your credentials and get in your infrastructure, when data is exfiltrated, you really need to know right away, so as fast as possible, and take action. And we were talking before about the chain and not having weak links. More and more, these two things are treated together, because what you learn at runtime can inform you on how you can improve things in your build pipeline, and vice versa. Maybe the vulnerabilities that you find in the pipeline allow you to fix things in a more responsive way at runtime. And this is a cycle.
That makes total sense. Total sense. And, I think we've seen a greater number of companies move to cloud-native infrastructure and cloud-native applications. And I think as they move forward, they understand that there are a lot of complexities involved in securing these environments and securing environments that are both, hybrid, multi-cloud, cloud-native I mean, there's a lot there, and it can be very difficult to kind of wrap your brain around. So I really think simplicity is going to be the key moving forward. And so any way that we can help the developers do their job better, and security being a part of that process, I think is going to be very, very well received. So, Loris, I want to thank you for coming and having this conversation with me. It's great stuff. I mean, you guys are doing really awesome stuff in the cloud native space. So,
thank you for having me.
Oh, well, it's my pleasure. My pleasure. So, all right, everybody, we have got 2 panel discussions coming up. First of all, we've got CISO talks coming up, I believe, at 2:30 Eastern, and then after that we have a Techstrong Women panel discussion coming up at 3:30 p.m. Pacific. And so we will, I think I said 2:30 Eastern, I meant 2:30 Pacific, and then 3:30 Pacific. So please do stay tuned for both of them. And we're going to take a quick break, and then like I said, we'll be back at 2:30 with CISO Talk.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us for another Techstrong TV segment. My guest this segment is Miss Kara Sprague. She is from F5. She's first time guest here on Techstrong TV. Happy to have her. Hey Kara, how are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you on. So, Kara, I mentioned you were from F5, but you know what? Why don't we start with this? Why don't we give people a little bit of your background, what you do at F5, and kind of where you got there, and then most of our audience knows F5, I think, but maybe there are some people who aren't sure. Give them a little F5 background too.
Sure, happy to. So, my role at F5, I lead our deployable products. That includes the Big IP product line as well as Nginx. I've been with the company for about 4.5 years, and I came here out of 13 years in McKinsey as a consultant. And then before that, I was an engineer, worked at Oracle, Agilent, Hewlett-Packard. You asked also a little bit about, maybe remind folks, what is F5? F5 is a leader in application security and delivery technologies. So if you think about any website that you might be accessing, your online banking information, telemedicine, other types of back-end applications, even those are oftentimes being supported by some sort of F5 technology that helps to accelerate those applications and secure them.
So I got a confession. I didn't always do this, right? I was an entrepreneur, started several venture-backed companies. One company I helped go public was back in the .com. We were what they call an ASP, application service provider, and we hosted Oracle apps and stuff like PeopleSoft and Boston. Crazy. I think back, what were we doing? But that was when I first became aware of F5, right? The big iron and the load balancing and all that. And really, if you weren't in sort of that application delivery business, you didn't realize how big a player F5 was in making sure those apps popped on your screens and stuff. Of course, then, since then, F5 has branched out into so many different aspects of delivery, of application security, of the Nginx and the web servers and all of the things that go with it. But really, that was the genesis of it back then, and we've, of course, followed it ever since. Of course, our friend Lori McVitie has been with F5 for a long time, so
yes.
We've always kind of followed Lori and, what a star she is. Anyway, we're here to talk today, though, about this year's F5 Application Security Survey and Report. And you know what, Kara? This is not the first report. I don't know if you know how many years you guys have been doing this now.
Yeah, this is our 8th year doing this report. So we have a really, really fascinating data set that goes back that amount of time. And many of the questions we've asked year after year. So we really have a good view on trends around application strategy.
Yeah, I love doing these when we have a history like that, because you really have, the data is phenomenal when you can start going year over year versus, though, to be fair, this year you had over 1,500 people
respond?
Yeah, that's right. So 1,500 people responded globally. It was a combination of business and IT decision makers and representation from, all major geographies. So really a good sample set that matches about the sample set that we get each year. And so again, it's a good representation of what are the trends that our customers are seeing around application strategy.
I'm sure you're going to tell us about it in the report, but it was a little bit of an unusual year, around application and application security strategies, etc. It was looking back, obviously COVID and what that did with digital transformation and everything else. We also had some unique security challenges this year. Well, they're not unique, but novel ones, new ones that we haven't seen before. Right, I'm sure that's in here. But I always like, Kara, give us what are the highlights here? What do you think people would be not surprised, but what should they take out of this year's report?
Yeah, so I'd call out probably 3 highlights. So one is what we're seeing is a deepening of digital transformation efforts and a broadening as well. So more companies are taking on digital transformation efforts. They're taking it on in more spheres of their business, not just for their customer-facing applications, but also for their back-end operations. And we're seeing those digital transformation efforts span all the way into new opportunity or business enablement, as well as into AI-assisted business. And so that's really the first one. It's about a broadening and a deepening of digital transformation efforts. Another trend I thought was very interesting, or an insight that we got from this report, is that nearly everybody continues to say that they lack the critical insights that they need in order to automate their IT environments and automate more of their application portfolios. And so last year, I think the number was 93% of our survey respondents indicated that this visibility was lacking. And this year it went up to 98%.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, hold on a second. I got questions here. I got some questions.
Let's talk about visibility. You know, one of the big trends, so from where I sit, I have a good vantage seat. I sit here, I talk to a lot of people. One of the big things everyone talks about is observability. And we are gathering more data points from more data sources, and we're using AI and ML, and we're doing all these things, and observability, and we're observing. But it seems like all of that observability and observing is not giving us the insights into what we need to run. I mean, are we just throwing good money after bad? What are we missing?
Yeah, at least the gaps that the customers and the respondents from this report pointed to, we've got increasingly good instrumentation and good visibility into IT infrastructure stacks, like how is this server operating? You know, what's going on in my storage array? What's the underlying performance in my network? But increasingly, as we start combining those infrastructure components into delivering applications or APIs, and then even on top of that, delivering digital services or digital experiences to end customers, which could comprise 50, maybe 100 different applications or services. That's where the visibility is really lacking. So I'll give you an example. If you're a bank today, you have to have an online banking application. That online banking application or that online banking service is often actually a composition of a large number of applications and services that sit behind it. And all of those things these days, the different components are probably sitting in different infrastructure environments. You might have some that are still sitting in the bank's data centers, like, for example, your account information. There's going to be other parts, like maybe the front end to that online banking application that's more container native and could even be hosted in a public cloud. And then there's still other parts that are probably getting pulled from some sort of edge environment. So, for example, a CDN serving kind of static graphical content. And all of those are coming together only in the user's browser. And that's the only place where the customer actually gets to the experience end to end of that. And unfortunately, most modern organizations simply lack visibility and that end-to-end view of how their end customers are perceiving all of those different services coming together.
Absolutely. Again, from where I sit, I get to talk to a lot of people. I think another piece of that particular scenario that gets real hazy is that, look, the biggest banks in the world have what you just described. Mm-hmm. But a lot of the small to medium-sized banks, they can't afford to develop the breadth of applications they need for a full-featured offering to customers to compete with those big guys, with those big banks. And so credit unions, community banks, they rely on independent third-party providers who provide a lot of the functionality that end user sees on my bank screen. Right, and that's why a lot of these my bank screens look so similar across different banks, because they're using third-party stuff. And you think you have you don't have visibility into your own stuff. Well, you have less visibility, oftentimes, into these third parties, and it's not surprising. I mean, I'll tell you that it's. I often wonder, and then you have these banks who they want to go online only. It's not like they're investing in brick and mortar, right branches anymore. It's a problem.
Yeah, so it's a problem, and it's interesting that the problem is getting worse, because that suggests that these trends around monolithic type applications and experiences getting broken down into their component services and APIs, and these trends around these different components then becoming more distributed in different environments are outpacing our ability to actually generate meaningful data and telemetry to help us manage that.
Well, it goes back to the first point you mentioned about digital transformation. So one part of digital transformation is what that front-end customer sees, right? I'm able to order my food online or whatever, or do my banking online. But the digital transformation that's taking part in that back end, dealing with my third-party vendors, my supply chains, right? We're all talking about SBOMs and that's software supply chains, but my real supply chains, right, including software and goods, we need to transform those as desperately as we need to transform the front ends of these things.
Yes. And those operational back-end processes, I mean, it's fundamentally rewiring the core circulatory system of a business.
Big job.
So it's big. Yeah.
It's a big job, and it's not, it's a big job that we've undertaken while under fire drill mode, with people working from home and COVID and everything going on. It'll be interesting. I think there'll be winners, there'll be losers, right? Like always.
Yeah, certainly. And I guess my own personal take on this one, this is not in the report though, is if you agree that technology and the pace of technology evolution continues to accelerate, the rate at which you'll see value creation and destruction or more and more winners and losers is only going to increase.
Absolutely.
So,
well,
you're from McKinsey, before McKinsey's report McKinsey had a report on digital transformation we had on a couple months ago, where what it really creates is a bigger gulf, right? The high performers, if you will, are going to accelerate through this because there's tremendous opportunity. The not so high performers, they become laggards. And that gulf widens, and so you have winners. You really have winners and losers, and then the losers. What happens to them? It's the way it's the market at work, I guess. Anyway, I don't want to be too pessimistic. You know what? If you have an organization that can take advantage of this stuff, there's a lot out there that you can take advantage of. We only did 2. There's a third.
Yeah. So the third one. No worries. The third one I wanted to highlight was very much about security. And we're seeing some interesting developments in the world of IT security. And one of them is around basically evolving from kind of like a hard line about am I secure, am I not secure, to much more of a more nuanced risk management approach. Right, where customers and organizations are having to make very thoughtful trade-offs about what is the risk of, for example, protecting this application with something that's more effective versus hampering or hindering the performance of it. And so you see risk management there. There's also a lot of risk management involved when you start thinking about the changes to the identity landscape. It's no longer authentication of just human users, but as we see more and more services and API calls are getting made in a machine-to-machine interaction model, really understanding how do you do a risk assessment for those machine-to-machine calls is another element of it. So a lot of very interesting developments in the world of security. And I would say it points to what F5 has been saying for a couple of years now, which is the next decade is really going to be about application security. If we went through already great evolutions in network security and endpoint security, what we would say is really where we need to see a lot of development and growth and maturing in the next several years is application security. I think the recent security incidents you alluded to speak volumes to that, like Log4j, Spring Shell.
And these are not bugs, they're design flaws. I mean, and there are going to be more of them. Let's not kid ourselves. It's not the end of it. But, I think part of it also is, yes, I agree with you. AppSec is the latest battlefront. I think it's also talks to the changing nature of our applications. So when you have a monolithic application, right? It is just that. It's a monolith, right? But as we move to these multi-service-based architectures, right, and each one of those services is like a disparate, separate part, right? That maybe that one service may service 5 different applications, frankly, not just yours. But how they talk to each other, which is APIs. So the whole API security thing is like blowing up, right? And then how you tame a non-monolithic application, right? It's a whole different. It's just a different mindset, right? These microservices based application and architecture is a different AppSec game.
So I totally agree. So there's a different AppSec game when you start talking about the microservices. And then I think there's a different AppSec paradigm when you start talking about the move towards hybrid and multi and distributed cloud, right? So like a lot of customers that I've talked to, what I saw is, there was a lot of excitement from their business leaders, their executives about adopting cloud, taking a cloud first approach. Their development teams raced towards the cloud because oftentimes it was easier to develop there than in their on-prem environment. Yep. And the security operations of it was an afterthought. And so in many environments now, customers that are using multiple public clouds, which most customers are using more than one public cloud, and many of them are now also using edge environments, they've set up a different security operations paradigm in each of those environments, which we know that IT security experts are probably the most constrained in terms of talent. And the cost of maintaining those individual security towers is huge, let alone the opportunity for risk actors to exploit the various fault lines between them.
Yeah, no, it is. I the problem with, and I've been in security 25, 30 years. This is why so many security folks are depressed and have, issues, is when you really try to wrap your head around it, it's like, when do we ever win, right? How do we win? No one wants to be on a losing team all the time. How do we win? And look, there are companies like F5 that have been helping on this for a long time. There are a lot of companies that have been helping. And we're coming on the end of time. Let me end on a positive note. I really believe, as someone who's been in this industry a long time, as we sit here today, our application security is better, 100 times better today than it was, let's say, 5 years ago.
Yes.
We are, right? The good guys do win once in a while. We are getting better. It's much harder to hack into a lot of these apps today.
Well, I share your optimism, Alan, which is, we're seeing, I perceive them positive moves where we're seeing more government recommendations and advice to private enterprises about how they must secure their environment. I think I'm seeing a lot more openness from customers to accept that you can't just protect a small number of your most mission critical applications. You should be protecting everything. And that was evident with Log4j. And I'm also just really excited to see the developments and the advancements that we have in the space of web application and API protection. So just really exciting moves going forward. And I do agree the good guys are going to win.
Let's hope so. Kara, we're over time already, but for people who want to maybe download the report, gather more insight, more information, where can they go?
Go directly to f5.com. So the report is right there. It's right at the top of the page as the leading banner.
Fantastic. Thanks for coming on Techstrong TV and giving us the lowdown on this year's report. Don't wait until next year's report to come back, though. Come back before then, okay?
Happy to. All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Kara Sprague, F5 Networks. Go check out this year's, it's the 8th annual Application Security Report out of F5. Some great insights. We're going to take a break on Techstrong. We'll be right back.
Hey, welcome back. Mitch Ashley, CTO with Techstrong Group and also principal with Techstrong Research. We are at RSA and kind of taking over a little bit for a little while for Charlene. She'll be back with an episode of Techstrong Women coming up right after this. In the meantime, we have a special edition of CISO Talk. Now, if you've tuned in before, you know we have a lively panel of experts that operate at the C-level in varying capacities, and we're going to be talking about an interesting topic that I don't think we've touched on before. Before we get to the topic, let's have our folks introduce themselves. If you want to start out, JJ, Jennifer?
Sure, absolutely. Hi everybody, I'm Jennifer Manella, or JJ, founder and principal advisor with Vision Security, where I work with organizations to align the security, people, processes, and strategies with the technical operations teams that are implementing those strategies.
Excellent. And a new guest,
Yes.
Allison
Hi.
Miller.
Hi, I'm Allison Miller. I'm CISO and VP of Trust at Reddit. And so there I'm responsible for protecting not just the Reddit platform and its corporate systems, but also protecting users, things like their privacy and their safety on the platform.
Awesome.
So, yeah,
Important
it's a
topic.
important topic and a fun role.
So we'll have to explore that some more, kind of that expanding role. So I'm excited to hear about it. Anthony Johnson, good to see you.
Thank you.
Welcome
Anthony
back.
Johnson, founder and managing partner at Delve Risk, market research firm. Like I said, we're covering CISO from a number of Fortune 500 companies. So pleasure to be back.
I think the more responsibility, the more recovering.
Yeah, exactly.
For those roles. So our topic today is the Agile CISO. And we came up with this topic. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are evolving about the CISO roles. Sometimes it's taking on more of IT responsibility, kind of combining CIO, CISO, infrastructure. But I think more recently we've started to recognize that it's not just the operational role of being a CISO anymore. Yes, we still have those things, but it's being more involved in the business, more involved in the strategy, and the execution. Sometimes it's even kind of outsourcing to managed service providers, part of our security and infrastructure. Matter of fact, Matt Newcomb, who's my co-host, is not here today. He's on special assignment. He was talking about how, kind of moving to corporate networks that aren't corporate anymore. They're third party, even at office buildings. And what's the difference of working in an office building versus in a Starbucks? People in and out and all that kind of thing. So our conversation is about this being agile, because it isn't just your technical skills or being able to kind of talk business. So I'm curious, Jennifer, if you want to start us out. You talk and you call yourself an adjacent to the CISO.
Yep. Yeah. I think the CISO role, I don't want to be recovering CISO, so I've stayed just adjacent to that role. So I've had duties that overlap part of what a CISO does without taking the responsibility of a full CISO role. And I work with CISOs in organizations and sit between them and then non-technical stakeholders, or them and the technical implementers. So CISO adjacent is a good way to describe it. And I think it's been interesting watching over time, because working with the breadth of different types of customers of sizes and industries, from manufacturing to healthcare to people that are just creating software and products. Some of my clients are very heavy on-prem in a legacy infrastructure. So think of large healthcare organizations that have not just thousands and tens of thousands of devices endpoints, but tens of thousands of access points and millions of ports to deal with across the network infrastructure. And then in addition to all of the layers of applications and custom development that they're doing. And then fast forward to some other clients that are, they have basically zero on-prem infrastructure that they're responsible for. So everything is in the cloud. They have office buildings, but the entire building is treated like a public network, basically like if you were at a Starbucks or anywhere else. So, the shift in watching people move from one to the other, or me trying to shift and deal with one and then the other, has been kind of interesting, and it's definitely a learning curve. And it's a completely new set of skill sets, and I think everybody's kind of retooling for how to deal with outsourcing a lot of that and managing those additional people and processes, and then contractors.
Interesting. Does any of that resonate with you, Allison, as a practicing CISO, or you?
Totally.
Where on that kind of spectrum do you fall? I imagine it's not all on-prem.
Reddit is cloud native, so there's a lot of interest in and acceptance and curiosity about some of these managed services or things that are outsourced, including corporate applications. My most immediate prior experience was at a bank. So also curiosity, but agility in a different way, right? Because those are companies that have a lot of existing investment tied up in data centers and that on-prem technology. And so how can they start to adopt it in a way that feels safe to them? Of course, regulated industries have other things to consider besides their own sort of agility and willingness to experiment. And so going from a Silicon Valley company to a bank and then to a younger, smaller startup technology company, I've seen a lot of different environments and CISOs try and tackle that challenge using a lot of different tools.
Interesting. By the way, what was your journey to becoming a CISO? How long have you been in that role? I just shouldn't ask how long.
Sure. I've been at Reddit for about 18 months, but this is actually my second CISO gig. And I've kind of jumped around between different types of roles. So I've spent time working as a fraud modeler. I've spent time doing policy analysis, product management in sort of security or anti-abuse related technologies. And then at the bank, I was responsible for building the technology and tools that we use to secure the bank. And so that sort of builder mindset, I think, is what I've sort of brought with me into the CISO role, is that I like standing up programs that protect platforms and people, but I want to build those protections in. And so that's sort of what brought me into this role at Reddit, because it was just a really interesting combination of things I was going to be responsible for. And so that's the other trend, perhaps, in addition to the different types of technologies that CISOs are trying to navigate, the changing nature of what risk means to different companies and what a security executive can bring to those discussions.
Interesting. I know, Anthony, risk is top of mind, something you talk a lot of people about, help them with understand, because it's not a static thing.
I think when it comes to organizations, though, what's really fascinating is that I think the business is requiring this more of an agile, business-minded CISO simply because the demands of what they actually need to grow and survive in this market is shifting. One of my big questions that I think about is whether most of the security leaders today can make that evolution, or if they can even do it at all. It's something like 52% of the CISOs across the Fortune 1000 are actually non-technical, and a good number of those have been with that organization for a long time. So they have, in my view, they have a better opportunity of understanding the business and what's actually necessary to kind of make the shift. Whereas you still have people, myself, I'm a geek, who love to talk about the geek stuff, right? But at the end of the day, that's not going to cut it in 5-10 years anymore, right? Because the business, when you look at user developers, the citizen developer, we have people coming out of college that have more development experience than some of the folks in IT, which is just kind of really interesting. And when you start to get into no-code, low-code, they're pulling out apps and coming up with ideas that security teams have to figure out, how do we secure this? And the business has been running on it for a year now because it's been such a critical process. So it has to be more business-centric. They have to get out of the notion of just more cyber-specific tools. So I think that level of agility that's shifting is a big piece of the evolution in that risk conversation.
I like that. It sounds like shining a business-centered flashlight on the shadows of our technical debt is something that a lot of CISOs are getting involved in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I use this model I talk a lot to is we took the Maslow's hierarchy of needs and we actually made it a business hierarchy of needs. And security is not the bottom. It's not the foundation, right? It's revenue, and just like food. And there's aspects of where you need safety and shelter and you all want that, but that's after you get the core aspects of like revenue or food in the regular hierarchy. And when the company's trying to grow, security's awesome, but we have to hit our numbers, we have to hit our expectations, we have shareholders that freak out if not, and a lot of security leaders need to be paying attention to what did the business commit to the street, what's actually in our 10K besides our 4 security statements in there or whatever it is. And we'll see what the evolution looks like, how people keep up.
Interesting. I wonder too about, I think, I'm going to throw this out there. I think we should eliminate the term IT because there is no boundary anymore. I mean, it's all happening everywhere in the organization. don't fight them, join them kind of thing. And let's just be real about it. I also wonder if, in a way, we kind of need to do that with security. It's not network security or corporate security or whatever, trying to protect the organization from itself from doing bad things. We need to have discuss the decided upon level of risk and measures, and those things are going to evolve and change over time because the business isn't static either.
I like the idea of bringing more people into the discussion on technology, for sure. I'm not sure if I'm ready to give up having folks be specialized and be able to go deep on some of those topics. Like securing a desktop is a little bit different than securing a container. And I need folks who can do both, and incident response is a little bit different than those design reviews that we're going to need to do as we better support the business. So I do like the idea of democratizing IT and security and bringing more folks to the table. But I also think that there's something that we can bring into the discussion based on our experience and understanding of risks. I don't think it's necessarily an approach that is natural. It can be learned to be natural. It can be aligned with some of the natural things that finance and marketing do to value, cost-benefit analysis of new ventures and such. But I think that there's still sort of a mindset and a piece of the discussion that security folks can bring.
Yeah, I don't think we're quite ready to ban it yet. That's a little controversy.
We'll shoot for it.
Yeah. I'm curious, Jennifer, in your adjacent kind of CISO role, I love that term. You shouldn't have told me because now I'm going to use it all the time. You have to observe, and I imagine a lot of times you're being asked to help work through some of those struggles of how to align with the organization, support the organization, but also manage the risk that goes with it. What's sort of the most common things that you see people struggling with in CISO roles?
Well, I think the first thing, and to me it's kind of an elephant in the room that a lot of organizations don't talk about, or just kind of as an industry we don't necessarily talk about in whole, maybe in little pockets, and that's that there's not really a set baseline for what we consider a CISO. And there's been jokes for the 10 years about the CISO with the little c and a CISO with the big C. And there's organizations that I work with that are very mature and large mature organizations have a large mature security practice, and they have a CISO who can build something and develop something they understand. A to B, they're ready to shift and mold and change and go acquire whatever resources or assets they need to make that happen, or their own knowledge to get there, and they have some level of training to do that, or mentorship, or somebody has helped them do that. And then you have organizations, and so when you look at a lot of the Fortune-rated companies, you have these mature systems and peoples and processes. When you look at the rest of the world, of which there are so many, many millions of like mid-market customers, and I don't deal in SMB, but let's just forget about that and stay with mid-market and up. Not everybody has that, and so one day I'm working with a CISO who's one of these mature organizations, and on Tuesday it might be that the CISO was the web developer last year, or the IT director a couple years, or an application developer, or this or that, and so they come in with this kind of, I hate to call it narrow, but in the grand scheme of what a CISO would be doing, and why I don't consider myself CISO material, it's a narrow sliver of that, and they know how to build that, and they don't really know how to build the stuff around it in a new program. They don't know which risk models to be using for their organization and to build something from scratch. And so you're in a situation where, you're either forcing somebody to learn something so far outside of what they've ever done before and not necessarily give them the resources to do that, or you're at the mercy of them specializing and really ratcheting down on the security within the domain that they came from, whatever that was. And so that's been, for me, it's been a real struggle because, I'm certainly not an expert across the board with things, but I at least kind of know what I don't know, and, try to steer people towards those resources to go fill in those gaps. But it's, it's certainly an uphill battle for the majority of organizations out there that, they think, okay, well, if we hire somebody who's looking at firewall logs, and that's now our security analyst, and they can report to an IT director or CIO or something, and they don't even have a CISO. They maybe have a compliance officer for whatever their requirements are. And so it's really hard to start, talking to people about how to solve problems technically, and controls and processes and people when they don't even have the foundation they're talking about shingles and there's like, we haven't cleared the ground to lay the foundation of the house yet. So that's kind of my little soapbox struggle with that.
Your experiences?
Oh, well, I just, as you were talking, one of the things I was thinking about is sometimes when I'm talking to folks, they're like, oh, you have such a non-traditional path to becoming a CISO. Like, I think it's been a great path because I've been cross-training across all of these disciplines: product management, engineering, fraud detection, enterprise cybersecurity, policy analysis. All of those things have really helped me. And sort of one of the things that you kind of kicked off the conversation about was, what about these technologies that we might not have on-prem, that we might outsource? If there are safe, we feel comfortable, risk-managed ways to push some of those things out, those become almost commodified components of our security program. That frees us up to do the much more interesting work of better aligning with the business. So I understand what you're describing, because I've seen that too. There's a lot of folks who, they kind of grow in a vertical line, and then their security program is very strong where they are strong. And what kind of resources does the industry have to help grow our leaders? Because I don't know that individual companies would know how to do that.
I think that when I think about security leaders today, I actually draw a lot of parallels to partners at a law firm, right? You might be a partner at a law firm, but you are not a contracts master in law, contracts law, and HR law, and housing law. I mean, there's so many different aspects of law, and security is like that today, where it's impossible to actually understand at a super granular level the nuance of how all of these technologies are going to come in to just make this one amazing masterpiece. And so people do index on, I have a lot of experience in red teaming and incident response, so let me focus on that for a little bit, and then let me get somebody who's maybe good enough here. And the organizations that can afford that are the very mega companies with hundreds of millions of dollars of budget, and maybe they do have very, very highly technical experts in line of business or functional CISOs that they've kind of commandeered out. But when you start to get to the mid-market, SMB, even below the Fortune 700, it is very, very difficult for them to compete, not even just on budget-wise, talent-wise. I mean, over the last year, you're seeing compensations shift. People leaving a role, coming back to the old company, and getting 40, 50% up on base compensation, right? Like, that's almost impossible. And then you overlay the fact that vendor software is not getting less expensive, right? They're innovating in new ways. So I need this. Oh, now we got to do this. Okay, now if I'm looking at securing GCP, I need a different solution versus securing Azure versus AWS. Like, it's this really, really just this growing landscape that I think security leaders have to figure out, how do they step back and be a law partner and say, okay, we have the right people focused on the right areas, and I can present the broader risk context to the rest of the leadership team that literally has no hope of ever trying to explain and understand the evolving landscape. So I think that's where the agility and the evolution of the security leader is kind of shifting towards in my mind as well.
Yeah, I have a huge amount of compassion for the medium-sized business,
Absolutely.
both technical, IT, and CISO security organizations, because in some ways they're expected to meet many, if not most, of the same requirements as larger enterprises, but without the budget, without the people, without the infrastructure, you just don't have it that size.
Security is funny because it scales up. Like, the bigger that you get, you have sort of a baseline and you can make incremental improvements, but it doesn't scale down. So the requirements space sort of stays the same no matter what shape or size enterprise or company or entity you are. And so it's kind of promising that some of these tools there's a wider variety of tools and services available, and they have different pricing schemes. Tools, you're probably more of an expert in this than I am, but we're looking at tools that are charging based on data throughput, right? Or number of employees. Some technologies charge that way. And so that's helpful for the mid-market, but their requirements suite is not diminished, even though their budget is.
There are vendors, I won't list them out, who will not sell the solution unless it's a minimum of 10,000 users, right? Which is just a really interesting conversation of like, all right, so you have this entire market of people who want to buy this solution. Yeah, but we're focused here, so we're not going to break down our strategy and do that. But you also have companies, I mean, they're Fortune 1000 companies. The entirety of their cybersecurity budget, including headcount and OpEx, is sub $3 million, right? That is insane, right? And so they're sitting there on, massive aspects of revenue, really tight margins because of the business they're in. And those security teams you get 3 people, $3 million, make sure we never show up, right, in this breach. And you're like, good luck, buddy. I have no clue what to tell you. Hopefully you find some great partners that will give you some discounts here.
I want to argue the other side of that, though. So
please.
Because, again, sitting between organizations and a lot of the vendors, including a lot of managed services for everything from entire managed outsourced networks to managed detection and risk and manage this and manage that, is I feel like I kind of applaud a vendor that understands where their solution is best positioned, whether it's size or industry or combination of size and industry, because I don't necessarily think every solution is appropriate for every size organization, and there's certainly a suite of products that I wouldn't put with an organization that didn't have. In fact, we talked about this earlier in a panel today. Like, if the organization doesn't have the people to manage that appropriately, control is only as good as the implementation of it and the care and feeding that you give it. And if you don't have the people, and if they've determined, and maybe they haven't, I'm just guessing, but if they've determined that, okay, what we think is on average a company this size will have at least XYZ, that's the bare minimum to make this work. I do applaud that.
I think Marcus' focus is great. In that particular situation, it's more of a...
That's not the driver.
A gate.
Okay.
It's a gate because they don't want to fragment their sales team, which I totally get from hitting there.
Yeah.
Hitting that.
The allocation is the best use of their resources.
It's the best use of their resources, but when you look across the SMBs, right, like, man, the only answer I see for SMBs is really to partner with MSSPs and those providers that can do things at scale. And have those partnerships with where they ratchet up to, we've now got 10,000 people that can do this, so now can I use this, which would replace all this other less efficient solution set. So I think our ecosystem probably needs a little tweaking to kind of...
There's so much value though in outsourcing things. I mean, I've done a lot of like real world ROI analysis because the vendors all make up their little sheet.
Somehow it always works out in their favor.
They're so cute. Yeah,
what a coincidence.
But I'll tell you that for a couple, I did my own, and one of them was basically an outsourced SOC as a service, a full managed detection response, and it had different components to it. So I started this with several different organizations of different sizes, different industries, et cetera, and started kind of adding up and saying, okay, based on what you have now, here's like a 3-year plan or sometimes a 5-year plan. And these are the people that you would need in the order that you would need them, and the average based on where you're located, the salary, et cetera, et cetera. And the scale, like you said, it scales up, it doesn't necessarily scale down. And it's just, it's an unbelievable expense just to get 24/7 coverage to have a SOC with just even basic junior level analyst, and not even necessarily a SOC manager, not an incident response team, not somebody doing forensics, not all of these other things you still have to go outsource somehow. That barrier to entry is just so high for organizations that SMBs absolutely don't have a prayer there.
Good stuff. So let me kind of check altimeter, and I want to take the conversation in this direction. It seems like we're asking a lot of CISOs if we want you to be more strategic, more dynamic, more agile, be aligned with the business, understand the business, which I think are all important and agree with. At the same time, like I'm giving a talk on API security, and what my talk is about is to kind of equip security people with some software language knowledge about DevOps and Agile and cloud native and where all these APIs are coming from. So now all of a sudden as a CISO, you're being asked to secure APIs. You're like, well, okay, REST is a protocol, HTTP. It's a little more involved in that. So where I'm going with this is the landscape is getting bigger of challenges of technologies and kind of problems to include in the security. How do we deal with that at the same time we're trying to be more forward-looking and helping the business achieve what its goals are, not be the land of no. No, don't do that because it's not secure, we can't secure it.
Well, one way that that I'm sort of approaching that is a lot of my security engineers are software developers. They're sort of engineers first, and we do a lot of cross-training with our partner teams. So, for example, we have a really awesome SRE team, and the security team cross-trains with them so that they all have sort of a similar approach to incident management, and they all know each other and can coordinate if something happens. So this idea that security is exotic and away from the business and is removed from, I work for a software company, so is removed from the actual guts of how the business works. We're sort of breaking down those silos a bit, because in truth, I don't know if I can outsource a SOC, because for someone to actually respond, they might have to go into code. They might need to know which engineer, or at least which engineering team to kind of pull onto the line. And that's just something that it kind of requires being on the ground with that team and having those relationships. So it's hard for me to imagine outsourcing that, although I love the idea of having it having some burst capacity there. But that's sort of how we're thinking about it, and an approach that I've seen be successful elsewhere as well.
So at this very table, last time we did these interviews, 2020, one of the things that I said was, security people, go learn something about software architecture. You don't have to become a software expert, cloud native expert. But that's that, if you don't have those skills, go acquire it, right?
Right.
Especially as we do more software automation in our own security infrastructure. But not saying that I was right, but I was right.
So let me spin this a different way.
Okay.
I feel like we're saying, okay, it's the CISO's job or that team's job to take, the business requirements and translate them and then communicate them down. I feel like that hasn't been working for us. And so, again, kind of sitting between the CISO and the teams doing the work, a lot of times what happens is these architects and administrators it's not communicated down to them. The end result of, I need you to do this, is communicated to them, but a lot of times why, and the conversation of how those architects and those other individual contributors or teams they're not given the opportunity to participate in it. And so I think that there are these kind of almost horizontal silos of layers where the people that could contribute to that conversation to some degree, and probably not everybody, but some people definitely could contribute to that conversation. And a lot of organizations are not given that opportunity. And, and frankly, that's probably why I have a job. So, but it is a gap. And I feel like if the business could trickle down to a little bit closer to the feet on the street and the hands on the keyboards, and they understand, then you have that many more people advocating for whatever that business requirement or suite of requirements is, that can then feed back up to the CISO or their managers or the CTO team, and especially through digital transformation projects, and be able to say, okay, well, we understand this, and we understand you told us to do this, but here's this other better way to do it, or a more secure way to do it, or a more efficient or efficacious way to do it. And I just feel like that I know there are corner cases where there's some uber amazing communication up and down, but I think that is the exception, not the rule. And I think we have to stop putting this sort of choke point with the CISO to be that person or that team to do that.
They're the translation gate.
Yeah, I feel like we can do that further down.
So here's something I struggle with though, right? And now I have the luxury of having, like I said, been a recovering CISO to now building a software company. And what I find that's really, really fascinating, and this has held true throughout my entire career, a lot of security leaders, they might know the business, but they don't know how the business makes money, right? Or they've never actually spoken to a customer, right? So when I was at the bank, I would talk to other security leaders. They're like, oh yeah, we're a bank, we do these things. I'm like, well, how do we make money? And they wouldn't actually understand the nuances of how trades were transacted, or how we actually would handle and convert off of currency. And like, these things are really, really important because arguably the other business heads do know how they make money. And so they have a different view of risk of like, hey, we got to hit this target. But what the security leaders and technologist leaders are really good at is, I can secure a network, but they have to know, I think they have to have a deeper appreciation and understanding of why we're securing the network. And as a, building software now, I find myself doing things that I'm like, man, Anthony 4 years ago would totally kill me for doing this right now. Like, there's no way I would have let this
I would
slide.
stop myself.
Right? But when I go back to, I would totally have stopped myself. But then I would go back and be like, all right, but if I don't do this, then the company's not going to grow, and then we're not going to have a business to secure, right? So it's a little bit, I guess I have a little bit of a different view on it a bit.
What you're saying resonates with me, and it's why I tend to pick roles where I can be part of the business. I don't like being in a situation where it's like, oh, the business needs this, the business is resistant. I'm the business, I'm part of the business. We were very intentional when we were naming my role, so I'm the CISO and VP of Trust. It could have also been a VP of Risk, right? It's a lot about sort of product risk and some regulatory risk, some of the other things that we're dealing with. But I wanted it to be trust because I wanted it to be clear that we are bringing value to the business, and we're making the product better, we're making the business better. But I also agree with JJ. The why and the how are both very important. And the why, I think, if we have CISOs who are good business-minded, such that they can kind of speak the language of their colleagues, the why kind of works itself out, but the rubber meets the road with the how. And so I hope that my teams are empowered, that most of the how can be decided upon, and that I would only need to get involved, or management only needs to get involved when there's a disagreement that can't be worked out by those folks who are actually our hands on keyboards.
Yeah. But they have to understand the big picture instead of the directive, and I think that's where, and I mean, just knowing you for a long time, I imagine you do a wonderful job at that. But I think that's where I see so many of the challenges is. So, for example, when I was at this is anecdotal, but I was at a conference for very technical people in networking and wireless, and with my new book, I address risk and compliance and how to align network security configurations with that. And one of the things I shared with them is sometimes if somebody's not compliant, organization's not compliant, that's a choice, and there might be a fine, and there's just a line item in the budget for that fine, and that just blows some people's mind that are technical. Mm-hmm. And so it's that the big picture, what are we trying to do, instead of the directive of do this configuration, when probably the person telling them, and I'm being a little silly here with the specific configuration, but they get them some narrow directive. This person doesn't understand the ramifications of that specific directive necessarily, and then the person who's doing it doesn't understand what the intent was. So intent-based strategy.
Yeah,
right.
I remember at one of my previous organizations, we were talking about something, and the answer that came back was, well, let them sue us. We've got thousands of attorneys, and by the time this gets anywhere, they'll probably be out of business. And it was just this like, oh, okay, big bank takes little bank kind of conversation. I guess that's what we're going to do.
Things aren't
and
equal
we just
fair.
And we just moved on, right? Like, and it was a real big piece for me to be like, but the compliance, and it was like none of it mattered. Like, let them sue us. That's fine. That's why we have 1,000 plus attorneys.
I worked construction when I was a teenager, and one of the phrases that struck me that way was good enough for who it's for. And that was the customer decides what the expectations are. The business decides what it needs. Kind of same idea. I think this idea of Agile CISO is an Agile leader. That's really what it is, because it's not just you being Agile, it's your organization. It's giving the context, helping with most of my staff meetings, 3/4 of it is why. Here's what's happening in the business, this is what I know about that might help inform you with what's happening, because you're being asked to do A, B, and C, and you're like, why is A important? I'm fine with the others. So it's helping our organization, because I remember you're going to Cisco Live, I think, to another conference. And I remember back in early 2011 or so, my top network engineer said, I'm going to the Cisco conference. What should I go check out? And I said, Python. And he said, what's that? And I said, Python. He said, it's all going to be software. All these boxes you're buying, most of them are going to change. They're not going to be what they are now, because I just got done working on products doing that. And so our role is to help bring people into the paradigm shift that we can help with and help them be agile. So we've got the team with us. Yeah. So we're bringing in software people when we need software help and expertise. Anyway, that I don't know if that's consistent with.
No, I love that. You're talking about agility in terms of adaptation, right? Because what a company needs from a security leader kind of depends on the company, as well as what that leader's skill set or sort of preferences are. And I also smile when I hear your description because I love innovation. So for me, being an agile CISO means being an agile leader, but also one who is probably going to end up changing how things work in order to make them work better.
You have to thrive on change, I think,
Absolutely.
to be a leader these days.
Yes.
So let's do this. I think we're kind of getting close on our time here. How about this as our parting thought? What do you think is, from a CISO mindset, when you come to RSA this year? We're back in person and a lot of things have changed, some things haven't. What do you think that question that people are trying to answer? It doesn't have to be the same question. We all have different perspectives. What's the questions that they're trying to answer by coming to RSA? You want to start, Anthony?
I think that this is a little bit different. RSA is different this year, particularly because they spent the last 2 years getting information, invites, just data stuff thrown at them. And so a lot of security leaders are like, hey, is this still a good network relationship building opportunity? And that's why every restaurant is slammed, every venue is booked, coffee shops are booked out, because security leaders and practitioners are they're networking and doing a lot of that catch-up pieces here. Like, I think the time of going to a conference and saying, I know nothing about that topic anymore, I think we're kind of past that. That's going to be more the exception. So I think they're looking for, how am I continuing to build relationships? How am I networking? And is this going to be a good use of time from that perspective? Because the reality is, any security leader can get all the information about any vendor, either through their Gartner subscriptions, partners, friends, whomever it is, and vendors will fly
Techstrong research.
Yeah, exactly, right, everyone. So I think it's about the networking pieces here.
Shameless plug, but anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, I think in the past I might have thought that CISOs were coming to RSA to figure out what was the newest, coolest silver bullet foundry and bring a shopping list and figure out what can I buy to solve my problems. And I think that there's a little bit of silver bullet exhaustion, maybe. We're very aware that we can keep buying tools and solutions, and it doesn't necessarily help us really manage our risks. So now I think CISOs are coming to say, who else has my problems? And of these, and how are they solving them? Because maybe it is a tool or a technology, or maybe it's a process, or maybe it's a relationship, or maybe it's a way of working. And so I think that's kind of what's on CISOs' minds now. They want to focus in on the problems that are really hard for them to solve.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that's why there are so many birds of a feather roundtable sessions, and I think those are awesome because they're peer. I'm facilitating one this week, but that's where 20 or 30 people come together. It's not a presentation; they get to kumbaya, or not really kumbaya, but they're going to kind of discuss, with their peers what their problem is and how they've solved it, or not solved it. But I think probably 72% of the CISOs that are here are trying to figure out what zero trust is.
Still, yeah, I agree with that. That low.
Yes, my completely unofficial survey results there on that
it's
one.
Not a pretty accurate.
I think it's accurate, yeah. 72.6, but I was rounding down.
Oh, good. Thanks for kind of sparing us from the 0.6. What's interesting is I worked in a research in an industry consortium, and a lot of the engagements were not as big as RSA, but I did learn that the higher you go in an organization, especially a bigger organization, kind of the lonelier it gets. The amount of people you can sort of really open up to and talk about your insecurities. I don't know this, what's going on. Am I doing the right thing? Is my strategy right? Are we going the right direction? And you can ask that question in some ways to vendors and to colleagues, but you want to talk to people who are wrestling with similar kind of, maybe they're not wrestling with the same problems. They've already solved it, or how they're going about it. And the other is that the executives, the boards of their organizations they're asking him two questions. What's on the forefront that can harm us? What's on the forefront that can help us? Because I don't want to miss either. I don't want to get hit by something. I also don't want to miss the next Uber, the next Airbnb, the next whatever, right? And then all of a sudden, we lost a big opportunity to transform our business and, become the next thing we need to become. So it is that sort of raised periscope, being able to take a look and then connect. It's not just human connection, that's all nice. It's good to get together again, but it is that interpersonal conversation. How about a parting thought, Allison, if you want to kick us off with if I was going to advise the Agile CISO, what would you impart to them?
If I was going to advise the Agile CISO, or let's just say the new CISO, I think that folks come into a new gig or maybe are at their gig and they think about technology, team, and culture. And a lot of us who are in the CISO seat, we're nerds, so we focus in on the technology. But it's actually culture that is really going to be the game changer and whether you kind of win or lose at the game you're playing.
I would say get out there and actually meet your business partners, like meet the other business leaders, and not just once a quarter, right? Like find a time, find a reason to listen to what they're actually working on, what their expectations are for that quarter, for that month. Because I think there's a lot of security leaders who kind of get sucked into the tech bubble of where they just talk to the CIOs, CTO, and they don't actually ever really talk to the business and say, oh, you have to grow your footprint by 30% and expand retail locations to this to hit these numbers, and that means blah, 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 right? And so I would say really get out there and meet those business partners in a meaningful way.
Good advice. Jennifer?
I think for the sake of shifting gears and not being repetitive, like, I agree with both of my panelists over here, because that's boring.
Violent agreement on anything.
I think there's two things, and that's that, I think that the CISO shouldn't be, or any professional, really, but especially a technical or security professional, should not be expected and expect themselves to know everything. It is fine to ask questions. It is fine to say, I don't know. It is fine to say, there's a problem I don't know how to solve. It's fine to ask peers. It's fine to ask, I think, anybody about those things. I know some stuff is sensitive, but for the most case, having people you trust to go to for those types of things, to ask those questions and help solve the problems. And then I'll also just throw out like a tool that I've recently stumbled on that I like a lot. Whereas if you did come from one of those kind of siloed domain areas and you feel like you have some blind spots, I'm really digging Sunil's Cyber Defense Matrix. So there's a book, you can get it on ebook, and they're giving them away here as well. But it's really nice because it takes kind of the NIST concept from that framework and makes it really easy and consumable to use. It talks about like left a boom, right a boom, and breaks down the 5 different assets and the 5 different, like detect, respond, et cetera.
Process.
Yeah. And so it's nice. You can't just glance at it. You need to read the definitions because they're not what you would think they would be. But it's a great way to kind of, I think, evaluate yourself as a professional to see where you tend to cluster your attention, and then to kind of fill that out a little bit, make sure that you have the people, the processes, and the products to address each of those, whichever of those squares are relevant to your business model and your architecture. I think that's a great kind of easy, like a 2-hour exercise to get some visibility into your blind spots. I think that's cool.
He was just here in neon green pants.
Yeah, he was walking by.
So,
did he really?
Yeah, that's what I was waving at. I was like,
he knew I was talking about him.
That's subliminal. He planned that all the time, so you would mention.
Yeah.
But neon green pants, like they were neon green.
By the way, you're a newly minted author. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your book and how we can get it?
Okay, so my first book I co-authored with other people. So this is my first book by myself. It's Wireless Security Architecture, but I think I kind of alluded to earlier. It walks any networking professional or any IT professional. Barrier of entry is like you need like network plus level knowledge, but it walks them through understanding kind of security mindset, risk, compliance, who needs to be doing what in the organization, what to do if you don't have those people in your organization, how to make some gut instinct calls if you don't have a CISO, for example. And then it gets into the nitty-gritty details of how the protocol specifications work, when to use what, in Wi-Fi specifically, we have new security suite that's WPA3. It talks about, there's a lot of opportunity to make that fail miserably, so there's a lot of conversation around how to get there. It's meant to have a shelf life of 5 years, so it's broader than very specific things. And then in the back is where I threw all of the stuff that won't live the life of the book. So there's stuff about zero trust and BYOD and remote workforce, and quite a bit about non-Wi-Fi wireless, including private cellular, which is an emergent use case for enterprises, and some other IoT and industrial automation stuff.
Really smart. Build in some obsolescence so you can have a second and a third edition.
There we go. Yes.
Way to go. So my parting thought would be, go learn the business. Yeah, spend a day in the warehouse, unpack a truck, go stand next to a teller at a teller window, go mow a lawn or whatever it is you do. Go, irrigate the golf course. Whatever your company is, truck roll to do install of a network at someone's home. There's nothing like being in the field, and do it not more than just once. Don't just do it the first week or first 6 months of your job. Every quarter, every once in a while, go back out and learn a different part of the job. Go sit down with the finance people and sit through their team meeting and their presentation, what they're going to take to the board or to the CEO. Learn the business, because how can you secure what you don't understand, right? It's all being part of it. Yeah.
Instead of Undercover Boss, should we have a Techstrong TV series that's Undercover CISO, where the CISO goes undercover in the business and takes on a different role?
So like a Tom Cruise kind of movie, Top Gun Maverick-ish kind of thing?
I like it.
Yeah, that's a great movie, by the way. I think it's a great idea.
I haven't seen it yet, but yes, I will watch the movie.
Oh, you got to see that.
Such a good reality show.
And,
wouldn't it though?
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, have you seen Undercover Boss?
Yeah,
Okay,
I have. There's some interesting episodes. Yes, I have. There's some really good ones. Well, there's no litmus test, but Allison, you're now a member. You're part of the team.
All right.
So you have to come back now. You don't have a choice.
Good crew.
Anthony, good to be with us. Jennifer, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us for this special edition of CISO Talk. As you can tell, we're trying to grapple ourselves with what those challenges are and help each other with ideas and experiences that we're having. We hope that's been useful to you. Definitely want you to stick around. Our next segment is going to be Techstrong Women with Charlene O'Hanlon, and she's going to be hosting some very special conversation about women in tech. So don't go away, stay tuned, same bat channel, same bat station. We'll see you in a bit.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to Techstrong TV live at RSA Conference in San Francisco. Coming up now, we have a very, very special edition of the Techstrong Women series that we run on Techstrong TV quite a bit. My co-host Tracy Bannon from MITRE and I are very, very excited to have today's guests. To my immediate right is Charity Wright, who is cyber threat analyst over at Recorded Future.
Recorded Future,
welcome. Thank you so much for joining us
you.
today. I do appreciate it. Good stuff. And then Chris Bondi, who is the CEO of, is it Mimoto or Mimoto?
Mimoto.
Mimoto. Okay, great. I'm so glad to have you as well. We were all just meeting, and so we just kind of immediately sat down and just started gabbing because that's what we do, because we so enjoy just learning about each other, and because we learn about each other, you learn from each other, and I think that that's so important in this line of work for anybody. It doesn't really matter if you're male or female. Having the conversation is so very important. Wanted to first of all thank everybody here at RSA. So what a great day we've had so far, having conversations and just meeting people and just being here in person. What a great thing. What a great thing. Techstrong Women is a show where we talk about women in IT from the celebratory perspective. We really want to celebrate the successes of women in IT and in cybersecurity, and talking about the collective experience of women in the IT and cybersecurity space. So it's so great to have everybody live and in person. Normally we do this over Zoom, so it's great to have everybody here. I don't have an agenda for this show. I really just want to talk to you guys. I want to learn about you guys. I want to know, where you come from, what you're doing. Tell us about yourself. Charity, why don't you start us? Tell us about what you do as a cyber threat analyst over at Recorded Future and how you got to where you are.
Sure. I'm a threat intel analyst, and I worked within a pretty large research team. And well, first I'll tell you how I got started and how I got into this role. I started in the U.S. Army. I joined to be a linguist, and they assigned me to learn Mandarin Chinese.
Oh, wow.
So I got to spend a couple of years learning Chinese, and then I was stationed at the National Security Agency doing some pretty cool intelligence analysis there. And when I decided to transition out of the military, I was really not really sure, like, where am I going to go from here? And then I saw some threat intel jobs at cybersecurity companies. And I thought, well, I know nothing about cyber, but it's time to learn, because I really see cyber being the future of intelligence. And so I just jumped into a cyber threat intelligence role. And what we do is, we find out how the hackers are working, how they're getting into our networks, what tactics, techniques, tools they're using. But we're also diving into more than just technical intel. My particular role at Recorded Future involves analyzing Chinese influence operations, disinformation, coordinated, malign, state-sponsored disinfo, and also strategic level intelligence like geopolitics. Like, what are we going to do if China decides to invade Taiwan someday? How does that affect not only governments, but also enterprises around the world? So our clients rely on us for that very, very specific, detailed, actionable intel to help protect themselves and their people.
Well, Charity, with this growing emphasis on influences, how do you influence a people group or a population? I'm really interested if you've been looking at some of the threats that come from the deepfakes. I've seen that from a corporate perspective. We also saw Zelensky's really poorly done deepfake, right, where he's telling his comrades in arms to lay them down. Is that something that you guys are also keeping your eyes on, or the deepfakes?
Absolutely. It's one of the emerging threats that we're keeping a close eye on. And we're trying to create technology and AI that can automatically detect a deepfake photo or video. That way, humans make mistakes. We can miss things. We have bias. So maybe it looks real to us, but there's some technical details in the photo or video that's easier for a computer to detect than it is for us. So that's definitely one of those trends that we're keeping a close eye on.
Well, it's been our final frontier, right? We learned that we couldn't always believe what we heard, but I could, you had to see it with your own eyes.
Right.
Well, now even if you see it with your own eyes, it can't be on a screen. I need to see it with my own eyes.
Yeah,
So
true.
it's really, really changing that rapidly.
True. It's a challenging area of threats to analyze because a lot of times it involves politics, it involves very sensitive issues, and you're talking about this stuff in the workplace. It can get a little awkward, and also we have to check each other's bias. For example, I'm an American and I served in the US Army and NSA. I work with people from all around the world that have different worldviews and different perspectives on the same subject. And so it's great to have them kind of check me and go, well, you would think that because you're American. And that's fine with me. I'm like, oh, you're right. I never thought about it from this other point of view.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important, the diversity, to check these complex emerging threats.
That's definitely something that diversity is definitely something that we will be talking about. That I want to learn more about how your organization approaches this and a bias and so many different levels. So
yeah,
let's put a pin in that and
Yes.
get back to that. But Chris, why don't you tell us about yourself and your organization and how you got to where you are?
So Momodo analyzes every time a human interacts with the system to be able to, because as we often say, a credential, it's a fallacy to assume a credential is an actual person. And so we are analyzing to know that it is that person or it's not that person, and also contextually bringing that into it. I started as a reporter way long ago, and then moved into, sort of the arc was community, communications, marketing, and the reality is, the secret is I've been doing the same thing all along, which is asking follow-up questions. Like, I was always really good at tech, and so I worked a lot in DevOps and a lot in things that were community building, and it was because I asked follow-up questions. In fact, the thing that I would get scolded for repeatedly is I would always say, I'm not technical, and somebody would go like,
Stop. You're technical.
Yeah,
you're more technical than this person, less technical than that. We're all technical.
Yeah, well, and the thing was, but I was like, well, I don't code. Then say you don't code, because like you actually understand how all these things come together.
That's being technical.
And but it's because I always ask follow-up questions. Like, well, and how did that happen? And how do you do that? And
what's interesting is that we've had a number of amazing women on our show, and a number of them have started out in reporting or communications. So Melissa, I'm neglecting the name right now, but she started out and she was writing obituaries. And how yes, it was. And why that was so curious, because she's doing cyber work now, she found that she had to dive deeper into the person's life to come up with that story, to create the storyline on who they are and what they are. And she would then ask, well, they married, but where did they marry? Well, where did they meet? Right? And she would track back those things. So kind of a similar vein where you learn to ask a lot of questions, and I thought it was interesting.
That's fascinating.
Well, I think especially in the cybersecurity space, you have to ask those questions to get to wherever it is that you're going, whether it's understanding what the threat is or how the threat actors actually infiltrated the network or wherever. So I think those questions are very, very important. They're critical, actually. So, if you innately are the type to ask those type of questions, you're going to do very well in cybersecurity.
Well, and so how I ended up here was, it all ends up rolling in, and I had I'd worked with my co-founder before, and I had there was a problem, and there was it's because that's the other thing, like you always come up with a problem, and from having that back and forth of like, there's this problem he keeps seeing, and because it's not only understanding it's a person, but it's not, it is actually being able to catch the attack. So, which is what you do is, I'm really happy we're here, but I'm really glad when we're done, because I have so many questions. So many questions that I'm like, when we're done, I can ask the question.
Can we cut to the commercial now?
But, being able to go like, okay, like how can we address so there's ransomware. So how can we address that problem? And how can we address, so anytime there's a big breach, it's like, okay, SolarWinds, like, where could we have done that? Or, I've become a groupie of breaches now, because I'm always like, and how did that happen? And who did what, and how did that happen?
The true crime of the 20.
So you've got your URL bookmarked to Port Swigger, and you're out there every couple of days seeing what the latest breach is.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I feel like it's very important for, as I said before, to ask those questions, to almost be like annoying with them. It's like the why, but why, like the kid, with his mom is like, why, mom, why, and so I just, my thought, I feel like women do that much better. We're okay. We're much better at asking the questions, and we're not afraid. And Chris, you and I were talking about it before. We're not afraid to say it. If we get to a particular point where, we need to get answers, we need to know something, or we need to, get our feelings known. We're gonna ask the questions.
But don't you also think that, as much as I am an advocate for equality, I also recognize and actually applaud, right? Celebrate the differences and the way that women's brains tend to work and the way that men's brains tend to work. And it's not for everyone, it's not a broad brushstroke, but in generalities, women seem to be able, I've noticed in their career progressions, more women being in the data analytics area, more in the database and the data organization, because there seems to be this way to see all of the marbles and start to form them into something that I don't necessarily, maybe it's pattern finding, I'm not sure. But I seem to notice that more with women than
that would be
men.
my career progression. And and even though it hasn't been in data, it has definitely been and how do all the, I always describe it as like I'm fascinated with you do this and this happens, and you do this and this, so that if I put these things together and it is,
then what?
And that is exactly that's how ecosystems work, that's how, that's how you grow a business, that's how you find, in fact, the other piece of that ends up being with threat intelligence, and it's fascinating to me about what you do, is because I really think that we're at a point, and we've been past this point of, it's life critical that governments and corporations work together, because there are, whether it is hospitals, whether it's infrastructure, it's whether it's toppling of governments, that without them working together, we're at a critical point now.
Yeah. Absolutely, those partnerships are so important. And I wanted to follow up on what you were saying about how women contribute in very different ways. Something that I've observed in threat intelligence is that myself and some of my other female colleagues, the analysts, we tend to follow our intuition and our instincts in our investigations. And sometimes I just can't put my finger on what is pushing me towards this angle. And a lot of the gentlemen I work with, they're more logical about things, which is very useful in its own way. But sometimes they're like, but how did you even know to look over there? And I'm like, I don't know. Something just told me, don't stop here, look over here.
See, in that same vein, I don't think it's that men don't think that. I think they tend to dismiss it, where it gnaws at us. There's something there. I think women are very logical as well, but maybe we are less about streamlining the process and following that decomposition of information, and more about why did it go here? Back to what Charlene said earlier.
Trusting your gut.
Asking the whys. Asking the whys.
Trusting your gut that's exactly how I describe it. Just trust it and go with it.
Yeah. Every time I don't, I always end up regretting it.
Yeah.
There's always something that comes back. It's like, why didn't I?
That becomes a really handy tool if your spouse or your partner agrees with you that your spider sense is usually right, because every once in a while, hopefully he's not listening, you can say, my spider sense says, he'll be like, oh, okay, well, I guess we shouldn't do that then.
Right. It probably saves you a whole lot of money in the long run, too.
Or the other.
Yeah.
That I just spent a lot of money and I'm not going to get angry about it.
So I'm very interested. I just, obviously cybersecurity is such a fascinating area, and I'm interested in determining. I mean, both of your paths seem very almost linear when it comes to cybersecurity, but really, what was it about it that drew you to it in the first place? Whoever.
I think for me, I started looking at where is intelligence going. Like military intelligence is what I worked in before, but I wanted to expand. And I knew at the agency they were really building a big cyber program. Back then it was 2009, 2010. And I thought, okay, if they're doing that here at the agency, what's going on in the private sector? So when I started looking for a job in the private sector back home in Dallas, I just saw cybersecurity jobs everywhere. But at that point, threat intelligence was kind of just getting the ball rolling. Like, I'm not going to say it was brand new in 2015, but it was like 2010 through 2015, it was new. And I thought, man, I need to jump on this. Like, this is where we're going for Intel. It's going to be all digital. It's going to be cyber. It's going to be hacking. So I thought, you know what? I don't consider myself good at math or science, so I was kind of doubting myself getting into the field. But I sat down with some fellow military veterans who saw my resume, and they said, if you can learn Chinese, you can learn cyber. And I was like, thank you guys for having confidence in me. And that kind of boosted me into the industry.
I think in my side, it came from being in the technologies and going like, part of the thing, I mean, I live in the Bay Area, and part of the thing of seeing so many different technologies is that sometimes there are technologies that do things that sound cool, but I'm like, but what is it actually solving? And so it was that part of I want to work on something that makes a difference, and it's one of the things about jumping from being being an executive in a company to being a co-founder is that it's like, well, what is it really solving? And there's a few reports that come out every year, one of them being the IBM one, and 3 years running, it's been a longer amount of time. So it's, on average, 287 days to detect and fix a breach. I'm like, that's a big problem. That's a big issue. And so, like, how do we make, if I can make a difference in that, that's significant. And so if I'm going to be in technology, I want to be in technology that I know is actually solving something and not
vanity. Not vanity.
Not vanity. And I understand, like, make somebody's life easier. Yeah, there's a market for that, but like in the end of the day, like, what will matter to governments and healthcare, like those things matter to me.
Making a difference.
Yeah.
So what you guys both are doing is making a difference. I mean, at the end of the day. So, I mean, you.
But we're doing it in like fantastic nail polish.
Well,
oh, absolutely.
Well, her fantastic nail polish.
I kind of keep coming back to this core idea that women bring empathy. We bring these kind of softer ideals to technology and to cybersecurity, things that traditionally maybe weren't considered a positive, a benefit, but I think has enriched the areas so much. And frankly, when we don't have that level of the feminine intuition, the gut checks, the understanding and wanting to make the world a better place. I when we don't have that, I think we really are missing something.
Well, it's necessary, though. I think we forgot about it for a while. I think pre-pandemic, at least I'm noticing it here even, men and women being much more empathetic to one another, giving each other grace. You'll see somebody you haven't seen for a while and they're like, you're surveying, can I hug them? Mask on, mask off, what's their safe space? But where I'm going with that is, I think that we forgot about humanity. And women were not, right, if we look at the progression, male-dominated workforce, so they've got their command and control structures in every business in every way, how they have departments oriented, right? Everything in a hierarchy, a really regimented hierarchy. Mm-hmm. And everything got really messy and everything got really difficult, and we tried to scale those things. And command and control works on the battlefield. It doesn't work for software, it doesn't work for cyber, it doesn't work for all the other things. I think we're at that inflection point that the pandemic, as well as the technology spinning so fast forward, kind of forced us to take a pause and say, hey, we need to be thinking about the humans.
The human element.
But
human element.
I definitely agree with that, but I don't think that being empathetic means necessarily being not being strategic and not being soft. I think that it actually comes back to everything you said about it just, now let's flip it, and it's all relationship.
Yeah.
And understanding how those relationships, so one of the things we were talking about earlier was about, I have an annoyance when it comes to, ready for something like not to stop a sentence. I have an issue with diversity and inclusion programs because when they are all focused on how do we let's go to the universities. And I think we should bring people in to be able to have people come in, but you need to be able to have a path. So what I really get annoyed about is that people give lip service to that. If I have one more person who tells me how, we're trying to embrace having, giving more funding to females and stuff. It's not you're doing me a favor. We all know that there's better outcomes if you have a diverse executive
diverse
team.
Period.
Mm-hmm. So if you have, and that's it, but it's not just diverse. Like there's a tech company that had this leadership page that I used to do presentations and show them, and it was, here's a test for all of us. It was all white men, one female. What was her role?
Chief Marketing Officer.
No,
no. People officer.
There she was. She was because if she's not marketing, she has to be PR.
Mm-hmm.
And they had this leadership team, all white, and then you went to their career page, and it was like, oh look, everyone else can be here, and it was, and they're talking about how much they support a diverse culture. I'm like, no, you don't. Look at you.
Mm-hmm. Leadership matters.
Mm-hmm. Leadership matters.
Absolutely.
And so don't tell me you're doing us a favor by allowing a woman in the room when the fact is the woman in the room, because there's a different perspective, or because they may be looking at the different relationships.
It's actually becoming a strategic advantage.
It is.
So
exactly.
I hate to put the non-human spin on it, but it's actually a strategic advantage to have diversity of thought.
Mm-hmm. But I actually think but that's my point. I mean, it is exactly that. It's a strategic advantage.
But I think that's what's driving some of the JEDI, the justice, equality, diversity initiatives. I don't think, altruistically, I'd love it to be that we've all had a change of heart and we're now embracing all of this. I would lay a penny down and betcha that some of those are being driven more by a bottom line or a way to attract somebody, or that we're getting better product out.
I want it to happen anyway, and for as much as I want it to be for the of the good heart, the reality is I don't want somebody taking credit for it, and because when times get tough, then those are the things that drop off.
Oh yeah, muscle memory is strong.
So let's focus on what's going to actually fine. This is what's going to move your business forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my big pet peeve is being the token woman. So the token female. So I get to moderate webinars. I get to be like the face because I'm the face, I'm the female, I'm the face of diversity and inclusion, and it's,
Does it mean that you're any less, though? It doesn't.
No, but
it's still frustrating.
But it does send the wrong message. If that's the only reason why I'm being chosen for something, I say no, I'm not doing it. You choose from me as a person.
Does that mean I should turn down the email that I recently got that said, we're looking to make our panel more diverse, and we thought of you? Really? Really?
Right.
Does that mean that you thought of me when you were picking the topic?
Right.
Right.
You thought of me as...
who are the experts on this topic? Did you think of me?
Or did you say, that looks pretty cisgendered. Might need to change that. Let's call it Trace.
That's true.
Yeah. So I hate the lip service. I hate the, we're very we're all about gender equality, parity. We really, we're this, and then actions speak louder than words every single day.
Yeah.
And so,
But if it's, as long as you tell me what your intention is, I'm going to be okay with the honesty. So if your intention is, strategically we need to do this, this is a good business practice, well, I'm at least going to give you a little bit of respect for having told me the truth about it. I saw something interesting. I can't remember if it was on LinkedIn or on Twitter, but it was a meme that said, don't tell me about your diversity program. Instead, just give me your data.
Oh yeah, I posted that.
It was wonderful though. It was give me your data.
Yeah.
Show me the salary ranges. Show me comparatively. Show me your women hires and your male hires. Show me your
length of service. All that.
Show me all that. I just want your data.
Yeah.
Yes.
And people are pushing back on that. Companies are pushing back on that whenever they hear about it.
You know why I came to Recorded Future 2 years ago? It's because I knew I was being underpaid at my other company. And some of my colleagues were like, you should be making more than that. And I was like, thank you for letting me know. And then when I came to Recorded Future and I said, I'd like to make at least what I'm making at the other role with bonuses included. And they said, oh, that's not enough. We're going to pay you more than that. We're going to pay you what you're worth. And that blew me away. I was like, wow, they didn't have to disclose that. They did it on purpose to let me know as a woman, you're being underpaid and you're worth much more. We're going to pay you what you're worth. That was so impactful.
That's a company you want to stay with.
Absolutely. There were other options. I thought, nope, I'm going with this one because I feel valued. Yeah.
And in that case, this is a case where money talks and it speaks the right language. If you've got a company that is willing to tell you you're not being paid enough, we want to, we respect and we value you, and we're willing to up the ante, even though we know we don't have to, because we know what you're making now. We could completely under.
Yeah, we get underpaid.
Right.
But we're not gonna. I mean, that speaks volumes.
It takes guts for a company to do that, for HR to be honest and transparent and to say, hey, males in your role make this much more, and we think that you're worth that. Oh man, that's the change we need.
That was, so one of the things because I obviously went a different path than you, one of the things that I was always sensitive to was, when I was starting out was, and this is the thing with intuition, was that I didn't take the roles that I was offered that I didn't think would help advance my career. And so there were things that were, when I was first starting out, you come out of college and they're like, oh, we call it an executive assistant, but really, no, I'm not going to take that role. And, or I had people who would be recruiters who would say like, oh, it's a director role, and I know you're saying a VP, but it doesn't matter here. It may not matter here, but it matters to the next place. Sure. And I always thought about I'm not going to be in this place forever, so I need to actually get a title that. I had one job early on where it wasn't an executive assistant, but it was a role that the job title wasn't right. And so when I went for the next job that actually reflected what I was doing, they're like, it's a shame that you had it listed as demand gen when really you were doing all this, and it was like a much bigger role. And I was like, oh, okay, I've just learned a lesson I'll never forget. And so I always made sure that everything I did, the title reflected what I was doing. And I may be wrong, but I always assumed that part of that was coming from the fact I was female. There was the push more of you should be fine with that.
Yeah.
I'm like, no,
just accept it. It'll be okay, honey.
Yeah, that never seemed to work with me. Amazingly, it never seemed to
work. Oh, that honey.
Yeah, honey.
You like that on there?
But I think it also, to your point though, it's also degrees, right? So you could be a C-level exec at at a small business, kind of on the low end of the totem pole, or you could be maybe a step lower from a title perspective, maybe move on to into a VP role at a company that is 3 times the size.
Right.
That might not sound at first, it might not sound like a step up, but it really
most definitely is a massive step up.
Yeah. So, it's sometimes that doesn't come through though. If you're just looking at a resume, you're like, oh, well, you were a CMO and now you're a VP of, sales enablement or something like that.
Most of the times I would think that, I would hope the person who is hiring would be able to see that part of the organization.
They're doing their homework too, a little bit, not a lot of homework, but a little bit of homework. Google 2 of the last 3 companies. Google the last 3. Oh, that has 300,000. Oh, that has 10. Okay, well, there's
yeah. But I think just innately, sometimes when we think about roles and titles, having a particular title, no matter what size company you're working for, it's a great thing to have. And then you move to, you're like, oh, I don't know, I was this, but now they want me to be this, and even though it's a much better and it's a better fit, it's a better job, it's a better company, do I really want it because maybe it looks like it's a step down? And
I think it has to do with, is it what you want to be doing?
Yeah.
So if I were a I spoke with a candidate recently who she has a background in data scientist and as a data scientist, and she is looking at being in a different role, and so not necessarily a step backwards, but a step sideways. And I think that knowing like, oh well, this gets me into doing X. Yeah. And I think that that's still, as long as it's on the path, and I think that's the important thing, is as long as it's advancing what you want. It doesn't have to always be your career, but if there is a certain career you want, then make sure that what you're doing advances your career. I did a lot of hopping around technology-wise in the beginning because I wanted to learn, because I'm curious. Most of it, I wanted to learn the
Asking
latest
those questions.
Yeah, I wanted to learn all the different technologies, and so it was always like, what's the cutting edge? What's the cutting edge? And so I took in the beginning lateral moves because I wanted to learn the different technologies.
Yeah.
That's a great way to approach a greater understanding and really honing in on what you really love doing. Finding your finding your spot, finding your joy, basically.
I believe strongly in that. I always tell people life's too short to stay in a role that you're either unhappy in or it's not leading you to where you want to go in your career. And that means we have to map it out too.
Right.
Have an idea of the direction you're going so you can make strategic moves. It's important.
I was asked a question earlier today, and the question was, what would you tell your younger self? And it was fairly open-ended. But what I found myself, I was thinking, well, at what age? Like, which younger self am I talking about? But if I were to look over the last maybe 15 years and say what would I tell my younger self, it would be to lower my pain threshold. Because I got a pretty high pain threshold, and there are times where I just kept fighting the good fight, and I was doing the right things because I was honestly wanted to make a difference and wanted to change something. And maybe I can fix this toxic situation. Maybe I could do that. So when I think about some of the things you're talking about, my younger self would say, oh, well, that's a little selfish to run after that. You've got something to fix first. So I like where you're going, and I like your advice to folks is don't have too high a pain tolerance.
Yeah.
Allow yourself to not be in toxic situations or in places that don't bring you joy.
Absolutely.
So where do you guys think, and this is kind of maybe an existential question, but where do you think we're headed, particularly in IT and cyber, as we do see more equity and parity and diversity for the sake of being, let me rephrase that, not because we're female, not because we fit in profile, but because we are very competent, and we're very knowledgeable, and we bring so much to the table. And I honestly believe that we have a lot of work to do, but there are a lot of organizations that do recognize the importance of having a diverse and equitable workforce. So where do you, Chris is giving me the look. Sorry. Go ahead.
Workforce, not leadership. That's
Okay.
like that is, I agree. And I will say that I think it is a testament to the women who are in that diverse workforce. It's because of the skills of people like you who, like, you can't keep somebody like you out. Not that your company was right. You couldn't keep somebody like you out because you are doing a quality product.
Mm-hmm.
That is not reflected in the leadership.
Okay.
I one of the things I'd mentioned before is that I'm a member of an executive group that talks to an expert group that talks to trying to do this without saying anything. So we'll go with, I'm a part of an executive group that a group of experts. I'm the only female. That was the point I was getting to. I'm the only female in cybersecurity.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm not the only expert. I'm really not.
You're not the only female in cybersecurity.
I'm not the only female who's an expert in cybersecurity.
Are there any more seats at the table where you can bring somebody else along with you? Can you reach back and bring the next gen?
Well, yes, but I just found that out. That's why I'm having this indignance.
I got it.
Because I just found that. I'm like,
seriously? The only one?
Yeah, that
really?
was
that exists still?
Yeah, and that type of thing is so. I think that what's disturbing to me about cybersecurity is that I think that it has more, as opposed to other types of technology, has a more diverse work base.
Mm-hmm.
But I still don't see it at the top.
Okay.
And I think that is personally painful for me.
Yes. But I think that's universal. I don't think it's in cybersecurity specifically. I think it's in all areas.
It is in all areas, but cybersecurity should be better.
Absolutely, and you are absolutely right. I talk to people in cybersecurity who don't fit any profile whatsoever, and they're amazing people, and they bring so much to the table, but you never hear about them in leadership positions. They hit that glass ceiling, and they've gone as far as they can go because, for whatever reason, the upper management doesn't think that they, reflect well on the company because they've got pink hair. No offense. I love your hair.
It's okay.
But
it's okay. It's keeping me out of the C-suite.
I know. There's always a reason. You don't fit that profile of an executive, and I think that's wrong, and that really has to change. But I also think that it's everywhere. It's not just cybersecurity.
Oh gosh, no.
No, but this is where I am right here, so that's where I'm going to be more annoyed here.
I currently work for a company with many women in leadership roles at the top, executives. We call it the circle of trust. But there are so many women in those leadership roles, and I see the real life impact in the company. And even our CEO, who's a man, has set goals like, hey, we want more women in this company. How do we make this happen? Let's refer women in. So many smart, qualified women out there, refer them into these jobs. We're at 27% right now, but we're working our way up. And it's really amazing to see what kind of an impact these women in leadership have in the company. And it trickles from the top down. We feel supported, we feel seen.
But you also have an ally there. Your
Absolutely.
CEO is truly being an actual ally.
Yes, Christopher is a great ally. Yeah. We're really, really lucky to have him in a leadership position. And maybe it's a cultural thing too, because Recorded Future was founded in Sweden, and they have a much more progressive, future forward-looking, worldview on gender. And just having their perspective on things is really helpful too. Sometimes they think of things that I wouldn't think of. And it's kind of like mind-opening, mind-altering,
Yeah, it's like if you've never traveled the world, then how can you view? Yeah, how can you have a world view?
Yeah.
How can you see the way that other people live and how they think and how they come to the conclusions
the old
that they
statement,
do.
the books you read and the people you meet, right? And that can only be accomplished by getting outside of your house, getting outside of your normal world.
Yeah. When I was growing up, I used to be one of those political science nerds that watch C-SPAN all the time because I didn't like watching my news filtered through somebody else's views and opinions. I'm like, I just want to see the Senate hearing and decide for myself. And I noticed during one of the Senate Intelligence Committee meetings, there were no women in that committee at that time when I was a teenager. And I was sitting there watching it with my dad, and I'm like, Dad, why are there no women in this committee? He said, I don't know, but you should go change that. And I'm like, well, I'm not into politics, but I'll do that in other areas. So when I got into cyber, I recognized that all of the people on stage speaking at conferences were men. And I'm like, why are there no women on stage? And, Dad's voice came in my head. If you don't like it, go change it. And that's what I've been sharing with women all over the world is if you recognize a gap and you want to create more equality, set the standard. Go jump up there, learn how to do public speaking, learn how to code, bring your perspective into it, fill that gap.
That's great. It's interesting because a lot of times still, it took me a long time for me to actually kind of see the world a lot more unfiltered. I still, have times when I'm looking at a panel or I'm watching something that is male dominated. It doesn't even occur to me that it really shouldn't be that way, just because I'm so.
It's ingrained. You were exposed to that, desensitized to it.
No, go right ahead.
Oh, I was going to say there's a panel that I did at it was AI related, and I started off by the guy who was doing the facilitator was great, and he'd interviewed us ahead of time, so he'd asked somebody a question, and then afterwards like, Kristen, what do you think? And I said, oh, thank you for asking. I thoroughly disagree, and I gave my thing, and I ended up being the voice of a business view, and somebody said to me afterwards, like, and you were the only woman on there, and I was like, oh, I was the only woman. Like, it didn't occur to me. And in fact, honestly, I got hung up on the fact that I was the only one who didn't have a technical background. So I was like, I was throwing out my strength. My strength was like, well, let's look at it through my lens. And it didn't even occur to me. I'm like, oh, I was the only woman, I don't know. That just happens so often. I don't even think of it.
Yeah. I don't know what we need to do to change that beyond just getting us up there and doing it. And frankly, again, it shouldn't be we need more women on a panel because it's all white males or whatever. It really should just be, I want you on my panel because you have a particular strength that you bring to the...
What I have started doing is when I'm asked to be on a panel and I ask if they have other openings, and I'm like, oh, have you thought about... And they happen to be other women.
Yeah. Networking and making the connections and, again, lifting each other up.
Quiet way to do it, too. It isn't as... like sometimes folks can be affronted, like, oh, you don't have enough diversity on this panel. Well, then they're going to kind of put their hand up a little bit and like, but that's okay. Do you want to be on the panel or not? But your approach is, are there any other open seats? Because I really have an expert, I think, that would really benefit this conversation. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
So we're running out of time. I think we only have about 5 minutes left. So I kind of want to open it up to you guys. Tracy, do you have any particular questions or anything that you want to... how's the show been for you? Because you've been running around like a maniac.
Crazy. We have a book that was published, Reinventing Cybersecurity, and it is all women and non-binaries. And so we had book signings for that and some live streaming about it. So that's been exciting. But this is my first RSA. So I've been so many other conferences for the last couple of decades. But this is my first, and it has a different feel to it. And I've been in conferences where there have been cyber before, but it has a little bit of a different feel to it this time. But I noticed on the agendas, there are tracks around human element, around not using jargon, around diversity. Was it always that way? Have you guys been at RSA before? Is it something that's always been there?
Well, I will say that the leadership at RSA is very female focused, and so again, really reflected in the agenda.
Absolutely.
You know, we're not talking about ways to detect ransomware. I mean, we are talking about that,
But
but
it's
it's
not the
also
only
exactly.
conversation.
There's a real kind of emphasis on the softer skills, if you will, or the softer subjects of
Or maybe we could say
cybersecurity.
well-rounded.
Sure, absolutely,
that
absolutely. But it really does reflect, and but it wasn't always that.
Yeah,
obviously.
one thing I noticed this time as opposed to a couple of years ago is that there are more female speakers and there's more female sales engineers in the expo hall.
Interesting.
So when you walk up to get a demo, it used to be majority male, and now I've got my friend Larcy's out there as a sales engineer now, and all these females doing these very
I'm
technical
gonna have to swing
demonstrations.
through the expo and look for that.
Yeah.
Because as they were getting set up last night, they opened at 5 o'clock. I did like a spin through about quarter of. And it still felt as though there was a woman organizer.
Yeah.
And the troop of fellows around
Absolutely.
them. So, but that might have been me seeing it that way with my own bias. So,
That's true. That's true.
so how about you? How about your experience at RSA this year?
I used to send people to RSA and only came once before, as far as like actually being here. So I will say I've done the drive-by downstairs, and it actually did seem more similar still. I think I have a different lens on it though right now. I think where I'm seeing it's interesting. I understand about like the organizer. Where I'm seeing I haven't seen the female SEs. What I have seen is the data scientists, because as people are bringing data scientists to events, the very large portion that is female in the data scientists, it goosebumps. Like,
Yes,
like
absolutely.
And I think that this is the whole thing of us talking about like what's pushing so much female forward is that's part of the thing of like good data scientists. Like could be male, could be female, and there's a lot of really good female data scientists.
Absolutely.
And so that's what I saw a bit on the floor that I hadn't seen in other shows.
That's great. That's great. Charity, what about you?
Oh man, I'm having so much fun.
Yeah.
I love this. I'm an extrovert, so I thrive on this social time. And this time it just feels electric because everyone's so excited to be back together again. It's like a reunion in the threat intelligence community. We've all been doing virtual presentations for so long, and you see people, but when you see them in person, there's just something about, hey, give me a hug. It's been so long. So I love the atmosphere right now. Lots of great threat intelligence presentations we've been sitting in on. And one thing that I've noticed is different is that public-private partnership. We've got people here from NSA, FBI, CISA, government and intelligence agencies around the world speaking about the importance of these partnerships. And I love that because in the past it was kind of hit or miss. Some of them were a little hesitant to come out and get involved, but
it's an imperative now in a different way. We can't sit idly. We can't just say, government, go figure this out, or industry, you can go have your smart stuff going on over here and make a gob of money.
Yeah.
There has to be that public-private partnership if we're going to survive right now.
I love it.
It's the only way we're going to be able to move it forward. So
yes,
I want to thank all of you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Charity, and Chris, and Tracy, as always.
So nice.
Thank you, darling.
So awesome. So. And I do, I hope we can continue the conversation even well beyond today's episode. So thank you both again for joining us today.
Thank you, ladies.
It's
Thank you.
a real pleasure having the conversation. All right, everybody, I think we have one more interview left, and then we're going to close out day one of Techstrong TV Live at RSAC here in San Francisco. So please do stay tuned. We'll be right back.